Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Won't get it up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 yo, hey yo, hey yo. I rule my Dominion, my part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco, man. Egyptian fits my description. I'm training hard for the mission. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Don't get it up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey yo, hey yo. Somebody wanna y'all see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that y'all see me break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Don't give it up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will
All right, fam. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is November the 3rd. We have a great show planned for you. What episode are we on? 29. Welcome to our series, The Age of Aquarius, The Age of Ascension, with Brother Odel Part 29. So shout out to Brother Odel, our brother from the UK, our cousin from the UK. He is scheduled to be here tonight. So, but of course, we value his time. So he gets here when he gets here, if he gets here. So shout out to Brother Odell. So if this is your first time joining us for this series, I highly encourage you to go back to the first episode. The purpose of this series is a couple folds. Number one, to explain to you actually what really is the Age of Aquarius. What does it really mean? How does it tie into Ascension? Brother Odell broke it down from a system perspective, how we got the system that we have today, as far as socially, as far as spiritually, as far as politically and financial. Okay, so last week we dug deep into the pesos. We kind of went over the financial stuff. So hopefully this week, Brother Odell can come in and also talk about how all of that applies to today, as we are going through a major financial reset that is going to totally change the economy around the world. I know everybody should be familiar with, especially over here in the States, I think as well as the UK, if I'm not mistaken, inflation is here in the States at a 40-year high. We predicted that this was going to happen last year. We told you all that. We told you why it was happening. So I'm looking forward to Brother Odell giving you the real behind the scenes stuff on what's going on. All right. So shout out to the fam. Before I get started and I forget, I do want to once again thank Brother Tavis for letting us use his song, Soul of a Warrior, the one that we always jam to right before we go on the air. So shout out to you, Brother Tavis. We truly appreciate you allowing us to use it and that body of work. Okay, so with that said, I want to send a shout out to the YouTube family in the chat. Shout out to Sis Nonya. She was in the building early 2 hours ago. Shout out to Mr. TD, repping BCU. Shout out to the BCU fam. Shout out to I'm Born Here. Shout out to Brother Helenese. Shout out to Sis Stephanie Cook. And shout out to the YouTube family. Okay, so I'm going to bring on Sis Sandra. And I also want to say I have a lot of follow-up items tonight that the fam has sent me. Y'all been on it, okay? So we got a lot of follow-up items tonight on the Black European stuff and a couple other things. And I still haven't gotten through everything because I know, Sis, I think, Rochelle, I saw an email come through to you from you, another email. I just haven't had a chance to look at it. So I have even more stuff to go over. So we're going to take the time out tonight to definitely do the follow-up that the fam has done with their research. Child, get ready. You all are some hell of a researchers. Much respect. Very proud of you. So we're going to get into that tonight as well. Okay, shout out to Sean, the creator. Welcome, beloved. Okay, so let me bring on Sis Sandra. And let me press record because I be
recording in progress.
So let me bring on Sis. And then we'll get started. Okay, let's see here. I think you're unmuted, Sis.
Yep.
Peace and love, Sis. How are you?
I'm good, sis Rhonda. How about yourself and the family?
I'm good. I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
Good to hear yours too. You still sound a little nasally, huh?
Girl, I have gotten better. And the weather keeps flip-flopping here. It was almost 70 degrees today. Yeah, my roses are literally blooming. I actually need to take a picture of them. So the weather keeps flip-flopping and my body's trying to adjust. So,
Yeah, in the air too.
Yeah, once it pick a season, I'll be fine.
That's what he wants. It picks a season.
Yeah. I'm not complaining because I'm not looking forward to this cold.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, my allergies are going crazy. So, all right, sis. So with that said, we'll let you start out with, you have any, go ahead on with the fuckery.
Well, we're getting in a trying time here about this election stuff coming up. And old Biden boy got up there and kind of like threatened.
I got something on that too. Girl, I got something on that too. I got something. Keep going.
He got up there last night and threatening them. It's going to be a delay, and you may have trouble because they like to fight if they don't win, and all this kind of like. Is he serious? That boy
wait till I drop what I got on him. He got a lot of
a nerve.
Yeah, it don't matter. They gon'
get
on me anyway. Yeah, because all I could say is welcome to Truth UnCONPromeyezed, and they be like, limited video. That's why I'm like, well, you know what? Fuck it then. Shit. I'll be good.
Well,
and they automatically do what they do to me. But anyhow, go ahead, sis.
So I was we got this Ukraine stuff going down, right?
Mm-hmm.
And old Biden went over there to England, the UK,
mm-hmm.
and he talked to Charles at the funeral and all this kind of stuff, right? And then he came back and escalated Ukraine a little bit more. Start sending over more money. That's all they want is more money. And then he started sending over equipment, and Russia got upset, talking nukes on us. And then he starts, setting up soldiers to go over there. I said, Lord have mercy. But I was looking through this wedding thing, brides in different countries, and I ran across Ukraine.
Child. They selling ass in Ukraine? What's
going
on? What's going on, girl?
I said, okay. And they used to be the Hutsol people, which is the old Rush tribe.
But weren't they a part of Russia, or am I mixing it up?
Yeah, they were.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And they're Transylvania. Does that Transylvania remind you of somebody who was in Transylvania that liked to visit there? That's in the UK?
Not Charles funky ass.
Yes, ma'am. Romania. Vlad, the Empire.
Oh yeah, Vlad. Yep, we talked about that. Yep.
The Impaler.
Mm-hmm.
And what did they say he used to do to the bodies? He used to eat them. So I sent you a video of a lady, I told you, I don't know if you want to bring that in, but I also have the fact that I saw a young man in a video trying to jump out one of them windows at that castles. He had his clothes.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Girl, yeah, I can't play this video. They already giving me smoke.
I know you can't.
Yeah.
But I know you can't, but it's kind of like confirmation, And then that list of people that you say rule the country, the finances and stuff. Well, that's who Biden works for.
Right.
We know the Federal Reserve is them, and that's why they fighting really hard to stay in power so they can control everything. So one of the things that they mentioned today, that the Federal Reserve, they're going to keep the middle class down, because these upper people like Pelosi and Cheney and all these people are, part of that cartel. They call them a cartel. And this is on the Republicans' Patriot stuff. Then they were talking about one of the candidates, I think his name was Ronnie, he's melanated. And he says that they're trying to keep all the middle class businesses from making money because they run that cartel and through the feds and stuff like that. So, and I said, and the other lady that came to visit that one time on the show, she said that if they win, then they're going to destroy the middle class businesses. So
which they're actively
doing.
Right. And remember when Biden got in office and he started talking about hiring more IRS agents, this, that,
Yeah.
4, 5, and 6. It's the middle class and the small businesses and the middle businesses that are really, really getting raked over the coals.
Exactly. And so this comes to that ESG, environmental social governance. So that's the one where you all own nothing and be happy eating worms and playing in your little box, and they'll feed you if you get your social credits.
Yeah, they've been talking about that for a minute because China already has a social credit system stood up. And because there's also rumbling in the financial world of them getting rid of credit scores in the US totally.
Well, of course, because they're not going to have you with any money anyway. They're going to pay you if you earn social credits. You're going to have to be a good little girl to get your money and get your food. And you're going to have to be not confrontational. You can't have block talks and talk about that you don't like them.
Yeah, we got something on all of that tonight, too.
And so all of that stuff is what he says democracy, but he's really talking dictatorship.
Absolutely.
And if people don't hear that, or demonology, I would say.
Yeah.
Because, if people don't hear that's what he's saying, because they keep saying it, you're going to take down the democracy. You're going to take, well, let me tell you, it's a republic. Right. It's not a democracy. Right. So at least it was supposed to be until the Pope came over here, according to Brother Odel's paperwork. I'm going by his paperwork. That he came over here and made a democracy, which in turn goes into a dictatorship. And this is why they have their thumb on your neck and they have their foot on your neck for these vaccines. Ooh, excuse me. For the hoochie coochie.
The hoochie coochie,
so
right?
They can make you bow to their will. So this is a test of making you submit. And a lot of people did. And the lockdown. So now they got a bill in California. It's a lot of joke. He got a bill in California.
Always with the shenanigans, but continue, sis.
I've been paying attention because, I just been listening to everything they say. And they have a bill in California that the doctors will lose their license if they give you advice about the hoochie coochie. They can't even tell you nothing.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it is passed. They passed it. So this dude, this nuisance, is trying to think about running for 2024 as the president. Man, we're going to be in big time trouble with that bad boy, because he's telling us about all the things that we got to get. Not that we want to get, but you're going to do this, you're going to do that, you're going to. He doesn't even give anybody any input. I don't want to have a electric stove. Well, you're going to have electric stove. Oh, but I don't want to have an electric blower for my yard. Oh, but you're going to have an electric blower for your yard. No, I don't want an electric car. Oh, yeah, you're going to have an electric car. And he's setting the precedence of being the big daddy. So he's trying to run for 2024. That's what. Yeah, nuisance.
Is he Republican or Democrat?
No, ma'am. He's blue all the way.
Okay, he's Democrat. Okay.
Yeah, he's a Democrat. And he is also setting up that all the people from all over the country, maybe all over the world, could come here to have their little abortions. But they don't understand that they want zero population. People don't understand that.
Now that part I don't think is true, because the population is actually declining.
It's in their book. They want to get 6 billion less people, and because that's controllable to them. It's in their book, the Klaus Schwab's book and stuff.
Yeah, but they overplayed their hand, and here's why I say that.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you take India. I'm talking about the nation India. Let's say Asia, because you do India, China, and it's another Asian nation I can't think of right now. They have negative birth rates with the girls, okay, because they were doing population control
with the vaccines and stuff. Oops. Gates.
It was before that. It was before that, because you have to think. Let's use China for example. With that one child rule, and not that you couldn't have more children, but if you did, you had to pay a fee. So, and the fee was very, very high. So of course, unless you're upper middle class and above, you couldn't pay that fee. So what they did was families chose to have the one child as the boy. Okay. They were doing that for decades on end. All right. At least 30 years. Now they're having a negative birth rate because they don't have enough women for the men to have children with. Okay. It's so bad in India. Now, I heard this directly from a friend who is from India, but of course she's over here now, saying that they're literally snatching young girls off the street. They're kidnapping them.
Wow.
In order to, we're assuming, force them into marriage, whatever the case. Okay, because they're also in a similar situation. That is also why over here in the U.S., and I done took and told melanated, aka Black folks, that this whole abortion thing wasn't about Black women. It was about white women, because the white population in the U.S. has a negative birth rate. Okay. Mm-hmm. So although they may have documented, their plan to get the population down to a certain number, whatever number that they need to keep control of the realm, because remember, their goal is to keep controlling the realm to recycle souls. Right?
Right.
I think they've overplayed their card. So now they're trying to backpedal, and pretty much they was begging with, and even in Europe, they have negative birth rates because people just aren't feeling having children. It's too expensive. It's just harder to raise children. It's that and the third. So all of the quote, quote, civilized nations, women are having a lot less children. They overplayed their hand. So in some places, even in Europe, they're trying to pay women to have children. Okay. Over here, that's why they were throwing all of these tax credits. Okay. That's why they're throwing all these tax credits at you all to encourage you to keep having children, because they need a certain amount of bodies to keep their slave colony in check. So I don't agree with they're trying to get rid of folks. Now, what they could be doing, they want to selectively. So in other words, if you cannot bring value and profit to the particular system, you're useless to them.
Useless eaters, yeah.
Okay, so that would mean certain amount of the poor. That would also mean the elderly. That would mean people that are disabled. If you ain't generating no type of profit, you're useless to them. That's the layer they're trying to get rid of. But make no mistakes about it, they're not trying to get rid of the younger folks. They want to keep that population going, because what we always have to remember is the biggest commodity on this planet is the planet herself, her resources, so meaning her precious minerals, the land, which is her herself, Mother Earth, and you.
Mm-hmm.
You are the valuable currency. Okay, so think of it as a business. If something's not generating profit for you, if it's making you lose money, I'm going to cut it. I'm going to get rid of it. Okay, so that's really what's going on. Okay, that's why they're also bringing in here in the U.S. immigration, because they need a certain level of population to keep churning the wheels, per se. Okay, because white folks ain't gonna do it. Melanated people don't want to do it. They, we don't want to work the service jobs, the hotel jobs, and et cetera, landscaping, all of that. So they're bringing in the quote, quote, immigrant population to do those jobs. So make no mistake about it, they're not trying to get rid of everybody. It's, if you're not adding any value, they can't get anything out of you. They want you out of here, because the around the world, it's not governments, it's business. That's the part we keep forgetting, and why we took a little time in this series to go through all of the financial stuff, so we can always look at it from a business perspective. We don't have governments, we have oligarchies. Okay?
Overseers.
We have oligarchies tied to empires that has been ruling for centuries. Okay? And they just keep rebranding themselves, changing their names, mixing it up. But make no mistake about it, I don't give a damn what label they stamp on it. For them, it is about business, running them their ends, And ultimately, the ends or the currency, or the frequency, or the energy for them to always control it. So I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
No, but you're right. You're absolutely right. But I want to bring it back a little to the present day from that video that I sent you that you can't you
Well, I
can't
can't
play.
play either one of them, but continue.
But you know, those are the same people that's sitting on that January 6th committee and sitting in some of them Congress seats, that Mitch McConnell and all those Cheneys and stuff, that is trying to make. And we won't miss Clinton. She really thinking that people are stupid enough not to know the Constitution, which is true. Most people don't know the Constitution, and she's probably pretty much on that list too, in some form or another. Because I don't think we had her name up there or not on that banking list.
Well, again, the people that we see in public, they aren't the real bosses. Okay, so even
Oh no, they're
and
not.
it's even more like the Bushes was on that list, and a couple other people. They're higher up in the food chain. So obvious, if Clinton's name wasn't on there, he's not high up in that food chain. But even the people that we recognize on that list, they still answer to other folks.
Well, what they're doing is trying to keep that system going by telling these people and trying to scare them to not go, was it red? Because if they go red, then they kind of have to work harder to find other ways to control the people, you know, like disasters, FEMA, stuff like that. So they're trying to say people like, so she's up there on a commercial saying that, did you know that the legislature of the state can pick a president? Yes, really. You know, I'm thinking, yeah, they can, because the states are the ones who give the electorals. And if there's some impropriety, the Constitution says they can do that. They can take their electorate back. But Pence didn't do that, you see. So she's trying to, because people are not knowledgeable about the law, she's trying to make the law sounds like it's going to, swallow you up and devour you. But what the truth of the matter is, if we keep going at this level that we're going at, it's going to not only swallow you up, you're just not going to exist, because they're going to cut off your food supply. They're talking about cutting out diesel for California, so the trucks can't bring the food. And I'm like, what? Are they serious? So they're going to try to prevent the diesel trucks from coming through Cali. I saw that in an ad. I said, oh my God.
I told y'all what I feel about Cali. I love the physical land of Cali. The plants and all of that, the fruits, the vegetables. But the policies and shit going on
It's
in California, like I said, at this point, break that motherfucker off and let's get together and push that bitch
You may get your wish. They have
out
they
to sea. Shit.
earthquakes.
California is a wreck.
Yeah, it's pretty bad and nuisance. I keep calling him nuisance because that's what he is. He's Pelosi's nephew, So
I didn't know that.
Oh, I thought I told you once before.
I didn't know that. Yeah. Now Pelosi got the juice. Okay, she come from one of those banking families.
Right.
I know we named it. She's higher up on the food chain than the Clintons.
Well, I didn't raise the names of some of the people that was on that lady's video. So who's trying to control the planet. Not only are they on that food list, she said something about embryos, 30 years. So anyway, I was just, trying to put two to two together, and I saw the Romanian, and I saw that Biden is he almost looks like Charles. He almost does. He's the same look. He has the same type of
Child.
past. Everything. Everything is the same. Both wives died in car wrecks. So, so he's trying to keep his dictatorship, who is funded by who. I say it all the time. And you said they already here, but they are funding his stuff. And the fossil thing he shut down, they're shipping some of that to that country too, China. So he's already done, shipped himself out of being. He wouldn't in his. Oh yeah, this is what he did. He wouldn't say in his speech, "God bless America." I said, "Oh, when is you gonna say God bless America, brother?" At the end of it, you know how they say it, and God bless America. He wouldn't say it. He wouldn't say it. I was waiting. He didn't do it because they don't want America to exist anymore as a superpower. And then Putin and China and India, they're saying that the day of the big America is over, but America got their orders from the Pope and from the UK. So they shouldn't even have their guns pointed here at all. Because
and I guess where I want to go with that, because I want us always to be clear. It is not a this one against that one.
Nope.
Publicly, it may appear that way, but behind the scenes, it's already been decided. They plan stuff at a minimum 100 years in advance, okay? So all you have to do is go back in history and you're going to see which particular quote nations or regions of the planet held the seat of power and for how long they held the seat of power. And if you want to really line up major shakeups with what they're calling political systems, you can literally line it up with their quote astrological clock, because they are controlling the energy. So America was not deemed to continue to be the superpower. It's not us against them. It's this is the way it's gonna move. Now it's interesting because I thought, and it still could be the case, that Asia is going to be the new superpower, specifically China. Okay. But it's interesting to just see what's going on with China right now, because even China's financial system is collapsing, which we know that this is all planned. So I'm not sure if it's going to be China or India, because I've literally watched them stand up India. Okay. But India has a long way to go because their infrastructure is just not there yet. But I think their plan is for Asia to be the next superpower, but it is not going to be anything like what we see today. That's why we're trying to get this information out to you all to prepare, because once this financial collapse really gets kaput, because we're literally in the midst of a financial collapse worldwide. This is not just the US. This is worldwide. Okay? It is a planned collapse. Okay?
Oh yeah.
They're going to, once it comes up out of this collapse, it's going to be a totally new worldwide system. It would not even surprise me that what we're calling currency and paper money and all that, I'm pretty sure that shit is going to be gone. Everything's going to be digital. And that's how they're going to really control people. Okay. So I want us to be clear, because you all are at a graduate level. Okay. So we should be able to take the information that you get from the Patriot group, or you get from this other group, put the pieces together to see the bigger play. Okay. Because they have the populace thinking that it's, the Patriots against the Democrats and the Republicans. That still
Same
ain't really
system.
what it's about.
No,
Okay.
it's the same system.
It is about a total worldwide new system. And they're doing it right in front of people's face, like they normally do.
Yeah.
They have to create a crisis, and the crisis is going to be a financial collapse. Okay. We already told y'all last year that inflation was coming, and now inflation is here. And I am telling you, and I think the Fed Reserve here in the States, Powell, just raised interest rates again. I think it was yesterday he raised them. The narrative they're going to put out is that they cannot get inflation under control. The dollar has no value. It's constantly losing value. And they're going to play this game of, well, we're going to blame it on the Democrats. We're going to blame it on the Republicans because the Democrats kept signing off on the stimulus package. They're going to play that fucking game with each other, because I'm already starting to hear them play that game because it's another election cycle next week. They're already playing that game. But make no mistake about it. It's just a game. It's just a roost. And the runaway inflation, because once we hit what they call hyperinflation, and we're literally like, we're like there. The game is over. They're going to collapse it. Okay? Because we're already at double-digit inflation. We already know it. We go to the grocery store. I went, was it yesterday or day before? And I hate you go in the grocery store and you're like, I only need 1-2 items, and then you come up out of there and you like $50 in, and literally I spent $55, didn't plan on spending it, but the food prices are so out of control. I saw some Kraft single cheese slices. They come in the 24 in the little pack. $7. I saw they got me fucked up today. Let me go on and get these 8 slices for $2.99. It's just me, because I'm not finna give you no $7 for no. It was just a principle for me. It really, really fucked up my mind. Okay, so we're already seeing double-digit inflation. Okay, they're already predicting that it's going to be a quote harsh winter, and that the cost to heat your homes are going to double. Okay, so once we hit hyperinflation, and like I said, we're there. So meaning the quote Fed can't stop prices from rising. They're going to be like, oh, we're going to have to change the way the economy flows. We're going to have to change the currency monetary system. And then that's when they're going to stand up the digital currency. Okay. And it's not something that we think is going to happen. We already know that it's going to happen, because they have already built it. They've already tested it. We're just waiting for them to flick the switch. Okay. So I just want us always to remember the bigger game, what's really going on, because this is not like it's new, fam. This isn't new. It's the same script. It isn't new. The dollar ain't always been the dollar. Go back and look at the history of currency. Just look at the U.S. and you'll see the collapse of these different sets of currencies once war breaks out, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so I'm giving you all this information so you don't be shocked and you can prepare yourself, because I don't give a damn what they say. You should never put yourself in the position where you can't feed your family. It never, ever, ever should happen. That's why it's important for us to really, really wake all the hell the way up and really understand how dependent we are on their entire infrastructure system, to something as basic as feeding your family. I mean, literally to survive and live. Okay. I just want you all to be aware. Okay. Everybody should have within your family basic survival stuff. We should have that. Everybody should have, at least a decent amount of stockpile of food that if something jumps off, you're able to feed your family. We should never be to the point where we depend on another man, another system to feed your family. It's dangerous. Okay. So we have to start thinking different. We have to move different. We have to be more strategic. We have to become more self-sufficient. Okay. And that is, that does mean infrastructure. It does. You have to be prepared to do those things, because anytime you're not prepared to do those things, you're going to always be at the mercy of someone else. And I know I say this and I say this and I say this again and I say this again and again and again. You are a prisoner of war.
Yeah.
We should not ever forget that. The system that we see today is not for your benefit. Even when it was originally set up, it was shaky to begin with. We have to wake up out of the slumber. We should be in the mindset of self-sufficiency. We should be living it the best way we can and also teaching it to your children. Because if not, it's just going to be the same cycle over and over again. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
No, I didn't have anything to say. I was just
Okay, I didn't know if I had cut you off, because I know I had went in, but
No, you haven't cut me off. I was trying to work a microphone.
Okay. So, real quick, we'll go into the Biden stuff that I ran across. Let's go to his stuff first. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. While I
one thing I want to say. One thing I want to say. I had a lot of people who had dementia and Alzheimer's and stuff like that, and I question his. Some doctors say he has it. They worked there at the presidential place with him before, and he certainly has it and all that kind of stuff. But most people, if they're that advanced, like he pretends he is, and I put the pretends in quotes, I'm just like, you should be less vocal than you are. And you should be less and more scatterbrained than you pretend to be. I don't know if he's putting on a game or not. Putting on a show. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he does have whichever Biden they're showing us, but that's
they keep changing
allegedly
it
and supposedly. Mm-hmm. That's just my humble opinion. um, yeah, I don't think he's all there mentally anyway. But if we want to be honest, does he really need to be?
No, somebody else is
Because
pulling
all of
them
them are,
strings.
yeah, all of them are taking orders anyway.
Yeah, they are, and they telling him what to do and say.
Yeah, because they're just an officer in a corporation. That's all.
Yeah, yeah, and he was told to close down the money, close down the pipeline, stop this, stop that, defund the police, do this and that. You know, it's their Marxists. They say, quote unquote, they say rule book on how to take over a civilization or a country.
Yeah, it's definitely the same thing. It's the same script. Peace and love, nephew Nuwa. You could come on in. You can unmute yourself whenever you want. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing very good. Can't complain. Just cooking up a little something to eat. How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
Peace and love,
Good.
brother Nuwa.
Good.
Peace and
Good
love,
Glad to
Peace
have
and
you.
Andrea.
Glad to have you.
I see California is a hot mess. I can't believe what's going on in California. Sorry to hear that.
Ooh, God.
Dr.
Wow.
Newsom is the only one that wants to give people sex changes or give the kids the ability to have sex changes. That's kind of sad.
Yeah, and
So just-
somebody in California got to pay for it, but it ain't him.
Well, yeah, you.
Right,
Yeah.
Retarded.
right. Now you got money for penises and hoo-ha, but you got
Homeless
Skid
on the
Row.
street.
Exactly. People literally
What's
shitting
funny?
in the street in California, but you got money for hoo-has and penises.
And
Right.
they arrest people that feed the homeless and feed the poor. And that's crazy to me.
Well, you know, they get in trouble in some states for feeding homeless and poor folks. So, you know, they can't even put a toilet up there for all them people. And and it's really, really bad. I haven't been up there, but I saw some pictures of it and I'm like, yikes.
And isn't there
it's-
that Skid Row, isn't that Auntie Maxine's district, or am I lying upon her?
That's LA. Hers is out. That's in LA.
Okay, so I thought that was her district.
No, not San Francisco. Nuisance is up in San Francisco,
No,
Sacramento.
I'm talking about Skid Row in LA.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they got both of them. They got more Skid Rows coming up in Cali. Okay.
Yeah,
And
I know San Fran, because I actually was
Yeah.
gonna take a trip out to San Fran, my sister and I, and shit, not the way they robbing and thugging. I'm like, oh well, sis, we can't do it. This, that, and the third.
No, I wasn't either.
Yeah, I heard San Fran is really, really bad.
Yeah.
But
Rules.
yeah, because they're pretty much letting people do what they want.
Defunded.
Right, they're trying
stand
to
down,
defund.
have the-
Exactly. So now I was talking about Skid Row in LA. That's Auntie Maxine Waters.
Yeah, and she
territory.
got a $6 million house. Right?
Yeah, she chilling. She chilling. So,
Yeah, she gonna beat up Trump and everything, and because he was trying to make people kind of more even, I think, and
Well,
they didn't like that.
Trump card, and we called this early on when he got elected. We told you all that Trump card was put in office to give you so much of the game. So in their mindset, they have given you disclosure. Okay? Because at the end of the day, they're still slick with it because they understand what laws really matter in this realm, which is universal law. So Trump was their way of giving disclosure.
Right.
It doesn't matter that people don't like him, this, that, and the third. Well, you can't say we didn't tell you.
That's true. They can't.
It's not their problem that the average population, they just don't give a damn. They're not going to look at anything beyond what they're feeding them on a continuous loop on what they're calling information and media. So they knew very well what Trump came to do. And the sad part about it, population, they spoke. They spoke. They said, you know, we rather have the Dems here to keep lying to us.
Yeah.
Talk about frying motherfucking chicken and how black folks is not offended that they want to offer you weed and chicken dinners. It is what it is. It is what it is. I'm sorry. Go ahead, nephew.
No, I think even Hunter was disclosure as well. Because if
Yeah,
you know what's
I
going on
got
with
something
Hunter
on
and
that
you don't,
tonight.
it's what to say, like, that's bold-faced in your face and no one's being impeached, no one's being arrested. That to me was disclosure right there in your face.
Absolutely.
Right in your face.
And no one's doing it.
Absolutely.
There.
Well, and shout out to the chat
And
again. I'm sorry. Go ahead, nephew.
I just want to say, if Trump's family or anyone was to do anything of that nature, it would have been plastered all over the news because it was Russia for 3-something years.
Right.
Couldn't find anything. So it's just really, it shows how played or how protected the individual really is.
Yeah. And I actually have something I'm going to go into in a second on the Biden laptop stuff. So shout out to the chat. Shout out to Nisi Poo in the house. Shout out to Sis Tifa. Shout out to Sis Kiki. I see you, sis.
Love your reflection.
Huh?
I'm just saying I love your reflection.
Yeah, so shout out to the fam that just joined us.
Shout out to I'm born here. See you.
Huh?
I'm born here. Shout out to you. Big up yourself.
Okay. And shout out to Curly says facts. I don't know why I can't get my comments to show up anymore so I can put them on the screen. Facts. Trump was giving game about taxes and all. Exactly. And nobody wanted to hear it. Nobody wanted to hear it. And I think Indian Carter said, yeah, his taxes have gone up for his business. So that's what people asked for. Although, let's make no mistake about it, the game is rigged on both sides. But people, they're not astute enough to understand what's truth and what's not. And again, that's not their fault. Okay. So I'm going to bring up, bear with me here. There is follow-up items, and I got this next set of information I'm finna go over. I got it from a financial channel. So shout out to that financial channel that was talking about it. And I was able to go pull this information. So this particular one is from BBC. Zuckerberg, and as a matter of fact, if you all have been paying attention, Meta, because Facebook rebranded to Meta to get prepared for Metaverse, and they've already bought one of the virtual or VR companies to get prepped for Metaverse. But if you've been paying attention to the stock market, Meta itself and Facebook have been taking a beating.
Yeah.
Okay. They have been taking a beating. Right? So it's interesting to me. I don't know if Meta is going to stand up. It's going to be, I think this is the direction they're going to go. I don't know for sure. it's going to be one or two things. Either Meta is going to dissolve totally, which Meta is Facebook, so that includes Facebook and the metaverse that Facebook is trying to build, or Facebook is going to totally get rid of Facebook and just totally focus on the metaverse stuff. Okay, but something's going on with Facebook, and believe you me, it's planned. Let's make no mistake about it. It's planned. But there's a big shift going on. Yeah, we're gonna get into that tonight because my financial person talks about. He was talking about censorship, and Facebook is in hot water as usual. Now, what's interesting is I told y'all years ago, and child, I cannot find that article. It's been scrubbed. I just give up. I've been looking for this article 3-something years that gave the rundown. It's one of these underground articles that gave the rundown on how Mark Zuckerberg came into play with Facebook and how he was hired to run Facebook. He didn't come up with any of it, this, that, and the third. We already knew that. And in that particular body of work, the man predicted that Facebook was going to collapse. He said that it was going to be a planned collapse because at that point, Facebook would have achieved what it needed to achieve, which was be a surveillance.
Right. Getting personal data.
Exactly. And so let's get into this because we're going to get into the censorship stuff. So,
and before you go,
sure, nephew.
Auntie, before one thing I've been coming to aware of is that there is an app in China that basically everyone's on, and that app has social media. It has your ability to order stuff. I forgot the name of it at the top of my head, but basically, as you say that they're trying to bring Facebook down, is basically they want to implement that type of app next. Where basically everything, your social activity, if you say Meta is going to form into one app that will have all of that across the board, similar to what China is doing. And basically is to control everyone through your phone. They can, your social credit score. It basically will tie back into the social credit score and control people from that perspective.
Yeah. That it makes sense to me. It makes total sense. So the next set of stuff we're getting ready to go over is going to talk about the censorship, this, that, and the third. But we told y'all years ago that, now this is my humble opinion, okay? My opinion, my gut feeling. And I called this a couple years ago. I literally told you all, each one of these head of these tech companies, I told you all, these white men did not come up with this stuff. I told you they were handed this technology and they were appointed in these positions to be the CEOs of these particular companies. And I also told you that those particular tech companies are tied in to the government agencies. I said that years ago. Okay? Now, that was my opinion. And of course, you know, that's what they call conspiracy theorists, this, that, and the third, whatever the case may be. So,
it's not conspiracy. The White House, the girlfriend, now
you're breaking up.
They have a direct line. Mic check.
Okay, you're good now.
The young girl from the White House, red hair, freckled, before she left. She made a statement saying that the White House has a direct line into Facebook where they can basically control who they like and who the dissidents basically.
Absolutely.
And basically shut text down or political objectives that they have. They have a direct line, and she openly said that in the conference meeting.
Absolutely, and that's what we're going to go over tonight. Yeah, but you know that's what they said. We're spreading misinformation. That's what they said we were doing.
Right, and again, it's come to disclosure. Once they say it, it's now open information, and they hope that you can hear it. Before they say it, it's called disinformation. Right. So this particular one is Zuckerberg tells Rogan FBI warning prompts Biden laptop story censorship.
Yeah.
Facts.
Mark Zuckerberg says Facebook restricting a story about Joe Biden's son during the 2020 election was based on FBI misinformation warnings. Now, y'all remember, okay, so I know, you know, us Gen X's and boomers, we the only ones still on Facebook. I understand all of that, okay? In my defense, look at me. In my defense, that's how I keep up with family, this, that, and the third. It's just easier that way. Okay, get the little cute memes, this, that, and the third. But that's really Facebook's core audience. You know, the millennials, they don't really mess with Facebook like that. And if they do, they're using it like I'm using it to keep up with family. Okay, definitely the next generations after that, they ain't messing with Facebook at all. All right. So Facebook's core audience has already shrank significantly. But those of us that were on it on the 2020 election, actively using it is what I'm trying to say. We saw where people was putting a post up about the election, and they was putting the warnings on there, talking about you putting out false information, and that and the third, and then came back and hit the nerve telling you with an article on why there was a false information recently, and they stopped it. Honey, they was even censoring curse words. You would literally be in the chat joking around, commenting rather on somebody's stuff, and we were getting flagged for cuss words. That's how bad Facebook has gotten. It's not accidental. Okay. So, the New York Post alleged leaked emails from Hunter Biden's laptop showed the then vice president was helping his son's business dealings in Ukraine. Now, remember, they was telling us conspiracy folks that we were doing misinformation.
Right.
Y'all remember? Y'all remember? Because I remember. So this ain't Rhonda saying this. This ain't Sandra saying this. This is BBC News now. And this raglass Zuckerberg admitting it. Facebook and Twitter restricted sharing of the article before reversing course amid allegations of censorship. Zuckerberg said that getting the decision wrong sucks. Yeah. So, y'all magically got that decision wrong and turned around and flagged our shit saying we were spreading false information. Oh, okay then. Let's continue. When we take down something that we're not supposed to, that's the worst. Zuckerberg said in a rare extended media interview on the Joe Rogan podcast. The New York Post story was released just weeks before the presidential election between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, which Mr. Biden won. It claimed that a laptop abandoned in a repair shop by Hunter Biden contained emails which included details of Hunter introducing a Ukrainian energy tycoon to his father and arranging a meeting. There is no recording on Mr. Biden's schedule that such a meeting ever took place. Critically, it fed into long-running, unproven allegations about corruption on Joe Biden's part to ensure his son's business success in Ukraine. In that context, the New York Post story, based on exclusive data no other news agency had access to, was met with skepticism and censored by social media outlets. Zuckerberg told Rogan, the background here is that the FBI came to us, so I want y'all to read that. Zuckerberg said the FBI came to some of the folks on our team and was like, hey, just so you know, you should be on high alert. We thought there was a lot of Russian propaganda in 2016 election. We have it on notice that basically there's about to be some kind of dump that's similar to that. So those of you on Facebook, y'all remember when they started cracking down, talking about something that was Russia propaganda, this, that, and the third? The Alphabet Boys was telling Zuckerberg, this is what you're going to allow. This is what you're not going to allow on your platform. Okay. Now, how these tech companies are getting away with this censorship, that's all of them. Because they are listed as private entities. So meaning it's their stuff. So if, Rhonda, I don't want you up here talking about the things that I always have to skirt around talking about, the hoochie coochie and all of that. I can do it because I'm a private entity and it's not censorship. But if you have the Alphabet Boys now telling you what folks can report on or talk about, then to me, that's censorship. But let's continue.
They're going head to head about that soon. They say the censorship.
Yeah. He said the FBI did not warn Facebook about the Biden story in particular, only that Facebook thought it fit the pattern.
Mm-hmm.
I'm calling bullshit, Zuckerberg. In my opinion, they told you exactly
what they were doing it for.
They told you exactly. Look out for XYZ story. Flag that shit and take it down. Put people in Facebook jail, this, that, and the third. The article remains controversial. The hard drive at its center was provided to the Post by Donald Trump's own lawyer, Rudy Giuliani. More than a year after the story appeared, the Washington Post conducted its own analysis and concluded the laptop and some emails were likely to be authentic, but the majority of the data could not be verified due to sloppy handling of the data. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Who y'all think y'all fooling?
People who don't pay no attention to life.
They know how to analyze data, danalize data. You're not going to convince me that you don't know when something's authentic or not. But let's continue. Other once skeptical news organizations, such as the New York Times, have agreed at least some of the emails are genuine. Rogan, one of the most popular podcasters in the world, with an audience of millions of each episode, has himself been accused of spreading misinformation in the past. asking Zuckerberg if he regretted suppressing the factual story, the Facebook founder replies, "It sucks. I think in the same way that having to go through a criminal trial but proven innocent in the end sucks. In the end, you're free." But Zuckerberg acknowledged that there remained disagreement about the story, which he said was a hyper-political issue. Yeah.
It ain't no hyper. They made it that.
Right. Depending on what side. I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, nephew.
No, I just want to add, did he pay for some of those ballot boxes and to make sure that
Yeah,
people got on the vote? So wasn't he like invested?
Yeah, he did that money out there. He put out there 400,000 or something to for the ballot boxes.
So he was invested in the outcome. Oh,
yeah, he was invested in the outcome.
So again, they suppressed the laptop stuff because if some of those emails would have been brought to the major news media as being credible, it would have validated the Trump patriot, same thing, shit. Folks, it would have validated them. Okay?
So what's wrong with that?
And that wasn't a part of their script. Their script was for Biden to get into office. All right. So it says depending on what I'm sorry, go ahead. All right. Depending on
Biden is the most nominated.
Yeah. Depending on what side of the political spectrum you're on, you either think we didn't censor it or we censored it way too much. Facebook did not completely ban sharing of the article, but instead limited how much its algorithms automatically shared it to other people for a week, while third-party fact checkers tried to verify the reporting. So here again, when you hear content creators talking about they're messing with the algorithms, we're not making this stuff up. So while people could post the article and discuss it, it was less likely to spread organically to new users. That's censorship. By contrast, Twitter banned sharing of the article at all. Both social media companies found themselves blasted by the U.S. Republicans and Donald Trump supporters and had to explain their actions before a U.S. Senate hearing in the following days. Meta, Facebook's parent company, highlighted that Zuckerberg had addressed the FBI warnings at the 2020 hearing, saying of the Joe Rogan interview that none of this is new. But in a wide-ranging interview that covered Meta's virtual reality ambitions and Zuckerberg's personal life, the creator of Facebook also talked about his dislike for dealing with such thorny issues.
Yeah. He ran out of the way.
Okay, then. Because you sure ain't pushed back when the Alphabet Boys tapped you on the shoulder and told you to suppress it. You ain't pushed back on none of that. Okay?
He didn't mind putting them ballot boxes in the minority community either, did he?
I don't know nothing about that. All I know is that you're full of shit, Zuckerberg. You do what the Alphabet Boys tell you to do, and I'm still ain't done with your behind. I still got more stuff to discuss on your ass. You do what they tell you to do because they put you on. I didn't get into this to basically judge these things. Yeah. I got into this to design technology that helps people connect, he told Rogan. Yeah. This whole thing that is arbitrating what is okay and what is not, I obviously have to be involved in that because at some level, I run the company and I can just abdicate that. But I also don't think that as a matter of governance, you want all of that decision making vested in one individual. But that's what you did, though, Zuckerberg. So what the fuck is you talking about? Because if Facebook is a private entity, you're able to decide what's on there or what's not. So miss me with the bullshit, okay? All right, so that's just one thing. Oh, and this is coming from the BBC. That's just one thing. Go ahead, sis, while I try to pull up the
some people believed he changed the course of the election by doing that.
Absolutely.
Because there's lots of people who said, I wouldn't have put my mark near that other person's name if we had known that. So, and that was the theory out there too. So he, and plus they have the boxes he paid for too in the neighborhoods. So unsecured ballot stuff. Mm-hmm. And he intended to do that. So he's swimming up the creek backwards. So he's not telling the truth. And I heard today somewhere, this is hearsay, that he said he's not no lizard.
I don't get no fucks. What he talking about? None of that bullshit.
Well, he got that out there today. Why he did that today?
Girl, I don't care about that. Exactly. Thank you, Wolf. He's a Rothschild. Thank you, baby. I'm telling you, that article that has been scrubbed from the internet broke all of that down.
Yeah.
Yes,
going on himself in the sense that he's saying that he doesn't want all this power to go into one hands, but obviously it's already there because someone told the FBI to go shut that story down and go exactly to Zuckerberg to get it done. The hand is already there. That person's already making that call.
Exactly.
It was shut down for 2 years, not just a little bit of time, more than 2 years.
So yeah, he's full of it, but I know somebody they didn't know I was in tech at the time, and they just casually said that they had a back door into Facebook. And I looked at the person. They work for one of the alphabet agencies. I don't know if the person still works for one of the alphabet agencies. And so my place sis looked at me, and that's when she told this person, she's in tech also. So I asked the person, I said, I know you can't give details. I said, I'm assuming you are in this particular agency, you are cybersecurity. And they just kind of smiled at me. I said, uh-huh. I said, so you don't have to tell me anything. I am assuming that you have a back door to go in and see everything. And they smiled. They never denied nor confirmed. But here we go. New York Post. You can see this came out Monday. Yeah. Feds keep Facebook censorship portal despite Department of Homeland Security Disinformation Board demise.
Yeah. I heard that this week too.
Government and law enforcement officials are able to request censorship of Facebook and Instagram posts using a special portal, despite the Biden administration's failed attempt to establish a disinformation governance board, according to a new report. The previously unknown portal allows officials with .gov or law enforcement email addresses to request censorship in the name of fighting disinformation. Facebook reportedly created the portal for the Department of Homeland Security and other entities to squash content. The link remains live despite the public fury over the proposed board to police domestic political speech, which was scrapped earlier this year due to backlash and questions about its legality.
My question is, how they gonna know it's disinformation until they check it out? So anything that displeases them, obviously, is what they call disinformation.
Pretty much.
Right.
I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew.
Sorry, just going to say that is their definition of disinformation. Anything that goes against their narrative.
Their narrative, yep.
And I guess, let's think about it like this. They tried to put the shit on the books. They tried to put it on the books from their legalese/legality to say we have the right to tell these social media companies what data to scrub. So they tried to squeeze that in, and folks learned the lesson. Enough folks learned the lesson from when they did the first original censorship when them Twin Towers came down. Okay, I got to talk in code because that's another thing that's being censored.
Yeah.
Okay, because out of those towers coming down, they got on the books, their legalese books, a lot of censorship. They got on their books these government agencies. So they tried to add additional stuff saying private entities, we want the legal right to tell you what to scrub. And enough people were like, no, get the fuck on out of here with that. Y'all already done got that over on us when them towers went down, tapping into people's phone calls, this, that, and the third. We're not letting this pass. So what did they do? They told Facebook, you're going to do it anyway. Okay? The social media giant did not immediately respond to the post's request for comment on the portal. The disbanded Department of Homeland Security board was likened by Republicans and also some left wings and libertarian critics to an Orwellian Ministry of Truth after it was announced in April. The Disinformation Board was announced shortly after billionaire Elon Musk, and we're going to talk about this again tonight, after billionaire Elon Musk reached an initial deal to buy Twitter in order to implement pro-free speech and anti-censorship reforms, heightening suspicion that it would be used by the administration as a bludgeon against free expression. The Intercept report revealing the special portal was published just days after Musk formally took over Twitter and fired top executives accused of politically biased censorship. Critics of the Department of Homeland Security board said that its mission ran afoul of the spirit of the First Amendment, which shields citizens from government actions to curb free speech. So what's going on with the dog? Is he like hearing all of this and he pissed off too? Because he in the back cutting up. All right, so Senator Haggerty of Tennessee and other critics charged the board's creation may have been illegal as well, pointing to the Anti-Deficiency Act, which says the executive branch can't spend money unless Congress authorizes it, and to Congressional Review Act rules of new regulatory measures. Ironically, so-called disinformation expert Nina Jankowicz was expected to lead the DHS censorship board despite repeatedly casting doubt on the Post reporting on documents from Hunter Biden's laptop, which the Washington Post and New York Times belatedly verified. Okay, so again, they telling you that old boy's laptop, the information up on the laptop was verified. But yet Facebook would censor it.
You can't see it.
Sis.
I said, but you can't see it. That's what I said.
Right. The White House press secretary, Jen, said at the time that the board would merely continue anti-disinformation work underway during the Trump administration. She highlighted the work of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, whose former director, Chris, was fired by President Donald Trump for rejecting his claims about the 2020 election fraud. Skeptics of online censorship note that remarks deemed disinformation can later gain widespread acceptance. In one instance of repealed censorship, Facebook banned discussions of the what? Wuhan Institution of the Virology possible role in the hoochie coochie pandemic until mid-2021. So wasn't they shutting down YouTube/Google? Didn't y'all shut down people's accounts talking about the hoochie coochie and the Wuhan situation? You said that it was disinformation? Government officials who had steered funding towards risky research conducted by the lab said it was an unfounded conspiracy theory, but it later gained broad credibility, including from U.S. spy agencies who label it one of two possible explanations for the pandemic's origin. Okay, so shout out to the New York Post. I'm assuming that they, whatever the case, consider all of this that we're going over. This is their disclosure to you, fam, saying, yeah, we was lying. We was straight up lying. Yeah, they're not going to come out and say the conspiracy theorists, they were right about the Biden laptops. They were right about the Wuhan labs. And the origins of the hoochie coochie. They ain't going to come out there and say that point blank. But that's literally what they're saying. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So what they going to do about that 6.5 that died?
And here come the sex bots. You see what the fuck I'm talking about?
They already up there with you.
Yeah. Shit. Go ahead, sis.
I can't count how many programs you had to rewrite because I used to talk about it, and they didn't like that. You said, here they come.
Right. So now, and I'm just reading from mainstream media, but I get the motherfucking sex bots and shit in my shit. Go ahead, sis.
No, I'm just laughing because, they have 6.5 they're going to have to answer to. And somebody put out a post, can't we all just call it amnesty and move on?
Yeah.
They're asking for amnesty on that.
Yeah. So let me see, is that the end of the article? Yeah, that's the end of the article.
Yeah,
all right. So, most people in the comments, they're fired up about it. So shout out to the New York Post. Just so you know, This particular news agency, I don't know which state and city, this ABC 15 Alive News is reporting the same thing as well. Okay. And this particular person on Twitter literally pulled the document where Facebook has the portal to let the Alphabet Boys agencies go in and
still going to,
pretty much censor information. Okay. So this story has definitely gained traction. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis, because I still got most stuff to pull.
No problem. But I was just thinking, Facebook originally was from the FBI, the 3-letter agency, excuse me. Before anyway, and TikTok is China, I understand, allegedly. So and then I understand not only that, they're taking your blood samples for your DNA and maybe, just maybe, making weapons that is nationality specific. That's another thing they're up against right now, and they're talking about it. And so what they did over there, they're doing right here in this country as well, with the enhancement of the hoochie and the coochie. So there's a lot of mess going on, but see, we're talking about democracy. We're talking about democracy, right?
Mm-hmm. So let's get on Elon Musk. All right, Nisi Pooh, you probably already know this.
Anything in the media about him is a bull-faced lie. That's what she said.
So let's get into Elon Musk. This getting ready to be interesting. This getting ready to be on and popping. And shout out now, I got this stuff, y'all. I mean, I pull the articles and stuff myself, but I got this update from a financial channel. Okay. Child, let's continue. So this particular article I pulled is from called 9 to 5 Mac. So Elon's latest business, and this came out a couple days ago, Elon's latest business innovation for Twitter is to charge $8 a month for verification and other benefits. Okay? Because I'm pretty sure y'all have heard now that Musk was forced to buy Twitter because he had backed out, and because I think he was saying that the valuation, it was way overpriced, this, that, and the third. Push came to shove, he wound up buying it. So this is getting you all caught up on what's going on with Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Billionaire Elon Musk took over as owner and CEO of Twitter last week, following a long saga between himself and the company. Now that he's in charge of the social network, one of his first orders was to completely revamp account verification programs. On Tuesday, Musk confirmed that anyone will be able to get a blue check mark plus some other benefits for $8 a month. Okay? So those of you that's on Twitter, doing your thing, you got the blue verification check mark that Twitter gives out based on the number of followers that you have, this, that, and the third. And with that blue check mark, advertisers reach out to you more and start paying you to post things, this, that, and the other. That check ain't finna mean shit, okay? It's not finna mean nothing, okay? So, or maybe they're just gonna use the check and plus your followers, okay? And maybe that's how you'll still get your advertising money. But I told you all a couple of weeks ago, anybody on the social media platforms, If you are using them as your main source of income, you better get prepared and have a backup plan. I told you that. They are getting ready to revamp, okay? Now, the word on the financial street is we are in a recession. The advertising dollars are going to dry up. So that means if you are depending on these particular social media platforms as your main source of income and you're getting ad revenue, your cut of the pie is getting ready to get much smaller because the advertisers that pay the Googles, the Facebooks, them, etc., they are going to severely cut their budget. So if they cut their advertising budget, that means the monetization checks that you're getting from these tech companies, that is going to be cut as well. All right? Because you're already being hammered from a censorship perspective. You put a video up and any little thing you say in it is either you getting a copyright strike from somebody else's material. Okay, I'm going to give you that. You know, I don't have an issue with that if people don't want me using their intellectual property, this, that, and the third. Okay, whatever the case may be. Or you're getting a strike because, you know what, I'm sick of that lady with her big ass mouth. With the locks talking shit, MF and SB, and I find it offensive. I'm going to flag her shit. Folks are getting their money messed with that way as well, getting their content flagged and taken down. Okay? And you just heard Facebook admit that they can simply take you out of the algorithms or slow the algorithms down. Okay? Do not think for one bit that whole Alex Jones trial with him having to pay out, I think they said close to $1 billion. With him crying and all that shit, because remember, he got kicked off of all the social media platforms, but Alex Jones had already stood up his own, media company via the internet. He already had his own shit and he was making multi-million dollars that way. So in other words, he stopped depending on the social media networks and stood up his stuff on his own, and he turned around and got sued civilly and lost. I told you all then. It was on purpose. It was to come and shut down these quote, quote, truther communities. I told you they're coming for you. I am telling you, if you are making your main source of income from these social media sites, you better have a backup and you better get it like yesterday. Okay? And that's going to be including Patreon. And that's even going to be included if you stand up stuff on your own.
PayPal.
Which, that's the best way to do it. Stand up your own platform.
Yep.
They gave you the warning with Alex Jones. We will sue your ass civilly. Okay?
$1 billion.
That's why you also have celebrities going after content creators. It's planned. Okay? It's censorship across the board. Okay? All right. So that blue check mark on Twitter now, must say and all, you could pay $8 for it. Okay? Twitter verification will now be available as a paid subscription. Musk, I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew.
Sorry, Lindsay, but what does it mean really to have that mark? Does that mean like
it's big money to people? Now, I'm not a Twitter person. Y'all know my motherfucking nerves is bad. I'm anal, and I can't keep up with that shit. I literally have an Instagram account, and I don't even be on there. I have an Instagram account for Truth UnCONPromeyezed, and I don't be on there because shit is too much. It's too much for me. Because I got other shit going on in my life.
It's called life.
Exactly, called life. So it's too much for me to keep up with Twitter, Ditter, and all them. But I know enough of the space to know having that check mark brings big dollars.
Stamp of approval.
Exactly. It's the stamp of approval. So, Musk plans.
Make a lot of money.
Huh?
Sorry, he's about to make a lot of money if he's charging $8 a pop for a mark. Damn.
Yeah, but the
your mark, Anthony? You got your mark?
Yeah, because everybody's gonna jump to get the mark because they're gonna think that ooh, if I have the mark, that I'm going to bring in advertising, and what I'm telling you all, it's going to do the opposite. The advertisers, they're already gonna pull back because they're gonna reduce their budget, because marketing budgets are also tied to the amount of disposable income people are going to spend money on. So in other words, if people are cutting back, then I know they can't afford to buy my products like that, or they're cutting back to be leaner because of the recession. So advertisers adjust their budget accordingly. So the money stream from these advertisers were already going to dry up. So I am telling you all, this is going to be across the board naturally. Now with Musk coming in, giving a little check mark, making people pay $8 for it, that's even going to water down even more. Matter of fact, that check mark ain't finna have no value.
Or true meaning.
Right. It's not going to have the meaning that it once had. Okay. So parents, and I know a lot of the Z generation, I know a lot of them youngins, they're into this influencer. I am telling you now, that shit is dead. This is the beginning of the influencers, that shit being dead. Because the advertising budget is already going to dry up. So if your babies are planning to make a career as an influencer, or if they are already influencers, start preparing them to have a backup plan.
You know, this is also a way for them to keep their taxes, a way to track you on taxes as well.
Let me tell you, they are already tracking you on taxes.
I mean, for the influencers, I don't know if they
are. You got to pay taxes. They ain't fucking around. Influencers, and I know influencers, y'all like, yep, she right on that. Ain't he right on that? They're already paying taxes on it.
Half before you even get it.
Oh, they tax it before it comes?
Well, it depends on how you set up. I don't know if that's how Twitter and them do it, or if it's already being reported to the IRS now. So they're already paying taxes on it.
So they got you coming and going.
So it's deeper than that.
Mm-hmm.
This is about
censorship.
Censorship But I am warning these babies, you better find a backup career.
Mm-hmm.
And you better do it like yesterday. Okay? So, however, Musk plans to charge for the account verification through Twitter Blue subscription were first revealed by a report on Monday. However, the report claimed that it would cost users $20 per month. In a new tweet on his personal account, Twitter's new CEO confirmed that verification and other Twitter Blue benefits would cost $8 a month. Twitter's verification program is currently restricted to public people such as celebrities, creators, journalists, and politicians. Okay? So the creators are the influencers. The celebrities, they're getting brand deals and all of that shit from it as well. However, Musk has always been against this idea, as he believes that all users should be able to verify their accounts as legitimate. So do you all understand the value of what that verification check mark meant? It was only for these certain group of people.
The elite.
Okay, and the creators, that's your influencer crowd. And what I am telling y'all, y'all better get a backup plan, and you better get it like yesterday.
Wholeness and power.
Hey, Brother Sean, peace and love, brother. How are you?
Hey, brother.
I'm good. How y'all?
Good to hear your voice.
Yeah.
Likewise. Continue, sis.
Okay, I'm glad you on. Okay.
Glad to have you, bruh. We need some fire.
One of the concerns about the change in Twitter's verification program is that the Blue subscription is only available in a few countries. See, I didn't know that. While Musk didn't provide details about expanding it to more regions, he did confirm that the price will be adjusted proportionately by country to ensure purchasing power parity. Elon Musk wants to change everything on Twitter. Since Musk took over as CEO of Twitter, there's a lot going on at the company. For instance, Twitter is going back to being a private company with no shareholders or board of directors. He has also fired top executives from the company, including former Twitter CEO and the chief financial officer. As the new CEO, Musk has also ordered managers to work 12 hours a day, suspended the social network's moderation policies, and discontinued Twitter Blue's ad-free articles. He has also been threatening to lay off half of the employees to get them to agree to his demands, which also includes making engineers show him the code they have been working on. As for the Twitter Blue subscription changes, it's unclear when they will be made available to the public. All right, so hold on. Still got another last article to share on this. My bad. I thought I had pulled it up because we got some update on.
Yeah, he got a good reason.
Absolutely.
Because that verification and people paying to be verified, that eliminate all the bots. And that bot situation was one of the reasons he ain't want to buy it. Because they saying that they got this many people active on here, and a lot of the accounts are fake accounts.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because you all also know that Twitter was losing money.
Mm-hmm.
It was losing money big time. Okay. All right. So this one is from CBS News. Report Elon Musk. And this came out, what's this today? I think I pulled this yesterday, but nonetheless, it don't matter. Elon Musk set to fire roughly half of Twitter's workers. All right, so let's see. I'm going to try to play this, child. Let's see. Well, now, why ain't it playing?
Started again.
Oh, wait a minute, y'all. Hold on. Because I want y'all to be able to hear it too. Although I don't know why it's not playing. So let's try this again. Okay, so this fucked up. How come it ain't? Oh, there it is.
Typically for some time, they were not getting along pretty much all throughout this deal process. But there are almost certainly going to be layoffs of, rank and file staff. He's going to go about reorganizing the company probably in relatively short order.
So that's on the management side. Let's talk about the policy side. Do we have any insight into what his policy is going to be on banned users?
Musk has realized over the past several months that in order to run this business, you kind of have to deal with advertisers in a way that they want to be dealt with.
Kelly Hayes, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, y'all. Let me try to do
Medical
that again.
house calls are back, and they're better than ever. Welcome to Dispatch Health.
A care team of medical professionals actually come to your house. It's almost everything that they can do at the ER. They can do the x-rays, they can do stitches, and with the compassion and bedside manner that you just don't see these days.
And it's covered by most insurance, including Medicare.
I felt like their only patient. That's the kind of care that I want for me, for my family.
See if Dispatch Health serves your home at dispatchhealth.com.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us on
well,
this.
damn, the hell with it. So I'm going to have to, I'm going to see if I can refresh it. This another damn ad. CBS, you done already made money once. See, this is the advertisement. This is how CBS is getting a little change. Okay? So let's see if I can get this to run. If not, I will read it. But shit, I ain't getting paid for this ad, so you getting a silent treatment. Okay, so let me see. Bear with me, fam.
A $44 billion acquisition. There's already been a management shakeup within the company. After the deal closed, Musk fired 3 of Twitter's top executives. The takeover has left users, advertisers, and employees in the dark about Elon Musk's intentions. The deal means Twitter is now a private company, and everyday investors will no longer be able to buy shares. The New York Stock Exchange suspended trading in the company's stock Friday. Those shares will be delisted on November 8th. Kaylee Hayes joins us. She's a senior tech reporter with Business Insider. Kaylee has been following the Twitter story from the very beginning. With the firing of these top executives, is this just the beginning of the Twitter shakeup?
I would say so, yes, Catherine. He has definitely been gunning for the executives specifically for some time. They were not getting along pretty much all throughout this deal process. But there are almost certainly going to be layoffs of, rank and file staff. He's going to go about reorganizing the company probably in relatively short order.
So that's on the management side. Let's talk about the policy side. Do we have any insight into what his policy is going to be on banned users?
I'm not sure. He said publicly before that he doesn't really believe in permanent bans, lifetime bans, etc. So there's a handful of people in there, including former President Trump. He, though, lately has seemed to be attempting to walk back a little bit some of the things that he said publicly about content moderation and, free speech, etc. He said just yesterday, in a note definitely targeted towards advertisers that he did not want the platform to be a free-for-all hellscape. So he knows that Twitter is a business. He knows that that business is based on advertising. He knows that advertisers like to feel brand safety or at least have some element of that on a given platform. So it remains to be seen exactly what his policy will be, but probably some people will be coming back.
Yeah, he put out a tweet late today saying that those found or barred with minor or dubious offenses would be freed from what he called Twitter jail. So just to take that a step further, within hours of acquiring Twitter, there's been a reported explosion in hate speech on the platform. So how does he respond?
I think he probably doesn't respond. Honestly,
Okay.
Musk seems to be one of the executives that lets things play out sometimes. He responds to things sometimes, and a lot of the times he doesn't, or he'll turn it into a joke and it kind of diffuses itself from there. But he hasn't changed Twitter at all. Twitter is literally the same as it was yesterday, today. So this is the way the platform operates. People can push the boundaries, and if they're caught by the AI that mostly does the content moderation, then they're caught. But a lot of the content that is problematic is not caught by the AI, as Twitter exists right now. So this is not really Musk's Twitter, it's Twitter.
Okay. How quickly will Elon Musk move to a fee-based or ad-based service?
I think he's probably going to do it in two parts. I think there will probably always be a free Twitter, but Twitter right now has a subscription offering. It's called Twitter Blue. It's just not very popular. So he will likely experiment further with that and try and get it to be more enticing to people to pay for it, have more products, have more features that people would need to pay for to receive. But I think there would always be a free part. But Musk is somebody who says things, makes pronouncements, demands things that his employees then have to kind of scramble to create. So there will probably be a lot of experimentation.
Let's talk about the timing. This acquisition is happening in the final days of the campaigns. What do you think the impact is?
I'm not sure. I mean, there has definitely already been, from my just basic user experience anyways, an increase in misinformation, people being unable to tell what is true and what is not. But again, that isn't really Musk's Twitter. I think that is just part and parcel to the political climate that we're in. It will probably be an issue. I mean, it could be a huge impact if, let's say, Donald Trump comes back to the platform right before the midterms. But again, I mean, Twitter was never a utopia before. It's been a messy place, a chaotic place, a place where people get excited and say a lot of things. So it will have probably the same effect that it would normally have had.
I just want to pick up on something you said there, because you've been covering this really from the very beginning. So you feel pretty confident that former President Trump will get back on the platform before the midterms?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's like 50-50, like anything. It definitely could happen. There are persistent rumors that it will happen, but Musk has said literally nothing. He said nothing to staff. He said nothing publicly outside of what he's tweeted. So I'm not sure that it would happen. I think it would be a big issue for advertisers if that did happen. I think that would send a signal to them that Musk was going to do some things that they did not like. And I think Musk has realized over the past several months that in order to run this business, you kind of have to deal with advertisers in a way that they want to be dealt with.
Kelly Hayes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, fam. All right, you're not getting no more up out of me, West Face CVS people. So there you have it. That was from CBS News. Ciao. There you have it, fam. So it's a huge shakeup with the social media. I am predicting that we are going to see a lot of these social media companies that we see today. I see that they're going to be dissolved. Okay, I think Facebook as we know it today, I think that shit is dead. Okay, I think it's going to come back up as Meta, only dealing with metaverse. I think Musk is going to totally revamp Twitter. He has to move it towards the multiverse as well. I think YouTube is going to be totally changed. Because YouTube has, over the past couple years, they have already made these changes. So what we're seeing today as social media will be no more, because we're moving into, so what version of the internet are we moving into? I think that this is the third generation of the internet. Okay, so the social media platforms that we see today, they're going to be totally different, and that's if they still exist. Okay, so again, if you are a content creator, if you are an influencer, you need to start to prepare yourself. Okay, now I do also want to warn you all on the flip side, and I know a lot of you that were on this damn Nisi Poo, you know what I'm trying to say. I told y'all that shit didn't make sense to me in the damn beginning. When you pay for the damn space in the metaverse and you're paying for some shit that just exists virtually, and they paying for land, but it's a specific name that they was calling that shit. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Drop it in the chat. Okay? And it was really, really popular. People lost their ass on that stuff. I can't remember the specific name that they're calling it. And a lot of that stuff turned out to be fraudulent. So people ran up a bag. They were creating those fake things. Damn, what do you call them? Can't think of the name of it, y'all. It was a specific name. Nonetheless, people lost their ass on that stuff. So I'm telling you all, if you are venturing into this metaverse stuff from an investment perspective, you better tread lightly. Okay, those that have already lost their shirt on the metaverse with the buying the fake real estate and buying the advertisement space.
NFTs.
Thank you. NFTs. God doggone it. Thank you, nephew. I guess a term for it. It's a non-fungible tokens. Yes. Thank you, nephew. People lost their ass on that. Now, I ain't heard. Millennials, I'm calling you out. Millennials and Z's, I ain't heard y'all come back and talk about people losing their ass on them NFTs that you were promoting. I ain't heard y'all talk about that. It's been so bad, fam, that the shit went to zero. And you have people being sued over them fake-ass non-fungible tokens. Okay? Now, I ain't heard y'all come back and publicly come out and say people losing their ass on it. I ain't telling you that people lost their ass on it. Now, I remember when that shit first came out, I told y'all the shit didn't make sense to me. I told y'all that, my Gen X ass, what I'm not finna do is pay for my little drink that I physically got in my motherfucking hand. I'm not finna go to Metaverse and fucking pay you for a cartoon ass motherfucking version. I told you the shit didn't make sense to me. Okay? But people were creating them NFTs out of thin air. Remember, they was doing it in artwork and all of this, that, and the third. 4, 5, 6. Ran up a bag. Ran off with folks' investment money, and that shit is collapsing. So what I am telling you is, if you all are venturing into that, tread lightly, research what you, and you're supposed to be doing this anyway. Research what you're putting your money in, you're investing in. And the number one rule with investing, you're not supposed to be don't put money into investments that you can't afford to lose. Okay? Now, I'm not saying that NFTs will not exist. I do think they are going to exist. But all of the garbage that they initially put out there, running up the bag, it was just a money grab. Okay? To clean out the suckers.
The monkey, whatever that monkey thing was, yeah.
Okay? Because we see this over and over in the crypto space now, because all investments across the board are taking a bloodbath, whether it be crypto, Wall Street. Everybody's taking a bloodbath right now. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That Kim Kardashian had to pay 1.5 million back or something on some crypto.
Yeah, because even with the crypto coins, people created a coin out of their ass, out of thin air. They got the celebrities because they were the influencers, right? They're considered influencer to promote these coins that didn't make any sense. They ran up a bag, and shout out to Indian Carter said,
yeah, he's saying
on the plug and chuck the deuces. Exactly. I'm sorry. Go ahead, nephew.
No, I'm just saying it shows how easily they can get the public to run up the bag, essentially, with their influence.
They always do it. So the rule for investing, number one, is don't put in some shit that you can't lose. Okay? So if you ain't got no motherfucking place to stay, you don't have stability financially, you really can't afford to invest. Okay? The second main rule to investing is you buy low. I don't care how many times I have to say this. I say it. I say it, and I say it. I say that motherfucking shit again, and I say it, and I say it, and I say it, and I say it, but it goes in people's one ear, out the other, because people want to buy when it's popular, and you're buying at a premium.
Yeah, too high.
Way too high.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? We keep seeing these things happen over and over and over again. Crypto is a perfect example. You're supposed to buy that shit on the downloads. That's when you load up. Okay? Plus you can afford to buy more. So literally now, if you're going to get into investments, now's the time to do it. Now, I will caution you, because all of investments across the board, they still going to take some major hits because we're in a huge reset. All right.
I'm wondering if they're trying to get ahead of the reset, but I don't know if they know what kind of currency they're going to use in the reset. But I think they're trying to get it. They do know
because and shout out to the crypto people. And let me put this disclaimer out. I ain't trying no financial advisor. I ain't trying to tell you what the fuck to do. This my opinion, okay? They know what they're going to use. The central banks already have a digital currency. The U.S. dollar already has a digital currency. They already know what they're going to use. They already know. There's no question about it. They already know it's coming. Okay? All I'm saying to you, fam, is when folks are out here, if you got somebody, first of all, I'm not finna listen to no whore that got her come up from a sex tape for no motherfucking financial advice. Bitch, go write a sex book, okay?
She came up. I don't know.
Whore, I'm not finna listen now. If you gonna tell me how to whore successfully, hey, I'm gonna give you that now, because your family, the masters of being hoes.
Right.
Hands down. You mastered that. But bitch, financial advice? Are you fucking kidding me? How to make people believe you didn't have a BBL? Okay, you fucking mastered that. Now I listen to you about that, but bitch, financial advice? Nah, I'm not finna listen to you on that.
Kardashian wealth management.
Okay, so people listening to these celebrities, because T.I. had the SEC on his motherfucking narrow ass too, because he was promoting a coin, and a couple of celebrities had the alphabet boys on their asses for promoting these coins. I'm sorry, go ahead.
They're government funded. They're all government pushers. They have, let's say, cases that they're trying to make sure they don't get into trouble with. And whatever the government tells them to push, they're going to push. So when you hear T.I., that man's a fraud. So I'm not even going to take it.
You know, people can't stand T.I.'s narrow ass. And T.I. cut that fucking patchy ass beard off. Let me stop telling that man what the fuck to do. That's Tiny's business. But anyhow, they're in it for the bag. They don't give a fuck whether or not you lose your money. They don't have any of their scratch put in it unless a credible source tapped them on the shoulder, tap, tap, tap. Bitch, put your money in this, because this finna blow up. Other than that, they ain't finna put no real bag in this shit. But they're going to use their celebrityism to sell it to you.
Right.
Okay? To finesse and pimp you out of your hard-earned money, the people that can afford it the least.
Facts.
Okay? And you're paying a premium price for this shit. Okay? So anytime you see celebrities pushing this shit, know that the bag is already motherfucking tainted. You should automatically know that. Again, I'm not taking no financial advice from a woman that got her come up as a whore. Okay? Now, she was, again, holding whore classes 101. Okay? How to I was a basic bitch. Now I ain't no basic bitch no longer. And here's how I came up. Okay, yeah, bitch, you an expert at that because your mama the biggest pimp in the game, baby.
Daddy a hoe.
Yes, sir.
People don't realize that a lot of celebrities get free shit.
All the time.
Absolutely.
They be endorsers. And a lot of times these companies ain't shit until they endorsed by somebody. You see one of them celebrities with something, then they tell you what it is and who they got it from, and you rush out and make these people rich.
Yep.
Oh, like Conway does. I mean, Kanye or Ye. He does the Gap, Adidas, and some others.
Yeah, that's because he wanted them to push his line.
Right.
Which he got them to do.
Right. And in Kanye's defense, that was fucking smart.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right. So Kanye ain't we on
he ain't lost nothing.
Okay.
No, he hasn't lost
like
nothing.
Again, his ex-wife, Kanye, got her to billionaire status. All right. That ain't none of my business. I'm just saying she came from a basic bitch. Knew how to do on the come up from whoring, not from business sense. All right, her mama's a good pimp. Okay, yeah, Kanye is different. Kanye's shit is different. It's different. It's strategically, and I gotta follow up on him tonight. Shout out to Sis. We're gonna go over that next. So Kanye's shit is different. Okay, we talking about the Kardashians. These bitches will push anything. If it's a bag involved, they finna push it. They constantly get sued behind the scenes for jacking other people's intellectual property.
Yeah, she had makeup and stuff. She had a problem with that one. I heard about that one. She had taken some melanated females' makeup, right?
And that's not the first time I know of someone, a hell of a designer, unique shit that you're never gonna see anybody else with. A brother, fashion line, shit, dude. I would wish you would hook up with Kanye, cause your shit is on point, but. It was either Kim or Chloe, one of them hoes. He had a swimsuit come out. And them hoes
yeah,
snatched that particular design.
I saw that one too.
And copied it. And it was such a scaled down, fucked up version of it. So that's just one example that I know didn't hit the media. Okay? Them hoes always jacking other people's intellectual property because their talent is whoring. Let's be clear. It's not business women. It's not creators of designs, makeup, all of that shit. Okay? So anytime you're dealing with those celebrities pushing this shit, you're not going to make money from it.
No.
But we talking about succubus.
Whores. But yeah. But
exactly.
Explain what a succubus is. Whores. But don't even explain what it is.
Exactly. Demonic, feminine beasts that feed off of sex.
Yeah.
The thing is, they must be some powerful witches, powerful demons, whatever they are. Because motherfuckers know what they are and still fall into the trap.
Just giving their money away.
It's the big booties.
Giving their soul away. Motherfuckers giving them broads they whole goddamn soul. Kanye the only motherfucker to still have a career after them bitches.
Yeah, and that's because of who he is. Because everybody else shit, they turn into motherfucking crackheads and
that's what I'm saying. You don't have a career or nothing after that.
Let's be clear. I don't feel sorry for none of you motherfuckers. You understand me? I don't feel sorry for any of you. Because if you that fucking stupid to get fleeced out of your wealth, then nigga, it is what the fuck it is. I don't feel sorry for you. And some of the stupid motherfuckers, you wasn't even taking care of your children that you didn't have with these hoes. Nigga, I don't feel sorry for you. You supposed to be fleeced.
He's a trick.
Yeah, he's a trick. Again, they mama is the biggest, most successful pimp in the game.
Yeah, I heard about some of that stuff.
So I don't, let's be clear. I don't feel sorry for you men because most of you are the same ones that run around saying, you know, these women are worthy. So nigga, get that motherfucking work. Let's be clear. I don't give a fuck, baby. Shit. You let them whores fleece you, that's on you. Shit. All right. But y'all be the same motherfuckers running around talking about something. Can't nobody get $1 out of you because you a PIMP. No. Okay, trick. I don't feel sorry for him.
Got to talk about the incubus though too.
Yeah, and dude slinging dick. Bitch, if you let that nigga fleece you out of your wealth, I don't feel sorry for you, sus. Shit.
I heard something about Christian woman. I almost choked.
Who? What, baby, what?
I heard him say that she's a Christian woman.
Who?
Ye said that.
She's born again, isn't she?
What she was born in, I don't know, but a Christian woman. That's what he said.
Covered in the blood.
I said, what? Really?
The hypocrisy of
but
people.
Christian,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Christian also turned around and spelled Antichrist.
Here's my thing.
Ooh.
The hypocrisy in the Black community is fucking sickening. It's fucking sickening. Now, any sister, and I'm not condoning it or not condoning it, that's their hoo-ha, they motherfucking business. It doesn't have any bearing on me. But any sister with a sex tape out that's been ho-hopping, she's not finna leave. She can't live that down.
No, I don't.
You for the streets. The sisters, you're labeled for the streets. But these hoes can ho-hop since they were teenagers up to the current date, and they get big money. And see, let me tell you something. I'm finna step on some motherfucking toes tonight, but I'm always stepping on toes. So what the fuck?
Step on them, sis. Step on them.
What the fuck is always new? You black men, not all of y'all. And if the shoe fits, lace that motherfucker up and wear. You dumb as fuck. Because bitch, ain't no white men running after them bitches. There you have. Making them billionaire status. They're not finna throw away their fucking wealth on a whore and their legacy on whores. But you niggas, that's who you run up behind. And guess what? I don't feel sorry that they fleeced your motherfucking ass.
True.
I don't feel sorry for you.
Yeah.
It's the hypocrisy of the collective black community. It is the irresponsibility of the collective black community. It's the not giving a fuck about legacy in the black community. It's the not giving a fuck about generational wealth. You give your shit away, and nigga, I don't give a fuck about you, nor do I respect you. And I say, fleece on, sus. Fleece them niggas. You deserve what them bitches dishing out to you. Because if you're that stupid to work that hard and turn your generational wealth over to a group outside of like your own quote, quote, people, nigga, I don't have no use for you. But yet in the black community as a collective, y'all let that shit ride. I ain't letting a motherfucking thing ride. Fuck them. They get exactly what they deserve.
Bomb.
Shit.
Drop a bomb.
Oh, okay, let me drop the bomb. And I said what the fuck I said. All right. So, where the fuck was my original point? God damn it, I done forgot what the original point was. God damn it, what was my original point? I don't even know what my original point was.
You were going to say?
Bottom line, fam, that's the game. Okay? That's the game. So, where's my notes? I was going somewhere with it, and goddamn it, I forgot.
Something was
on
next.
the Kardashians.
Them whores. But it was something else. I had a major point, and that's what the fuck I get for cussing them people out. I guess that's my karma. Shit. I still don't give a fuck. Fuck you, nigga. You get exactly what you deserve. Fleece on. Let's get into Kanye. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to point out because we was talking about investing. It is extremely hard to make millions on the come up with investing. And the reason that it's hard because in order to get on the ground level of investments to make huge gains, you have to get in really, really early. And you got to let that shit ride out to get to the point to cash out. Now, there's something called initial public offering. Go look the shit up. Any company that goes initial public offering, and that literally means they're finna start selling this particular company's offering stock on the stock market, and you can get in on the initial public offering, but that's only if you have enough money to do it, if you are connected. And if you look at initial public offerings, I've never seen anything under $1 million. I think the lowest I've seen is like 100,000. Now I'm going to tell you something, because I talked about this earlier in the week. The celebrity, you could tell who has power in celebrities by what they invest in and what they're making millions on. Now, 50 Cent, Curtis, although he talks shit, this, that, and the third, that man knows somebody, because he's a beast at business, okay? 50 was tapped on the shoulder, tap, 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 fifth. Here's vitamin water. The public is going to move from sugary soda drinks, and they're going to move more towards healthy drinks. I think you should invest in this company early on. That's what he did. 50 made a lot of money off of that shit. 50 makes more money off of his investments than he will ever make in music. Okay? So in my opinion, he's connected somehow, and and let's say even if he's not connected, he got some hella business advisors that got him in at the ground level of vitamin water. Did he sell that bitch for 50 million? I don't know. You got to go look it up. He made a nice penny off that shit. 50 is always moving behind the scenes on that investment shit. Okay? Talked about this earlier in the week. Nas, I remember when Ring doorbell wasn't even fucking known. Wasn't even known. I'm in tech, so I read tech articles about what the new motherfucking technology coming up. I remember when Ring first came out, the public, y'all, wasn't even up on that shit. But I couldn't get in at ground level. I ain't had no millions to get in. But goddamn it, Nas was an early investor, and he fucking cleaned up. Nas and a couple of other tech deals. Okay, I'm talking about the rapper Nas. Okay? So either he is connected from a Black European family perspective. So when I talk about connected, that's what I'm talking on. I'm talking about them Black European royal families that's connected. Okay? Either he has one of those connections, or he got some hella business advisors saying, tap, tap, tap. You need to invest in this company. This gonna be in the next come up. Okay? That's how these folks are making money. You are getting fleeced as the populace when you're listening to the Kim Kardashians, the TIs telling you to invest in some shit. It ain't no money in that. They're running up a bag off of that shit you're investing in, and then it's going to collapse. All right? So that's the last point I wanted to make to you all. You can really tell who has power, and I am speculating, I don't know this for sure, that these celebrities that are getting into these big business deals, I am speculating, I don't have the receipts, that they are highly connected with these Black European families, okay? Another cat to look out for, and I don't know why it came to me, Byron Allen. That motherfucker came out of nowhere, baby. I just knew Byron Allen as like a C-level comedian. This motherfucker out of nowhere, he's a media mogul behind the scenes. I'm watching this nigga buy up shit, big stuff. The nigga done bought up the Weather Channel. He done bought up a couple of other media companies. And I'm like, and then I thought about it literally this week. I just thought about it. I said, wait a minute, that nigga's last name is Allen? Just reminded me of a Richard Allen, you know, that melanated man from back in the day that they claim was a motherfucking slave, but was a millionaire back then and owned, he was into shipping and was big dollars. I'm like, is that your people? Because you buying hella shit, bruh. He even, Byron Allen even sued to buy these companies. He used a discrimination suit saying you're shutting out the melanated people, and he's being allowed to buy up these companies. Okay? So I'm trying to get you all to see how people are moving, and you can see who's connected to whom, who the real players are. Okay? And Kanye is one of them. Kanye, he's one of them. Okay? And shout out to sis, Miss Wright, because she was the one that dropped in the comments on Kanye and them people, and how Kanye comes from a heavily connected Black European family. That West name is very powerful. Yeah, Indian Carter, the guy who bought a lot of territories in the West Indies. I'm assuming you're talking about Richard Allen.
The thing is, you gotta be connected, or they're not going to let you come up.
You gotta be connected.
Period.
Exactly.
They don't care who in the bloodline get in if they know how to get in.
Right.
If they're bringing something of value. Because they got plenty of bums in their bloodline that's just licking at the chops, waiting for the opportunity. That's where a lot of their infighting comes from.
Agreed.
Motherfuckers who spill the beans and tell that this, that, or the other going on, because they ain't getting their cut.
Exactly.
But you got to be in there in order to come up like that.
Right.
Because if you wasn't in there, they could just wipe you out whenever the fuck they feel like it.
Right.
Because everybody got an insurance policy on. If you in the entertainment industry, whether we talking about sports or whatever, they got an insurance policy on your ass.
That's right.
So if you're anywhere involved in that and then signed your name on the contract, your ass is theirs in life and death. So y'all can keep chasing after that bullshit that don't belong to you in the first fucking place. That currency, that fame, the rituals and everything that go along with it wasn't intended for you. Your enjoyment of it, or your being entertained and distracted by it, is all they intended for you. All that's to keep you enslaved and worshiping outside of yourself. They're propping them up in front of you and making you believe that these people can make life and death decisions for you.
Yeah.
Who is that actually benefiting? But I digress.
Indeed. Okay, so shout out to sis Miss Wright. She was the one that broke the story. Okay, so I'm telling you now. You hear this somewhere else? It came from sis Miss Wright. Ain't nobody told you Kanye people now. Who Kanye people is. Sis the one that brought this information. Okay? So she has, again, just a recap of what she said. We went over this last week, talking about Kanye's people. They were royalty in England and part of the, what am I looking at? Oh, I'm sorry. Part of the Powhatan Empire. There was a lot of intermarriage as well. I'm pretty sure that Chief Powhatan and Thomas West were half siblings as well. His tribal name was Toby. And sis, I missed this last week. You mean Toby from Roots? Alex Haley with your motherfucking fraudulent Roots ass that you got sued the fuck out of and had to pay that white man that money for that story that you stole, that you claim was your people. You mean that Toby out of Roots that they beat the shit out of Kunta Kinte and gave him the name Toby? So you telling me that Kanye West people, one of his people, tribal name was Toby?
We're in the mindset of many folks.
Toby Totopamo of the Pamunkey tribe, okay? Or it's probably Pamunkey tribe. And my apologies, because I know I'm butchering those names, all right? So sis gave me some follow-up. Where's my follow-up?
Are they on the East Coast?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just thinking out loud. Isn't that tribe on the East Coast?
Yes. That's Pocahontas, them people.
Yeah, that's the one with the university too attached to it. Atlanta for the
that I don't know. It very well could be. I just don't know.
They may have went to the UN on their stuff, I think. I'm thinking. But
yeah, I don't know. I can't speak on it to be sure. So the other follow-up was, and we went over this last week, but I'm going over it again to just let you all know Kanye's connect. Okay? So these royal last names, this is again, shout out to Miss Wright. These royal last names were tied to these chiefs here in the Americas.
Of course.
Harris, ain't that T.I. patchy ass beard, nigga? I know why your shit don't connect. Ain't your motherfucking last name Harris? But let's continue. Chiefs here in America. Harris was head of the Catawba Nation. Okay, that's out of the Carolinas. Moore, M-O-O-R-E, also M-O-O-R-E, Moore, also part of the Catawba. Mitchell, a.k.a. Chief Tamachichi. Bryant, a.k.a. Chief Wananachi, nephew of Chief Powhatan, cousin of John Smith. Yes, that John Smith.
Oh, wow.
They were all blood related, and they were all ruling Europe at the exact same time. King Powell of the Tuscarora Nation. I want y'all to pay attention to these Black European surnames, who's tied to these surnames today in power, whether they be white or melanated. Okay. But more importantly, I want you all to understand where the integration between the American Indian, the Black American Indian, let's be clear, the Black American Indian and these Black European royal bloodlines happened. Okay. They married into these Black American Indian families. Okay. All right. So, so King Powell.
Yeah, Virginia. You're right.
So of Virginia. Yep. Somebody said Virginia. That makes sense. King Powell of the Tuscarora Nation. King.
Thank you.
AKA Chief Blunt, King of the Tuscarora Nation and of the European royalty. King Hancock, also of the Tuscarora Nation and direct descendant of direct descendant of John, aka Johann Hancock, and of European royalty. Oh, okay, so I'm not gonna go on that. That's your personal business, sis. I'm not gonna go there. So you were saying the Bryant from North Carolina, by the way, of the Isles of Virginia. King William of Orange, Ireland, aka King William Bryant, aka Chief. And she said she's gonna follow back up and let me know who they were.
You said of Ireland, you said?
Yes. Yeah. King, so let me just go back over that again. King William the Orange of Ireland.
Uh-huh.
He was a king, he was a chief. An Indian chief over here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then it says, lastly, Anthony Edmund Johnson, aka the first Negro slave master, was married to Mary Pendleton, who was queen of the Axomaki. I know I'm not pronouncing it right, and a direct descendant of Erie Royal Black European, aka returnee American Americans or American Indians.
Did you say returnee?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because they were going back and forth. See, what had happened was as the intermarrying started happening between these Black European royal bloodlines and these Indian chiefs, okay, or once the partnership happened between the Black European royal bloodlines and the Indian chiefs, it was business, okay? So they start like the Europeans do. It's all about marrying into particular bloodlines. That's the blueprint. We're not understanding it. We're just getting caught up to the game. They've been doing this shit for centuries. The game is you take over somebody's shit and then you marry into these bloodlines. Specifically, I'm talking about, not us whose family are part Black European, okay? Unless you come from one of these families. I'm talking about the Black royal bloodlines marrying like into the Indian chiefs and nations into their particular families. Okay? That's how the game is played. Because it's about the control of the wealth and the resources to be passed on from one generation to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. Okay? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
What tribe did you say it was that Pendleton was?
The you said the Pendleton?
Yeah.
Did I say Pendleton? Now I gotta go back up. How far back? What did I just say it?
Yeah, you said he had married a woman, and you were saying that you were butchering the tribe's name.
Oh, it's I'll spell it. Yeah, I see it now. I'll spell it, and y'all can tell me how. I think it's come at my country ass. All I had to do was slow down and break it down. Kalmaki, ACCOWMACKE.
A Carmack. Okay.
Okay, is it a Carmack? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, because I have a Pendleton in my blood.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Okay, because according to this, Mary Pendleton was married to Edmund Johnson, who's on record as a black slave owner, a black wealthy slave owner. She was the queen. How do you pronounce the tribe's name again?
Carmack.
Mm-hmm.
Out of what state did they say?
Let me see. No, it doesn't say. We can go to the record. I forgot. Shit. I think Edmund Johnson was out of the Carolinas. If I'm not mistaken. And shout out to Kuimeo. He was the first one that I heard about Edmund Johnson being a wealthy black slave owner. Shout out to legendary Top Cat. He also dropped this information. So you all can go check out their videos to get the specifics on it. Okay, but I think he was out of the Carolinas coming through that Huguenot thingy. Okay, but I would have to go back. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
So Scott Irish, right? Indian Carter said Scottish Irish. So that would play in line with where they first went was Scotland, Ireland, and Wales.
What you just confused me. I'm sorry.
I know the Huguenots the Huguenots. I'm talking about where they went when they were going back and forth. And I'm not going to put the Bible in it, but the Huguenot. You don't like me to put the Bible in it. But.
I mean, you can put it in there. I'm just going to rant and rave, but you can put it's all love. I love and respect you. I'm just going to rant and rave, but that's okay. Go ahead, sis.
Try not to do it, but it's hard to get away from it when Carrie Mayo said that they landed, the ark landed in Scotland, Wales, and Ireland, right in that area after the flood.
Oh, okay. So what they got to do with this snatch out?
I was looking at, Indian Carter was saying they Scottish Irish.
Oh, okay. All right.
But that family you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
That Aquamock.
Yeah, people are given the different enunciations of it.
Aquamock.
Yeah, Aquamock. All right. So where was I at? Oh, so shout out to Noble Amani Bey, and shout out to Amani, good brother. He knows his stuff. I think he represents some more stuff, but he's knowledgeable. He ain't on no bull crap. So shout out to him. So shout out to Noble Amani Bey for coining the term returnees.
Yeah.
What I'm learning about this discovery is that we're all the same people, Negro, Black, Indians, more, etc. It hurts, but we have to get to the truth of what happened and how. Okay.
I think we kind of extended down into Central and South America too. So it's not just Northern America where we all lived, but we lived in Central and South America.
Who is
you
we?
know, like,
well, I'm say who is we.
Well, I know in my DNA we lived in. I mean, my people.
Oh, you have South American roots.
I got Brazilian. I got South American. I got my.
But y'all always been on that West Coast, though, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, we haven't all been on the West Coast. I mean, we've been on the West Coast, but went to. This is what I understand.
But I mean, that way west. Your people didn't come through the east stuff. Is what?
No, we were in Texas. We were in Texas.
But Texas is west.
Well,
I consider it west. Maybe it ain't.
I consider it south. So south.
Well, I know it's south.
But I guess I never considered Texas as west,
right?
It's in the middle of the country almost, but I don't know how the
point being, your people have always been that Texas, South America area, right?
Right.
Okay.
Where you can go straight down to South America, Mexico, and Texas is Mexico. Right. They just changed the name. Yeah, when they took over. See, I was born in the county where Bowie and them folks fought. So James Bowie and all that kind of stuff. That's where I was born. So if you go from there, you can go straight down to Mexico. Through the Rio Grande and all that kind of stuff.
So when you say our people, who are you referring to? And it's a method to my madness. I always do this for education.
Well, my ancestry. I'm talking about me, my ancestry.
But wasn't South America and Texas, that was already black anyway, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to bring that out so people that's not familiar with that knows.
And the Mayans were melanated, and the Mexicans were melanated, and everybody was. So, and it's like a coming from down and going upwards across the country and over to the England and whatever, and then
right, because all of America was blackity black black, blackity black black, black black, black black. Okay.
Yeah, I saw Hidalgo, Mexico on my stuff, and that they got that movie was called Hidalgo with the horse and stuff like that, and that stuck in my head when I saw it. But I didn't know anything about our culture until I got the paperwork on it, and I'm like, Hidalgo, really? So yeah, and Wolf took it right where I was going next. We were everywhere. So again, all of America, North and South, including Canada, was blackity black 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 blackity black black. The Europeans that came to America, those early settlers, were blackity black 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 blackity black black blackity black black. Okay? We got the records to prove it. Okay? That is why it is important for you to do your genealogy, to not ignore that European stuff that's showing up in your genealogy. And if you do your due diligence, if you stick with it, you are going to get the proof that even those European ancestors that they've been lying to you about, saying that you were descendants of slaves, that they were your slave masters. No, that those was your family members. And no, you ain't mixed with white. Now, I can't say that for everybody, okay? That's why I do your own individual shit. But I'm just telling you, them people was blackity, black, black, blackity, black, black, black. Yeah, and that Jim Crow, I understand, is one reason they were trying to protect the family members from not being sold into slavery and stuff. So,
okay, all right. Shit. Okay, so her statement. Shout out to Miss Wright again.
Yeah, she did good.
Yeah, and that we had already covered that last week, but I just want to refresh y'all memory because I know you got to hear stuff several times for it to sink in. Okay, about Kanye's lineage. We ain't done yet. All right, but the point that sis made about being the same people is because the bloodlines have been blended. I can't sit here today and say, my family is pure Indian, because we're not. I got the records to prove that we're not. We're both. Now, I ain't found no African.
No.
Okay? I shared with y'all last week that I finally put the pieces together and the light bulb came on that the Black European side on my mama's side, because that's Black European and Indian on my mama's side, just like on my dad's side. And on both sides, the Black European came through the men and the Indian side came from the women. But on my mama and them side, that Black European side, they were practicing Judean religion.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's probably why they intermarried, because they didn't want to marry out of the culture, because when the Europeans came, they didn't want to do that.
Well, what do you mean by the intermarrying? Be a little bit more specific for it.
Well, Jewish people marry Jewish people.
Exactly. And on my mom's side, on the grandfather's line, most of them pretty much stuck with that. My grandfather, like I shared with you all last week, he didn't stick with that. He married somebody from an Indian bloodline. And he was the one out of all of them that got cut out of that money. Okay, now this shit makes sense to me. Right? Now, that's my opinion. I'm going to have to run this down on my mama to get confirmation if she know it. I wish I would have known this information before my grandfather transitioned, because I would have got that motherfucking information up out of him. All right? Okay. And so they were coming up out of Mississippi. My grandmother, they're out of Alabama. Okay, so I got Alabama, Mississippi, and on my dad's side, South Carolina. All right? But both sides, the Indian comes through the women. All right? So this statement about all being the same people, Negro, Black, Indians, the Moor stuff, etc., I understand where she's going with that, because it was a lot of intermarrying. Okay? Now, again, coming up out of Europe, the intermarrying with Europe is strategic. Okay? It's strategic. It's about lineage from not only a bloodline perspective, but assets. Assets and power. Absolutely. So to prop up the narrative of the power structure in the Americas being white, they had to hide this information on heritage on quote, quote, Black folk. So instead of Black people's lineage being, okay, like everybody else around the motherfucking world, let's be motherfucking clear. Like everybody else around the motherfucking world, you go to Africa, you can distinguish My people are this. My people are that. My people are this. But all of a sudden, you get to the motherfucking Americas and you get to Europe. Oh, let me generalize your heritage. You're just from Africa. They hid the true heritage of your lineage. Okay?
They did.
It is important for you to do your due diligence to find out what your heritage is. Because I guarantee you, once you start unlocking this stuff and you think back on the dynamics in your family, that shit gonna make so much sense. If you have your older ancestors around, please talk to them. Talk to them and get this information. Pull them records, get this information. It is really, really important. We need to know these things because what we're doing, it's spiritual. What you're doing by knowing this information, you're setting this shit straight. Now, my personal opinion, I think it was a lot of generational curses going on.
Yeah, I agree.
That's just my personal opinion. I think it was a lot of generational curses going on because you can't do fuck shit in this particular realm and it don't come back on you. And not only you, it comes back on your bloodline. Now, that's my personal opinion.
I agree.
You're here to set the shit straight. So if you out here on some bullshit, you fucking around, you scamming, you lying, you're hiding, you're misleading people, you may not in your lifetime, although to be honest now, that shit gonna come back on you really fast. That's why people can't get away with shit now. That's what the age of Aquarius is quote, quote, about. That's part of it too.
What's 2024? Brother Odell was going to talk about that.
I don't know. We got to wait for Brother Odell to come on. I think he said that. I'm not going to speak for him. When he comes on to talk about it. Okay? Yes, it's generational karma. That is exactly what I'm talking about. You're here to clean it up. So when I was telling y'all for years to sweep around your own doorstep for break generational curses, I'm glad that everybody's saying it now. I'm really, really glad everybody's saying it now because it's important. I meant what the fuck I said. That's what you're here to do. You're literally going to be the ancestor that the youngins talk about. Yeah, my auntie was crazy as fuck, this, that, and the third. She was on that thing they call the internet, cussing people out on a weekly motherfucking basis. But yeah, she was on point. You are the ancestors that's going to be written about. Set the record straight.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
Like earlier when you was talking about the influencers, social media influencers, depending upon what you've influenced people to do, depending upon the damage that you've caused to family structures, that's karma you have to atone for.
Come on now, tell it now.
People speak on higher dimensional realms and ascending. Your karma come quicker on those higher dimensional levels.
That makes sense.
It's less room for fuck-ups. Here is the only place you get all this leeway with fuck-ups, and you keep talking about ascension and doing big things with low frequency energy.
Come on now, tell it.
You ain't gonna manifest shit but a return trip with 10 times the effect of what you put out. You keep putting out fucked up shit and expecting good shit to come back to you.
Right.
That ain't what this is about. You're supposed to know better. So if you putting out something fucked up, you know you got something fucked up coming back. Ain't no way around it. Because you supposed to know better. Ain't no more excuses for shit. That's over with.
Yep.
You got to let all those excuses go and take some self-accountability. Ain't a goddamn thing that we can do for nobody that ain't putting in their own work.
Could you just say that again for the slow motherfuckers in the back? Shit.
Ain't a goddamn thing we can do for anybody that ain't putting in their own shadow work. Period. You the reason shit fucked up for you.
Right.
Period. You ain't do right when you was here before. That's why you're here fucked up now. You're fucked up on every other timeline too. Yeah. That's why you're stuck here. That's why you can't do no shadow work. That's why you can't meditate. That's why you can't go within. Because you love fucked up shit. That's all you keep putting out.
Fuckery.
Exactly. Excuses and blame. But you never speak on your consent and participation in all of the bullshit. Breaking contracts left and right. You keep talking about how they violated treaties. What about the treaties and contract you broke to your own people, to your own bloodline?
Come on now, tell it now.
But we supposed to be worried about them or they. That ain't the problem. It's you motherfuckers that look like us. That's where all the problems come from. And motherfuckers within the same bloodline.
Come on now, tell it now.
So yeah, it's probably possible that we're connected to the Moors and all these other people. But weren't they exiles? You don't think if we were technically advanced and this, that, or the other, and you don't think we were able to expel motherfuckers who was fucking up? And then they went outside and conquered other indigenous people and put together their rhetoric so that all the rest of the world attacked us. Everybody's fucking focus was here, whether they were originally here or not. They got expelled for a reason. And then since we want to talk about Moors, this, that, or the other, I believe that original term then belongs to them. Origin, El. Elohim. El is their God.
Come on now with it.
Now, even though people may have occupied the same landmass, obviously we didn't all believe in the same shit. Everybody ain't believing taking everybody else's shit and converting everybody else to their belief system.
A lot of people do.
That's that Anunnaki shit. And we know El and all that, Elohim, all that is associated with the Anunnaki. And Noble Drew Ali did instruct them to hold on to the Bible.
But they did Muslims too.
Yeah, but they're still holding on to the Bible.
Yeah,
and they're
true.
holding on to the Constitution.
Yeah.
Which is the same thing the patriots and the patriarchy are holding on to.
Yeah, because they created the shit. The Black Europeans and Indians created the shit. But continue, brother.
And just that whole thing where they have people fighting over quote unquote nationality, which we should know by this point it's all corporate bullshit.
Right.
Because they lumped motherfuckers together because they didn't know who every motherfucking tribe was. So if all these different tribes was in one area, we just gonna name all these motherfuckers this. Or we just gonna name all these motherfuckers that. Or you got motherfuckers who got together and decided what they was gonna call themselves collectively. But that had nothing to do with the bloodlines. Because if your tribe wasn't never known and you just got merged into this and lumped as this, that, or the other, how do you know who the fuck you are? And who's to say everybody agreed to whatever treaty or whatever was fucking signed?
Exactly.
Some people say, just like today, you got motherfuckers like us who say we ain't voting, we ain't doing no paperwork, fuck what you saying, fuck this, fuck that, you can have this, you can have that, I'm not doing this, I don't consent to that.
Yeah.
I'm quite sure it was motherfuckers back in the day doing the exact same shit. Fuck y'all, fuck your paperwork, fuck what you talking about, fuck what you talking about. If you hanging with that motherfucker, fuck you and the horse you came in here on, all that good shit.
Yeah.
Sellouts back then, just like sellouts now. You pick your motherfucking poison, point blank. Period. We ain't on that shit. Ain't no deals to be cut. Period. Nowhere. It's all our shit. Now, once we're back in control of everything, if we decide we want to fuck with another motherfucker, then everything gonna be on our terms. Until then, we just want to be left the fuck alone. We trying to figure our shit out, work through our personal shit. Hopefully y'all taking the time to work through your personal shit. Find out who the fuck you are. I don't give a fuck what color you call yourself, what nationality you call yourself. If you indigenous here, if you're a child of mama, get on your shit.
Exactly.
Do what the fuck you supposed to be doing, where the fuck you're supposed to be doing it at. That's how we lock shit down collectively. We don't need everybody to fuck over here getting in the motherfucking way. If you proud of where you from, and you want to bring your culture over here, and you want rights over here, and you want a holiday or this, that, or the other for your culture, do that shit at home. Everybody there already understands what the fuck you trying to celebrate. I personally don't give a fuck what you trying to celebrate, because you celebrating that shit here, and I don't get to celebrate the way I want to motherfucking celebrate. Because there's too many motherfuckers here with low vibrational shit fucking shit up. When I go out in nature looking for certain shit, it ain't there no more because you motherfuckers done fucked up every goddamn thing. Go the fuck home. Please. If that's gonna help you hurry up and leave, then please, motherfucker, please leave. Damn, you overstayed your welcome. I digress.
No, very, very excellent points. Very, very well said. So okay. So let's go on, because sis ain't done. Shout out to Miss Wright. Sis ain't done. Okay? She is not done. So we went over this last week, but I just need to bring it out again. Okay. Ye West is on the chopping board, huh? What if he woke up today and saw this video and read this post? Perhaps he may find out that he is related to George Knight West, father of Baron William West, as well William North West. Okay, so I pointed out last week, we know that Kanye's got a daughter that he named Northwest. Okay. Who's that? He's the father of Lord Thomas West, who is the father of Frances Virginia West, married to Margaret Reeves, parents of Robert West, father of Captain, aka King John West, spouse of Queen Anne Powhatan West, also so-called Black royalty and copper-color indigenous American Indian. All right? So, just real quick. Damn it, I'm trying to find all my notes, y'all. I went and looked up the West surname. A couple of places. First of all, let's get to this Toby shit. Okay? You know the Toby shit that West's face is funky ass. Oh, child, what's the man's name? Alex Haley with that Roots bullshit.
Kunta Kinte.
Yeah, remember they called him Kunta Kinte? Beat his motherfucking ass and renamed him Toby. Okay, and sis, shout out to Miss Wright, was dropping for y'all that one of Kanye people name was Toby West. And once the connect hit me with Toby, I said, oh, shit. You mean the Toby that they, gave in the Roots, da-da-da. Let me go to House of Names, goddammit. They funk asses. I don't trust them. Okay? Plain as day. Toby. Netherlands, England. Surname Toby was first found in Essex, where they held a family seat. Going all the way back, y'all, to 1086. Now, child, Tobias was an early English divine bishop of Rochester. Is said to have been a native of Kent. There go that Kent again. Remember, I talked to y'all last week about the 1619 visitation of Kent. Shout out to the sis who sent me that shit. She wanted to stay anonymous. Shout out to you, sis. I use that Kent stuff so much, it blows my mind. So he's been a native of Kent, this, that, and the third. Yada, yada, yada. So it's telling you, and so y'all know, If you have surnames you're unsure of, run it through this house of names. It gives you the breakdown of the origins of the surname and when the surname first showed up in other parts of the country. Okay. So the Toby name, you see Francis Toby came through that Virginia port 1685. Okay. So they're giving you the breakdown. Okay. Another Toby settled in Philly. Okay. A couple other Toby settled in Philly. And then you had Toby that was in Texas and Galveston. A Toby in San Fran. A Toby in Arkansas. Toby's in Canada, Ontario.
Now that would be a Huguenot, right?
Well, this the thing though, and y'all, I cannot find that video with that white gentleman was given the history of Kent, and he was saying that a lot of people from Kent came from France because in this picture, let me go up a little bit of this map. You can see the part in gray is where Kent is at, and Kent backs up to France. Okay. So in other words, Huguenots coming up through Kent. And like I said, that's why I got to go back a little deeper on my mom's side, because I'm pretty sure they came up out of Kent. And could be some Huguenots on that Black European side, and they carry the Judean faith, but nonetheless. Okay. So to answer your question, yes, sis. All right.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
Ain't it American Indian Heritage Month?
Is it?
Yeah, November.
Wow.
Yet still, we don't hear none of our people talk about that. They spend more time protesting Black History Month than throwing some power into what actually is supposed to be our month. Everybody else celebrating it, but our people. Right. But they gonna celebrate Thanksgiving though. They're gonna go all out for Thanksgiving. One day out of a month that was dedicated to American Indian heritage. And we sit up and talk about genealogy and this, that, or the other. And still so many don't even know who they are, know who their people are.
Exactly.
And here's some money allegedly dedicated to our heritage. It didn't say Native American Heritage Month. It's called American Indian Heritage Month. Yeah, it include Alaska in there, but American Indian is first.
Right.
I'm just saying the things we put our energy into. I mean, if all the world is looking at the Native Americans as the American Indians and feeling sympathy and empathy for them and even battling us for them. I can't be mad at them.
No.
We won't stand up and be who and what we claim to be.
Exactly.
And to me, that all takes it off into the political realm because, again, the government, in recognition, had to declare it our month when a day round this motherfucker, all day, every day, should be about us.
Absolutely.
But we make it about everybody else.
That's right.
You know,
but I digress.
You know, Johnson, Lyndon Baines Johnson, I think is the only president who ever acknowledged us. Well, somebody even for Texas, but only acknowledged us as the indigenous people to this place. But he called us Negroes. But he said the ones that you call Negroes are the indigenous people to this place. Remember that in the rights in 1965? But the Native Americans, they haven't been recognized as that, have they? No. They have to make up their own Indigenous Rights Act. But we did get that from him, but unfortunately, our people must have forgotten it.
And I absolutely agree with both of you. Again, I'm just gonna say, just add on to what both of you are saying. It's about your family, bottom line. If we don't understand now how important it is to be tapped into your bloodline, you'll never get yourself out of this situation. You will continuously set up a legacy, set up karmic debt that you're going to pay and the future generations are going to pay. The only way you're going to get out of these shenanigans, this fuckery, is through your bloodline, knowing thyself. And I don't care if everybody in the bloodline, because we know our family. I don't care if none of them listen, none of that. They don't have the calling. If you're listening to this information, you taking out time on your motherfucking Thursday to hear my loud ass mouth talk from 7 p.m. It's 10:30 now. Obviously, you got the calling. You are the ancestor sent to return to set this shit straight.
Amen to that, sis.
So let's be clear. I don't personally need anyone to validate who the fuck I am. Meaning outsiders. I don't need politicians to validate who the fuck I am. I don't even need a collective Black community to validate who the fuck I am. It is my responsibility through my ancestors' bloodline to find out who the fuck I am and walk that motherfucking walk. I'm not concerned about what everybody else the fuck is doing. I'm concerned about what I'm supposed to be doing because I understand even if my family don't get it today, they will fucking eventually get it because I laid the blueprint. The shit we should be standing on is that. Not no bullshit. Not riding on somebody else's back. not riding on somebody else's coattail, not trying to follow somebody else's script because you don't have the balls to get up and do it for yourself and your bloodline. That's what this is about. That's what know thyself is about. That's the only way you're going to get out of it. That's the only way you're going to break bloodline, generational curses. It don't matter what nobody else think about you. You know what you're supposed to be doing. All right. So that's the thing on the kin. All right. As far as this Toby name. So let's just real quick. We still ain't done.
This much.
We still ain't done because I still ain't got to the other stuff. So that's the Toby stuff.
I know they're tearing him.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
They're tearing him up about the Jewish stuff.
Well, that's why we're on this whole thing. And that's why I keep harping on this. Because I want you to understand Kanye's bloodline.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Wait a minute. I pulled the West stuff. Hold on. I had lost my thought because I had pulled the West name as well. Where the hell? Oh, that's what it is. All right. So hold on, fam. Where did I see that West stuff? Damn it, I should have been a little bit better with my notes. So just real quick. Shoot, I gotta take more swag of this water. Why that always that raise hand? I gotta reprogram that stuff. Let me go to this display. Okay, so shout out to sis. That 1619. This page 42, so I'll go back to page 42 in a second. Shout out to sis that gave me this source. What I am telling you all, that 1619 slave shit that they're selling you about the African slave trade, they're lying out of their motherfucking mouth. That's why they can't produce the millions of records. This is the real 1619. And let me hold on. Get this on my Zoom video. Just in case. Goddamn. Since they want to bring the porn in my shit. My backup copy. This is the real 1619 program. I keep telling this to y'all because I want y'all to get it. All right? This is from the Public Library of the City of Boston. Okay, just to show y'all where the damn cover of the book. Because that's the really only reason why I went all the way to heck back up here. Let me just page down. Damn, it ain't cooperating. My bad. The name of this book is, why can't I find it? Okay, I guess I'm just going too fast. The name of this book is The Visitation of Kent, known as The Visitation of 1619, was taken in the years of 1619 to 1621. Okay, and it's telling you all of the cats that documented this information. The official copy signed by those who entered their what? Pedigrees to record their rights to use arms, meaning the coat of arms. Okay? All right? So they're telling you that they documented very well who came over here through this 1619 visitation of Kent. So now from this point forward, and we went over this before, but I know I have to keep going over stuff over and over again because we do have new people coming on board. And I want the fam to really get this and understand that the hustle that they are running on you about this whole African slave voyage from 1619, they're bold-faced liars. Or like my grandma used to say, bald-faced ass lie. That cracks me up a lot with no hair on his face. Bald-faced ass lie. It's not the 1619 slave trade voyage. It is this 1619 visitation of Kent. From Kent, England. Them documenting these black Europeans. They hijacked it.
As slaves. Yeah, I remember that.
Okay.
When we first came here. Yeah, that's what they say.
All right. So they're just telling you there are several copies of this visitation, at least 8 of which are more or less complete and are in the British Museum. One is in the Library of the Queen's College, Oxford, and they're giving all of these different breakdown of where these copies are.
I don't want to ruin your train of thought, but there's something about a lady who's talking about the 1619 project or something like that.
Right.
And she's an author. Is this what she's about to put out there or no?
She ain't putting out this. She gonna put out 1619 African motherfucking slave trade.
Yeah, I figured she was.
With no records associated to it. And I am telling you, that is the hijack.
Right. Okay.
This is the real 1619.
Well, she tried to come up on $40,000 if anybody tapes. No, $100,000 if anybody records her.
Come up on them records, source. That's what I need you to come up on. Come up on the records.
If you're a melanated female too.
Of the 1619 African slave trade.
Yeah.
Come up with the records of the Africans, what ship they came on, where the fuck they came from in Africa, and what were their names. I need records. Because, see, ain't nothing came up and in and out of these ports without documentation, baby. This is business.
Was that whole landmass even called Africa at that time?
Hell to the no, probably. And somebody drop it in the chat if I'm mistaken. Shit. Was it even called Africa in 1619 is the question that Brother Sean is bringing up.
That is, well, I mean, I get it. If you didn't sold your soul and you all in on this lie, and everything that you have depends on this lie staying in place. I can understand. I can understand reinforcing this bullshit, but it ain't working.
No, it ain't.
That story is tired, been debunked
ain't
time again. And for motherfuckers to just keep at it. I mean, more importantly, why do we even waste time and energy trying to debate them dumb motherfuckers on
I
that
know
shit?
I don't. Because once I tell them, you're not going to tell me about my lineage.
Exactly.
So we don't have a motherfucking thing to talk about. I'm not going to go back and argue with you about no records. No, bitch, you can't see into my records. That's my motherfucking family's personal business. Bitch, you produce yours. Where is the African in your family? And if you know that, kudos to you. What do that have to do with me and mine? And so sis dropped it in the chat. What is that?
Akibullah.
Okay, Akibullah. Okay. Say it again, Brother Sean.
Akibullah.
Okay, so there's records of millions of slaves in the 1600s coming from, say it again, Brother Sean.
Akibullah.
But yet they still saying Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay then. Okay. But we don't have no documented records. Okay then. Because they are lying. This is the real 1619 project about the immigration. The Black Europeans. And this is just Kent. Let's be clear. This is just Kent. This ain't even Ireland, them.
Scotland.
Parlez-vous français, nem, Huguenots, nem. This just one little small little city in England. And they documented this shit to the hilt. Okay? All right. They even telling you where all of the copies of the documentation, but yet we don't have a slave ship manifest. Oh, okay then. Okay. All right. So we're not going to go through all of that. It's they pretty specific on who was doing what, baby, when, how they was documenting it, this, that, and the third. Okay? Okay, how they got there, this, that, and the third, yada, 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 blah, 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 blah. So just want to get to the part, and I use this often when I use in a combination of a house of names, and when I see that the origins of that name came up out of Kent, I come over to this document and I jump and search for that particular surname to see if it shows up in this 1619 Kent visitation. Okay? So I done told y'all again. Y'all see what they saying? List of pedigrees. Here are all the surnames. They go Allen. They got this shit alphabetized. Y'all see all of these surnames? This is just out of Kent. Let's be clear. And I'm going to still try to search for that gentleman's video that was saying a lot of these Kent people are actually up out of France, i.e. Huguenots.
Right. I read the history of France, but I read it under the Jewish information. I do have some of that.
Okay. All right. So y'all look at these surnames. See if your people's surname is on here. Because that's a hell of a lot on here. Okay? Again, this is documenting the pedigree of the folks coming up out of Kent, England. All right? Just running through for you all again the surnames. Coming up out of Kent, England. All right, there go my surname today. All right. So I really need to cross-reference the other surnames on the Black European side. Pretty sure on my mom's side, those, I say they Huguenots. It would not shock me once I get deep into it that particular side is going to be coming out of friends, but nonetheless, I do need to cross-reference those surnames to see if it shows up on this Kent list. Okay. But yeah, I do use this as well to cross-reference. I'm sorry, I don't mean to make y'all dizzy. I apologize. All right.
Rolling it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and it's a delay. So I'm just trying to show y'all how detailed they are. Look at these Judean surnames.
Judean.
Jacobus. Literally, that's my grandfather's. I can't even say government name because to me, he just reminds me of Black European.
Jacobus.
That was his motherfucking first name, baby.
You know,
that side that I told y'all practice.
Yeah, I was just thinking about King
Judaism.
James.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was thinking about King James. His name was Joseph?
Jacobus.
No, Jacob.
Yeah.
Jacob.
Yeah, that's why. And shout out to Lee Cummings. When I saw that shit in Lee Cummings' book, I said, oh, hell to the no. That's my granddaddy name.
No.
And I can't give his last name, baby, because y'all be like, hey, I ain't giving it publicly. Y'all be like, hell no, Rhonda. That shit, I'm telling you, y'all, I'm still like, oh, I'm not ready. I'm not ready to go on that side yet, get deep into it. I'm not ready, and I know I'm going to have to. Now, I shared with y'all before, because I told y'all I saw my whole motherfucking government name in this motherfucking document. Do you understand me? Coming up out of Kent. Tripped me the fuck out. Okay, we know that Johnson was already on there as a surname. But my Christianized name, you know, the first in the middle was in this bitch. I'm like, oh, hell no. Oh, I can't. Okay? And then my mom tells a funny story to my brother and I that she originally named my brother Thomas. Now, remember, this is my grandfather's name. She originally named my brother Thomas. Her and my dad got into it because that ain't his name. He wanted him to be a junior. So he went and changed his shit to his name, Junior. So on my brother's birth certificate, he got the Thomas on there, and that shit scratched out. Child, that was a hot motherfucking mess. And he changed my brother's Thomas name to, you know, his name, okay, to be a junior. So this shit is tripping me out. I'm like, hell to the no. To show you how important it is for you to understand your family bloodline, fast forward to the same brother that got the scratched out motherfucking birth certificate from Thomas to my father's name to make him a junior. When my brother's son was born, my nephew, his wife, she calls us and we're like, okay. I'm like, all right, what's my nephew's name? She told us the name. I'm not telling the name on the air. That shit was straight up out of the Bible. Baby, my mom and I got silent. And she was like, Mom, what's wrong? Rhonda, what's wrong? You don't like it? And my mom said, it's different. And all that's running through my mind is this goddamn Christianized shit. I'm sick of it. So immediately, of course, my mom and we nicknamed him an Indian name, okay? But nonetheless, to show you how deep this shit runs, okay? Then when they had their daughter, she turned around and did the same thing, gave her a motherfucking biblical name. And my mom's like, I know. Okay? That's how deep this shit is.
It's in her blood to do that. You know, because I remember when I was naming my children, and I named them French names, but I don't know anybody from France.
You sure about that?
I know. Huh? Am I sure?
I said, you sure about that? You don't have no French in your bloodline?
No.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
But but you just kind of like pick up names and they just come to you when you have a child. Well, it came to me.
Yeah. And I can't speak for your situation. I'm just sharing with you all my experience in my family. I'm pretty sure when my mom was picking out my name, she did not, and I'm pretty sure I know she didn't have the motherfucking 1619 Kent motherfucking visitation book.
No.
She didn't have it.
I see Maria's up there. That's known as a Spanish name, but it's in that book right there.
So my point being, it is much, much deeper. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm not going to go through all of this, but as you can see, they're pretty fucking detailed. Each one of these surnames, they're going into detail. They're telling you the description of the coat of arms that must be approved, and they're giving you kind of the lineage of who's tied to this surname coming up out of Kent. It's the 1619. Okay? Because they documented this shit very, very well. Okay? So I just, for grins, when I went to House of Names and I saw West, I forgot how I got on this. Oh, when I went to House of Names and did Toby, I went to do West. I'm going to have to go back because I don't think West showed up on House of Names. West didn't show up on House of Names. But I'm like, let me cross-reference it and see if it comes up still under the 1619 Kent visitation. And of course, you had West come up, but under this surname of Clark. Okay. Okay, and that, I don't think that applies. Okay, but at least one West showed up under the Clark. All right, so let me go previous because you see the Johnson with the shenanigans, y'all. This shit was well documented. It was very, very well documented. Okay. So again, I just wanted to share that with the family so you all can understand when they talk about this 1619 transatlantic slave, they are a bold-faced lie. This is the real 1619 documentation. It is talking about them Black Europeans. They swiped it out. They hijacked it. They're talking about the Black Europeans in 1619 that was very well documented coming from Kent. All right. Okay. All right. I think I'm probably still leaving something out. Let me go back to my notes.
Well, I know that lady's getting $40,000 an hour or something to talk about it.
Child.
Yeah.
All right. So now y'all should know. Okay, sis. Now, shout out to the brother that sent me some more stuff. Okay, so we off of the Kanye West stuff, y'all. Oh, I'm not done. Ooh, child, I ain't done. Oh, and I'm lying. I did pull the West name, my bad, child. Do. I ain't done yet. I'm almost done with Kanye.
Yeah, son of John Johnson. That's all. Yeah, that's not a real name. It's a put together name.
Yeah. Anytime you see them son, it's the son of somebody. Okay.
Right.
So Kanye, baby, I had to pull the West stuff, beloved. I know you already know this, sweet pea. I know you know it, precious. Yes, him do. I know him no. All right.
Well, he needs some support. They tearing him up.
Okay. You were accurate in what you said. I already know what it is. You know what it is. It is what it is. Okay. I don't have no beef with you. I understand you tied to these family bloodlines. You know what time it is. Okay. So that's that. Now I stood on what I said, beloved, about your whole ass ex-wife. I stands on that. Probably like, the hell with you, lady. The hell with you.
Yeah,
I stand on what I say about that now, baby. It is what the fuck is on that. I ain't giving you no sympathy on that. Shit. It is what the fuck it is. All right. So I did put the West name in House of Names. It just took me a while to find it in my notes. My notes was all over the place this week. All right. So you see the origins.
The House of Names, Tom Jones.
Origins, England and Ireland. Okay. The ancestor of the West surname lived among the ancient Anglo-Saxon culture. That's where when they lived in, I don't know if it's Devon or Devon in
it's Devon,
England, because they be pronouncing stuff different. Okay, so forgive me, my England brothers and sisters. Shit, I'm an American.
I used to watch it a lot.
So
they used to pronounce it Devon, because I watch a lot of their their home shows.
Oh, okay. So it is Devon.
And refurbishing castles and stuff like that. I was interested in that stuff.
Okay, yeah. Now I'm interested, sis. I used to fall asleep on that shit. I didn't give a damn. And now I be straight up alert. I'm like, oh yeah, that mean that. I'm even watching The Spanish Princess. Shout out, somebody dropped in the chat a couple of weeks ago and said, Rhonda, watch that. So I'm on that. It's pretty good, y'all. Because when you notice information, you can connect the dots. All right. So the name West is derived from the fact that the original bearer of the name came from the West. This rather general nickname could be an indication that the person moved from the West to where he received the name, or that he lived in the western portion of some areas or the county or parish. Okay, so it was found in you said it's Devon, sis?
Yes.
Okay, so the West surname was found in Devon, where the family are remarkable, not so much for the antiquity of the family as for the early period at which they obtained the honor and their peerage. Sir Thomas West is the first recorded ancestor. He died in the 17th of Edward II, and that's who he married. And that's how he got the land. See, they about they motherfucking bag, baby. So that's how he got and thus became possessed of the lands in Devonshire. Do y'all all get the play?
Well, you know, if you want to know the truth about it, I have some encyclopedias dated back god awful days ago, and those Brits was changing a lot. The ones that was in power now, they were whitewashing the pictures. They were changing out their names of the ones who were there. Like they had the Black Prince. They took him out. They took him out totally because their legislature took him out. They were trying to get rid of all the melanated bloodlines. All of them.
So I just want y'all to be clear. Do you all understand the blueprint? Kanye, your people them got their little wealth with this little land through a woman. Cantaloupe. She was the one with the bag. Sounds kind of familiar with Black European men coming over here marrying them Indian women. Then next thing we know, we see on these fucked up ass agreements and treaties, men named, but the wealth came through the women bloodline. I want y'all to understand how the play is played. Okay? All right.
Be careful, dog.
So it says another reference states the noble family Earl Delaware. I wonder if that's where Delaware came from. Wrote themselves De West. Not, it appears, from any place so-called, but from their large possessions in the west of England. I believe it's the real tea on it. So Kanye, beloved, is your people now Delaware really named after your people really original name, which is D West? Child, clutch pearls, baby. All right. So they also had some estates in West Riding of Yorkshire.
Sure.
All right. So, was formerly the residence of family of West, of whom was Sir William West, a soldier in the army of who? Henry the motherfucking, ain't that the 8th? Yeah, Henry the
8th. Boleyn, remember?
Yeah, that Henry was a hot motherfucking mess.
And she was a killer.
In that Spanish what's the face thing that I'm watching, baby, they laid it out. They go over Henrys, the dad and the son, and they are really, really doing a good job with that. And now that as we're learning this history and putting it in perspective, you can easily watch these particular movies and stuff with all of that in there. All right. So, Kanye, your ancestor was a soldier of Henry VIII, and who had, in reward for his services, beneficial grants. Child, clutching my pearls. That's why nobody can come to me with the shenanigans about some motherfucking land grants. Go on and kick rocks on that bullshit. So Kanye people, this set of land that they had ran up on, King Henry granted them some land. The family resided here to the latter end reign of Elizabeth. Okay? All right, so they're just going over the variations, this, that, and the third. All right, we're not gonna go over that. Distinguished members of the family included Thomas West, first Baron West. Oh God, who served under Sir Thomas West. So y'all see how far they talking about the 1300s, this, that, and the third. Served alongside his father under Richard II. Ooh, child. So a knight who served in Ireland with the Duke. So the West, Kanye comes from a powerful family, y'all. Highly, highly connected. All right. Okay. So they're just telling you where the West name shows up, this, that, and the third. Over in Canada. Oh, even over in Australia. So the migration of the West family to Ireland. So some of the West family moved to Ireland. So they're going to talk about the West migration, of course, to the United States. Okay. So let's see. Child clutching my pearls. So the West settlers, Francis West, arrived in Jamestown, Virginia in 1607. Anthony West settled in Virginia 1622. Okay. So hopefully y'all getting a flavor of the West. Okay.
Indian Carter was right. Was Virginia.
Yeah, because that's why it's so important you do that genealogy. Oh, I see y'all panties in a bunch because I'm going over Kanye people stuff.
Yeah, they lighten botting you and beautiful girls.
Yeah. And I'm reporting y'all asses and getting rid of you. Okay? All right. So I said what the fuck I said. So Delaware is Delaware. Okay, thank you, beloved. So Kanye, do you know your people, that Delaware is named after your people? Because your ancient name of West was Delaware. Child. Clutch pearls, clutch pearls. Okay, so they're just giving you some more West. You had one came through Philly, that's in the 1800s. New York, a couple came through New York, and then somebody came through Alabama, and then you see some of the West came through Canada as well, and then some came to Australia. Okay. Damn, they was in the West Indies. I didn't go down to this little part.
New York, Alabama, Pennsylvania. They're a big family.
Okay, so the British first. Yeah. I'm trying to think how that sides with Kanye and them people. Okay. Okay, here it is. Yeah. We had Nathaniel West in 1620.
1622.
So you see what I be talking about? They got exact ships and all of this. But oh boy, he was 15 and he came through, gave the ship and everything, and told you, oh boy came through Barbados. Damn, y'all. Okay, so there you have it. So they're giving some other famous West. Okay, of course they're giving I'm assuming Caucasian people with the West surname. But you peep the hijack. Post 1700. So I haven't looked into these names, and I can just guess these are white people at this point.
Yeah, I think that's when they took over.
Okay. All right. Okay. So that's Kanye people. All right, Kanye. So I don't know if you knew that Delaware one. That is the bomb, okay? All right. So that's on Kanye people. Okay, so now y'all should understand Kanye's connection, why Kanye is at billionaire status. I don't care what they up there talking about. He lost the billionaire status. They are a liar. He still has that billionaire status. You should understand why he still has it. Because of his family lineage. Okay? Now, shout out to Kanye, all right? Since you did what you did, it just caused a few little folks on our side that do that research to research into your stuff. So I really, really learned a lot. Really, really learned a lot. Okay. So let me see. I said just real quick, I documented in my notes that West showed up in this Kent visitation. I even put it down to a page number. Let me see if I see it. Yeah, somebody named Anna West showed up in here as well in this 1619 Kent visitation.
Oh, guess who's there? Brother Odel.
Hey, Brother Odel, come up whenever you're ready, if you're able to join us tonight. We on the Kent Black European stuff. So I ran across this, y'all, because I was looking for the video with the Caucasian gentleman. And
this channel is part of the history.
Let me see. Damn it, I don't know. Well, let me see if they're gonna I'm gonna try to play this. I'm only gonna play a snippet of it because I want to bring up another surname. Okay, so let me go to 720 21. And let me bring this up. Hold on, fam. So shout out to Brother Odel.
He's in the house.
Yes, shout out to Brother Odel. That's what I'm looking for. Let me share this. Let me go back. Let me just check my notes, make sure I got my marks right. Yes.
Okay. Is this a video?
Yeah, this is a video, and I have to watch to see if I'm gonna they're gonna give me a nasty gram and say they don't want me to use it. I am going to do display. And you know what? These people got 4.42 million subscribers, so I'm not going I'll play it, but I won't show it. Let's see if we can do it that way. But I do want to give them their credit. This is the true ancient origins of the Native Americans, 1491, before Columbus timeline. Okay, that's the name of the video. The YouTube channel is Timeline World History Documentation. Let me make sure this better be the right one. Hold on, fam. Let me get it out off of here because sometimes I can just play it without getting
sites across the continent. And of course, that would be up in an area that archaeologists refer to as Beringia.
It's supposed to be Kent.
The melting glacier.
What the hell is this?
In Europe, tens of thousands.
All right, let me forward. And I probably got the wrong damn video. I hate this a bit.
Mammoth bones.
Okay, I know I ain't crazy. Why all of a sudden I don't have the right video? Let me go again. Child, what the hell? Okay, let me re-show this. I don't appreciate this. Okay, I can get away with this. I think I can anyway. This is the one I'm listening to. Child, I don't know how I even got on that other video. This is the Untold Story, a history of Black people in Kent, England. Shout out to Cush TV. Right? Shout out to you, beloved. But I'm going to fast forward to the 7-minute mark. Now, what and it's okay. It's not that I don't like this brother, just don't understand, because he's giving it from a standpoint of these Black people in Kent came from Africa. Okay, we know that's not the case. All right, and I ran across this video because I was really trying to get to find that white gentleman's video talking about the Kent people. A lot of them coming up out of France, okay? And I'm going to keep looking for that video. All right? So this is the part I want to get to.
Ironically, Palm Cottage was once home to Sarah Forbes Bonetta, goddaughter of Her Majesty Queen Victoria. So how did she end up living here?
She's given as a gift to a British naval captain by the King of the Dahomians, a man called Gezo. And she's brought to Britain. And she is presented to Queen Victoria.
So I want y'all to listen to the hijack. We're going to debunk it, but I want y'all to listen.
She's very well educated. She's a good pianist.
I was on mute, my bad. Remember this face, okay? So, of course, we understand the hijack. So those that do research, I know y'all done seen this sister's face. I know you done seen her face, okay? So peep game, they up there talking about some she was given as a gift to Queen Elizabeth, this, that, and the third. And they show some white-looking lady as Queen Elizabeth, and we know that ain't accurate, okay? So let's peep game on who they say she is, peep game on what her pedigree is, and then we gonna go into the real. I want you also to pay attention to her surname, which is Forbes. F to the O, to the R, to the B, to the E, to the S. All right? So let's hear this hijacked story, and then we gonna go in with the receipts.
She's a member of a middle class of Black women in Britain. She's also in Kent because she stays with, he's a German clergyman. He has a succession of Africans and others, Black people, coming to his house in Chatham.
I'm here to meet the great-great-grandson of Sarah, who can tell me a little bit more about his ancestors' past. I just hope he's in.
Arnold! Hi, hiya, welcome. Because my grandmother used to talk about this ancestor of ours, who was the adopted daughter of Queen Victoria. But we never took her seriously. Thought it was an old lady rambling on. But so when I came about 10 years ago, I decided to check to see whether it's true or not. So I wrote to Windsor Castle, to the library there, and they said, yes, it is true. And they had a lot of information, photographs.
Arnold discovered that an officer from the Royal Navy had rescued her from slavery after the King of Dahomey was convinced to give her to the Queen of England as a gift.
Okay, so y'all heard that bullshit ass hijacked ass story, right? Right? So the ancestor of her, he looked Black Europeanish to me. He don't look African to me. But let's continue.
From one royal to another.
I didn't know I had any connection with Kent when I moved down here. I lived in London most of my life, working for the BBC. So I feel very close to Kent, although I'm not a man of Kent or Kentish man, but I'm adopted Kentish man now because I've lived here for 25 years. So I feel very close to Kent and also the relationship that my ancestors had with Kent.
His ancestor was one of many black Britons who formed part of the middle classes.
And as the 19th century progresses, then London becomes the crossroads of empire. So Britain is often seen by black people as being a pleasant refuge. You could settle where you liked, you could marry across the race line, have books printed. So it's an irony of the British Empire that at the heart of empire, you had greater freedoms than you had in the colony of origin.
Arnold's great.
So they are admitting that black people in Europe was able in the 1800s to marry who they wanted to, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. But they came from slaves, right? So what makes more sense? That those black people were already there and you had black people in power already? That's why race was not an issue. It was a non-so-and-so factor. To me, that makes more sense. But let's continue, because we're going to get to the receipts on who she really is.
Great-grandmother was not the only member of his family from Africa to become part of the British establishment.
My great-great-grandfather was Bishop Samuel Ajayi Crowther. He also was a little slave boy who was captured in Oshogun, I think it was, and on the ship was on its way to South America when the slave trade was abolished, and the ship was captured by a British man-o-war, and they were all taken to Freetown. And he grew up there. He learned to read, learned the Bible, because they're all under missionaries, and eventually became a priest, and eventually became the first black bishop in the whole of the Anglican Communion. I knew that Bishop Crowther had a friend who, Reverend Shone, who lived in Palm Cottage in Gillingham. And he not only visited him there, but also Sarah Benita lived there in Palm Cottage for a while.
Although Arnold's ancestors are both very significant figures from Kent's Afro-Caribbean past, volunteer researchers are uncovering some lesser-known stories.
When we're trying to find about ordinary people who aren't famous, we tend not to have a lot of sources, and they tend not to tell us their ethnicity. So in the research for Black History Live, we've focused on the 18th and 19th century. Our research has found stuff about a number of other people further down the social scale, but that give us the same sort of tale of integration. And I think one of the best for that is the story of Joshua Campbellton. He was born on the 10th of November, 1823, at Bermuda as a slave. At the age of 17, he joined the Royal Navy, and they immediately promoted him to petty officer.
Okay, so if y'all know what was going on in Bermuda, what they're calling the West Indies, you know that those Black Europeans came through as indentured servants. Black Europeans, not Africans, Black Europeans. Okay? But let's continue.
He rose to become a warrant officer in the Royal Navy. He then left the Navy in 1863, so at the age of 40. He came to Chatham Dockyard, where we are today. While he was here in Chatham, he married a local woman. So the story of Joshua Campbellton and his family shows that somebody who was born in slavery could join the Royal Navy, could rise far above the vast majority of the people who joined at the same time as him, and that he could be very much accepted, you know.
You just got to remember that obviously Chatham Dockyard, with the dockyard here, was the focal point. This is where everything came, you know, all the ships and that sort of thing. It was the growth area, because obviously we were looking at what life was like on the Age of Sail. There was an awful lot of black slave or black musicians. They were prized, obviously, to keep sailors and things happy along their voyage.
Okay, so I'm not going to go through all of that because that ain't what I was here for. I wanted you all to just get a gist because I want to focus on Sarah Forbes coming up out of Kent. All right. So here's the African singers. This shit is so laughable. Yeah, these are the African singers that were entertaining the soldiers. Oh, okay then. Okay, if you say so. Okay, so I'm just gonna switch over. I just wanted to give you all a view into what this was about. Let me shout out this YouTube channel again. This is the name of this video is the Untold Stories, a history of Black people in Kent, England, from Cush TV. Shout out to Cush TV. I'm sorry, go ahead on, sis.
Well, first of all, they're well dressed to be slaves. They have toys, and they're talented because they can play piano. So where did they learn all that?
Exactly. I thought they was beating the Congo over in Africa.
Yeah.
Bongos, what I'm trying to say. Bongos.
Yeah, Congos too. Those little things. Yeah, their hair is very nice and refined.
Right. They got ultra perms and they shit and everything.
A mixture of their bloodline, obviously.
I mean, they dress nice.
Beautiful.
Oh,
good quality material too. And
exactly.
Men are
and it's suits, tailored because the women's waistline is snatched in them dresses.
All righty. So they're slaves, right?
That's what they said. They, they were slaves, and they cleaned them on up, put them on in these nice little outfits to entertain the soldiers, baby. That's what they say.
And they're self-directed musicians because you don't see nobody out there directing them. So they knew how to teach themselves.
But yet I'm looking at some of these names down here, and I mean, I guess I could jump over to the 1619 visitation of Kent and see if they show up on there. I'm sure so I recognize some of them, but I could cross-reference all of them to 1619 to see if some of these surnames came over to the States. And the interesting part about it, because the purpose of this Sarah Forbes that they said was a slave that was gifted to Queen Victoria, I tripped out on the name Forbes because I'm like, I've seen that surname before. Let me go through my documentation. I know that is a Black European surname. I know Forbes is a Black European surname. Where the hell is my notes? Where did I find it from? So I'm finna bring that up in a sec, okay? But that Sarah, the first name, I will give y'all at least this clue. That's the name that my sister-in-law named my niece.
Sarah.
Coming up out of Kent. Okay? And that Sarah name also showed up in the 1619 Kent visitation. All right. So, let me.
But you notice.
I'm sorry.
But you know this. They always go to the 1800s for their history of us.
Because that's when it started to whiten up.
Yeah.
Okay. So shout out to that particular
America
YouTube, channel. Shout out to Cush TV. Let me bring other receipts up I got for your fam. on Sarah Forbes. This coming from my dude. Where did I put it at? Damn it, my notes are atrocious this week. That's on me. Hold on. That's not that. Where is it? So still ain't done. Hold on, bear with me. I know I pulled the notes. I know where to get it. I'll have to go back to my source. Hold on. I thought that I had thought that I had copied it. Damn, my shit just disappeared. It just could be me. I just been rushing this week. I could have sworn I pulled it, but obviously I didn't put it in the right place. All right, so shout out to my dude. Knowledge yourself off of Facebook. Okay? I'm like, I know I saw that Forbes name. Baby, I searched in my documentation. And my boy, Knowledge Yourself, shout out to Knowledge Yourself, doggone it. Let me see. Is this on display? Yeah. I'm trying to, y'all getting it on YouTube? Let me see. Yeah, y'all getting it on here now. Yeah, there you go. Okay, making sure you got it. So shout out to Knowledge Yourself. I knew I had seen it before. So
I've seen that.
George III and his granddaughter, Queen Victoria. George III was in height about 5 feet, 10 inches tall and a half, and a robust person in his youth. He was considered handsome, but his face and eyes were too prominent. His lips thick, his mouth large and wide, his face was red and a deep copper colored.
And his granddaughter. Right, you say? Yeah,
yes.
Granddaughter.
Yes.
So
George III and his granddaughter, Queen Victoria.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
So George was what now, huh? He was deep copper colored.
Thick lips.
With some soap coolers, baby.
Wow.
So here's the source. Shout out to Knowledge Yourself. Memoirs of George III, late King of Great Britain. Copper.
Looks like my nephew. Oh my God, he looks like my nephew.
Copper is a reddish brown color. This portrait is now erroneously titled Portrait of an African. It was painted by Allan Ramsay in England in 1757. Allan Ramsay first painted George in 1757 before he became king. Allan Ramsay was the official court painter for King George III. Eurocentric and Negroes who don't actually research the portraits tell us that this man is an African slave named, I ain't even finna try to pronounce that, baby. Rather, that is because of stupidity or laziness. I do not know. Allan Ramsay, the official court painter for King George III, painted this portrait in England in 1757. According to the autobiography of that little African name, I'm not trying to say all of that. He was a slave in Africa in 1757. That alone destroys any notion of this being a portrait of him, of the African man. Logically, the man in the portrait cannot be this African name person. When you research Allen Ramsey's career, you'll discover that he never met, nor was he ever commissioned by George III or anybody else to paint a portrait of a famous slave named blah, 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 the African name. Furthermore, according to Emory University Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, baby, that's where I get my slave numbers from. Again, I get my slave numbers from the Emory University Transatlantic Slave Trade Database. In 374 years, only 15 Africans were shipped to England between the years of 1776 and 1800. So where's the motherfucking millions y'all been talking about? Let's continue, though. Again, logically, the man in this portrait cannot be the African, as there were no Africans in England prior to 1776.
Right.
Only aristocratic and upper-class families could afford to commission paintings. Exactly. The subject must be notable if a portrait was commissioned. Historically, portrait paintings have primarily memorialized the rich and powerful, not slaves or servants. A painted portrait was often seen as a luxury. They were painted for special occasions and important people. All right? Now, we know that today, because you folks that be, tricking with your sneaky links today, let's put this shit in fast forward. Today, you bitches don't even be wanting to take pictures with your sneaky links. But let's continue. Let alone slaves and all that, but let's continue. In a society dominated increasingly by secular leaders and powerful courts, images of opulently attired figures were a means to affirm the authority of important individuals. Now, all of the photographs of this woman were taken by Camille Leon Louis Sylvie, who was a French photographer primarily active in London.
French.
Right. He photographed members of the British royal family. However, the woman in this photograph is erroneously said to be an African slave named Sarah Forbes Bonita, pseudonym who we're told had a daughter named Victoria. Okay, so I want y'all to peep game of this Forbes surname. All right, so Tribe Called Quest, that song Bonita Applebaum. I mean, that's a pretty cool song. Okay, and that's what I named. Well, actually, my sister named my other truck that I don't have now, Bonita. I thought that was cute. But let's continue. It is interesting to note that the so-called white woman usurper, pretender, decoy, who Eurocentrics tell us is Queen Victoria, also had a daughter named Victoria. Not a coincidence, purely scripted. When portraits and photographs of so-called black nobility are discovered, Eurocentrics concoct outrageously stupid scenarios to explain their existence. They like to engage in one of their favorite methods of falsifying history, that is to declare all European so-called blacks as African slaves, or children of African slaves, without the inconvenience of having to prove what they say. Another tactic they use to falsify the true meaning of the so-called black portraits and photographs is to give it false and often derogatory titles, stupid lies intended to explain away the presence of so-called blacks in Europe, i.e., they are always Africans, slaves, or servants. Eurocentric told us that she was rescued by Captain Frederick E. Forbes, who somehow convinced King Gizo of Dahomey to just give her to Queen Victoria.
Yeah,
okay, so that's what they was talking about in that video. That was the hijack. All right. Then in 1815, when she was 7, she met the Queen, who was so impressed by the young prince's exceptional intelligence and had the girl raised as her goddaughter in the British middle class, but yet her guardians sent her to school in Africa in 1851 when she was 8 years old, and she returned to England in 1855 when she was 12. If this is true, why is that there are no photographs of Queen Victoria and Sarah Forbes Bonita? Not one. We're told that Sarah Forbes Bonita was born in 1843. However, the earliest known photograph of her was taken in 1840 when she was a teenager. Let that sink in. Okay? So, that's her granddaddy, or is it her great granddaddy? Nonetheless, that's her King George III, and that is who they're calling Sarah Forbes. Okay? From Kent. That showed, according to their narrative, that showed up in Kent, was given to Queen Victoria, but she was an African slave. All right? But yet, she was well read, this, that, and the third. But yet the true story is George III and his granddaughter, Queen Victoria. Okay? This is her lineage. Okay? This is the woman, Sarah, from Kent. She's tied to Black European royalty bloodline. Okay?
Well, like I said, even here, they took all the artifacts and they whitewashed them, the coins and everything, and they took their color off of them and made this fake history for Queen Elizabeth and all those kind of people.
Right.
And then King George, was it the second? They said he was crazy. Was it the second? I think that was the second.
And he probably could have been, but he was black and crazy.
Well, yeah, because we all kind of crazy. Yeah. But see, they just kept making things up. Remember, they said that Queen Victoria and her son Edward VII. This is Edward's the VIII people,
right?
And they said that she wanted to get rid of all the black people, make sure they never came back. So World War II was instigated. Was it one or two? One was instigated. Mm-hmm. So if she's melanated, she ain't talking about no black people ever coming back.
Them people, Charles and all of them, baby, let me tell you something. They know that royalty started from black people. They know.
Yeah, they do.
So either they're related to them and they got related to them through marriage on down the lines, or they're not related to them, and they were just put on. Now, we do know that the Windsor name, who we see the white face seat of power, the front, we do know that that name had to be approved, that name wasn't originally in the bloodline. It wasn't originally one of the houses. It was sanctioned and created. Okay.
You know, I'm not gonna be totally crazy, but Edward was scared when he left there, and I picked it up in his voice as he was talking. You know, I can't tell you why, but I had to go. So, and that video I sent you kind of tells me what happened. They were overrun by certain species. So, and that lady said it when she was talking, that these are not really human.
So what are you saying, that they was taken over by a reptilian alien race?
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
Prove it. They need to prove it to me.
Well, I don't know. The lady had her own testimony of how she was raised and stuff. And then she had some more other testimonies, but I had heard it already. She's not telling me anything.
Right.
New.
And I'm not disputing hearing it. What I am saying, you have to prove it to me, mama. Prove it.
And you know that the super soldiers that I told you about a while ago in the Patriot movement, they were telling about their experiences with those creatures. I remember telling you on the show about it, you know, because they had them all strapped down and they were giving them all kinds of injections of blue and purple or whatever color.
Again, they have to prove it to me.
Well, I don't know how they're going to do that.
Prove it. Because I'm going by records. They have to prove it. So maybe I can only go by the records, and I can only give two conclusions. Either they married in, white folks married in to them black royal bloodlines, or they were appointed.
Well, we're getting enough information coming out now. I'm sure to come because the books are open.
Right, Sean, the creator. They already said on Bridgington, dang, I wish my fine dude ain't returning no. Shit. Who put light-skinned and back on the map? Simon, I think that's his name. And women, we all upset. We fired the fuck up that he ain't into. I ain't even watched the second season. And everybody like, nah, Rhonda, you go like it. I'm like, it's my man on there. Nah, I said, well, I don't know. I ain't feeling it. But exactly, Sean, the creator, didn't they tell you in Bridgington that they were interracially marrying? Did not the Kent man just admitted that they were interracially marrying? Oh, Michelle Gibson got a documentary. I'm gonna have to check that out. I like Michelle Gibson. Shout out to Michelle Gibson. So again, they need to prove it to me.
I'm sure it's coming out because you're finding it now, so it's coming out. Everybody, you know, the records have been hid, but they're not hid anymore.
Well, I'm only going by what's out so far and what the researchers have put out.
Yeah.
I cannot go by such and so said they was abducted by thus and so alien. Baby, you gonna have to prove that to me, goddammit.
Well, you know, everybody has their own testimony, but Gene Decode was talking about it too. And there was another group of researchers that was talking about it too.
Prove
you know,
it.
Guys.
Prove it. Not you. Not you. I need them to prove it.
I don't know. They probably got rid of the tapes, because they've been censored everything.
I'm not saying what you want to say. I'm telling you, for me, they have to prove it.
I'm just speculating. Because they're
but we don't need to speculate. Either you got the proof, baby, or you don't.
Yeah, I don't know where their stuff is, but
right, because it's not for you to know. They're supposed to be able to tell you.
Yeah,
I need them to prove it. Okay, so the last thing I wanted to go over, a shout out to Brother Deshaun. Okay, Brother Deshaun reached out in the comment section. Yeah, and I still ain't got through all of the other stuff that was sent to me via email. Sis Rochelle, I had pulled one of your things. I'll get to it. I'll bring it up the next time we're on the air. I haven't even got to the stuff because we didn't ran out of time. But Brother Deshaun, I did want to bring up your stuff. So, baby, let me bring up your stuff right quick. And then we're going to let Brother Odel come on and say hi to the fam. So, shout out to Brother Deshaun. He's doing a follow-up on Harriet Tubman. Much respect. Okay? And he pretty much said, you were right about Harriet Tubman being a steward. Harriet Ross Stewart Tubman. Okay? So he sent me this from Historical Snapchat. Portrait of Ava and Alida Stewart, great nieces of Harriet Tubman, 1910. And they snatched them outfits.
They look good.
Don't they look good?
I like them hats.
Baby, y'all looking good. Your waistline is snatched.
Trim. They must have a big corset on. Pull it through.
Girl, ain't they waist little?
Oh my gosh.
Baby, I'm jealous. Your waistline is snatched to the gods.
Beautiful ladies.
Yes, and they're beautiful ladies. Absolutely. So, again, shout out to Brother Deshaun. This is in follow-up in regards to Harriet Tubman Ross Stewart, or Harriet Ross Stewart Tubman. These are people. Her great nieces. Okay?
Beautiful girls.
Oh, you sent it to me too, Sis Nonya. I'm sorry. It's probably buried in one of those emails. Dang on it.
Yeah, I think they just stole the crown. I don't care.
Who is they? Who is
the queen? The Queen of England and stuff.
No, we ran the heritage that you got to prove it.
I know what you're saying.
We went through it. Ain't what I'm saying, it's what I proved. There's a difference between saying and proving.
It'll come out.
We went through the genealogy. You got to prove it. Yes, she is real, Miss Dawn. Yes, she's real.
Somebody was on here was related to the Stewarts.
Bass Reeves. His mama is a steward.
No, I mean it was in the chat.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Shout out to show peeps. This your peeps. Okay. Okay. Oh, what? It came out. So Sis Nonya is saying, I sent it a while back. It came up on a news link.
They want us to know.
And you stewards, okay, those of you that are in power, we want y'all to give us our props. You know, us little researchers that be on the grind with our little YouTube channels, and I be sitting here minding my business, and I got to fight through being spammed via porn and stuff. We're the ones uncovering this information about your lineage bloodline. Okay?
Getting on your business stuff.
So there you have it, fam. So thanks, Sis Nonya, for sending it back up in the day to me. And thank you, Brother Deshaun.
Yeah.
He was like, you were right. You were right. I'm like, oh, thank you, brother. But thank you for that. But y'all look good, sus. Y'all looking good. Shit. I ain't gonna sit up here and lie, baby. Y'all was dressed to the gods. Looked really, really good. Okay, so so that's Miss Dawn saying, I have documents. My great Pa John had a church in London, okay, and it went bankrupt. He was married to a woman named Emma, and they were
Lyons.
I didn't know if they were. Oh, okay. Was that their surname, Lyons?
Oh, this is crazy. But this is good.
This is really good. This is why you all have to do your genealogy. It is extremely, extremely, extremely important. Okay. So shout out to Miss Rice. Sis, I think you sent me something else. I thought I grabbed it and put it in my notes. I guess I didn't. I'll make sure I pick back up on it. Okay. So shout out to everybody that sent information tonight. Shout out to Knowledge of Self as well. All right, Brother Odel, you can unmute yourself whenever you want to at least say hello to the fam. So we can say hello to you as well. Peace and love, Brother Odel.
Good evening, everybody.
How are you?
I'm all right. Peace and love, everybody. Y'all all good?
We're good. Yeah. We're good.
All right, that's good. Nuwa, Sean. Sisters, we got the sisters. They're on mute. Nuwa, Sean, are chilling.
Yeah. It's good to hear your voice, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to hear both your sisters. All right. I'm kind of with you with the obviously I'm familiar with the Earls of Freising. We had obviously the Habsburgs. You've got the Schwarzes. Obviously in Germany. I've got the I'll show some imagery in a bit. But yeah, we was all over Europe. The only thing is they always put the narrative we came out of Africa. But actually we've always been all over. But but even if they admitted that, I've got something I'm going to show you in a sec. Where they're talking about 7/11 when they came out in 7/11. So even that would take it back further than what they're saying anyway.
Yep.
But it's even way further back than that. But we've kind of covered a lot of that anyway. But yeah, when you're ready, I'm good. I'm pretty much good to go. But it's just great hearing your voices. But yeah, the lineage is important.
It's very, very important. And dang, I had something specifically to ask you. Oh, all right. You know where Kent, England is?
Yeah, it's not. It's just south of it's basically. I'll tell you why it's important, because the Earl of Canterbury, where the Church of England is, that's in Kent. It's in a city called Canterbury. So yeah, Kent it's near London. It's just southeast of London. You've got the county of Kent and you've got like Sussex and Wessex and all that. But yeah, it's just south of London, southeast of London. But the reason why it's important is because the kings and stuff like that, due to what happened with the Church of England, it's just Archbishop, that's it, Justin Welby is in Canterbury, which is in Kent. That's why it's always known as an important place.
Okay, so my question to you, I've been trying to find the video. Oh, now my allergies acting up. I've been trying to find a video of this white guy who was talking about the Kent. Some of the people out of Kent were originally from France. They migrated to Kent. Do you know anything about that?
No, I've not heard of that in terms of people coming from France, France to Kent. I'll have to look that up, but I know this much that in the period of time between I know for a fact once we've covered this stuff, because I went through the issue of the papal bull, I think it's Inter Caetera 1492, that basically obviously I did the white cargo stuff and we talked about that. Essentially everywhere was essentially open pretty much in terms of like people moving a bit more freely after that particular point. So you've got people coming in and out of this country from that particular point period, and they'll have been melanated, they'll have been European period, because that's when when so-called Granada fell, and at that point that's when more stuff started to change over. So you'll have something in and around those areas. But in regards to Kent, it's always been important because it's where the Romans landed as well. Because believe it, it's funny enough you mentioned that. It's where this is to do with the tunnel, the Euro tunnel built from the hills of France. You can look over from the hills of France to what's called Dover in this country over here, and Dover's in Kent, and that's why it's always been important.
That's what I saw, that you could see parts of France from Kent, and that was going to be
right.
question.
It's from this place called Dover. Yeah, it's a place called Dover. It's in Kent on the top of the corner. Yeah, so that's why it's always been important, because it's where commercial trade has been done. Dover and Folkestone, they're the two ports. That's why they're important.
Okay, so if it's that close to France, it's very well possible that folks migrated from France to Kent?
Yeah, because they can swim. People swam the channel. It's only the English channel. It's not that long.
Child, it's that close where you could just jump in the water and swim.
Yeah, you can swim across. Obviously, when it's calm, obviously when it's bad weather, you can't do it when the seas are rough. But in calm weather, people have done it. The English Channel's not. It's quite close as the English Channel. It's not far. It's not that long. There's a certain part, because there's some points of it are longer, some points of it are short. But the part where Dover and Folkestone are in terms of Kent, it's not actually that far. They're not that far apart from each other. So you can see France quite. It's not far away. In fact, if I give me a second, I'm going to bring up a map.
Okay, yeah, and I'm still searching for that video. I'm kicking myself because I thought that I had saved it. I'm going to go back again. Been looking for it for 2 weeks. Where the man said that a lot of people out of Kent were from France, and they were leaving up out of France because of religious stuff. And so I immediately religious persecution. So I immediately thought about the Huguenots. And so I'm going to have to go back if I could find that video. So I was just wondering if you had heard anything about that. So just let me know if you come up, and you should be able to share
yeah, I'm just going to show this briefly.
Your material whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'm just going to show this on a brief. I'll just put this up brief, just to show you this. Just to
me.
Wind's blowing or something. The dust kicked up over here too.
Well, and for us, this pressure keep changing.
So here you go. So there's Dover.
Okay, let me bring it up for the fam so they can see it. No worries. All righty.
So there's the part of Dover. So obviously, London. I'm just going to show you where London is because it's not that far. So London's here. Okay, Canterbury. It's where the Church of England is based. Just in Welby. That's Canterbury. So this is an important standpoint. This is all Kent, by the way. This is Kent here. Okay. Now the bottom of Kent Downs is here. So you've got Throxton, which is the part, and you can see Dover, and this is where the Channel Tunnel is. Channel Tunnel is there. So you can see France, Calais, where it's not that far apart. You can swim that. So there's a very short. There's a very short space where the channel is. Obviously, it widens out. As you can see further down, it widens up. But there's a very short space between Dover and Calais. Here you can see there. So that's
even if you didn't want to swim, you could have a rickety boat and wow.
Yeah, it's close. They're very close. They're not far away. So that's so migrating has always been something they can do because essentially it's not far. They're not far away. You can, like, say, on a good day, you can see Calais from Dover and Dover from Calais.
Mm-hmm.
And Throxton's there. That's the other part. So they two parts. But this is why you've got like the Battle of Hastings, which is down there, the famous Battle of Hastings that's done about, because it's always been invasion of Anglo. That's why it's called about Anglo-Saxony or Anglos and Saxony, because Saxony, the state of Saxony in France is here. And then the Anglo areas is obviously Anglo, England is over here. This is why they always talk about the Anglo and Saxony, because they've always had relations between each other.
Interesting.
Yeah, because because in France you've got like over here, Kent. In France you've got like Cherbourg, Saxony. You've got different like regions. And Saxony is near here. Saxony is near here. And obviously, the Anglosphere is obviously England or Anglo. England is here. So you've always had this relationship between England and France. It's always been there because they've always known each other. It's always been that. That's always been the case. So
that would make sense why the French Huguenot were able to come over here in the U.S. and set up shop and stuff also.
Yeah, and that's due to what happened with the bull of Intercatera, which I can't remember which show we did it on. One of these shows we did it on, Bull of Intercatera, because that's when Granada fell. That's when those Romanus Pontifex Aeternities. That's when the agendas were set. Although I think it's much later than that, as you know, due to the men at Mudflood. The agendas were set across where they decided to start whitening all the issues and hiding all the histories, you know, which you've been talking a little bit about this evening. So that's when they were changing it, because obviously at that point they were getting to establish themselves. So, but that's the issue here with Dunkirk. That's where the Battle of Dunkirk took place. You know, talk about World War II. Dunkirk, when the people landed.
They made a movie about that.
Yeah, that's correct. That's right. Yeah, Dunkirk, where they landed, because again, to travel from here to there, again, that's Dunkirk. It's not far. Wow. So that's where the D-Day landings took place. So that's why they've always chosen these areas to land in France, because you're not traveling far.
That is fair. I am so glad you came up here and explained that. Now, I'm not sure when you tuned in, but we were talking about them documenting the 1619 visitation of Kent. So all of them Black Europeans coming up out of Kent to the Americas, and it was documented to the hilt who came over here. Plain as day. And so now you have this whole big push in the States of them trying to re-educate the population with this African slave trade thing, and they're titling it the 1619 Project of the Transatlantic Slave Trade. And I say again that they're hijacking the real 1619 integration, which was really the Black Europeans coming up out of Kent.
Yeah, and I'll go this far. And I think I've got it here already. It's one of these. Is it this one? Yeah, you've got. And I'll probably should.
That's a good picture of King James. Yeah, you look good, bruh. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
Yeah, but it's just saying. So it says King James I of England was originally the sixth King of Scotland. So keep in mind, it's first of England, but the 6th of Scotland. So keep in mind that was one. Right. This is key here. King James was the first of England, but was originally King of James, the 6th in Scotland. But key here, he was a son of a, they say black, but he's son of a black father and a coloured mother of royal blood. But the key thing is there, it's the first in England, but remember the 6th in Scotland. And remember his dad, it's just saying here, his dad was already melanated. So that shows you that all those kings of Scotland prior to the others were still there. So even in that first sentence, it just shows you there was already up in Tringy anyway. But I'm not going to hold this for too long because I'm going to send this to you anyway. But mother of both royal bloods, that means the kids, there was all royal blood already. Without the necessary background, this sounds like a far-fetched story motivated by crazy desire to identify so-called black heroes in world history. We should never forget, though, however, that the Moors settled Spain and southern Europe in 711. So that means they've been there for even hundreds of years, period, even in Europe anyway, period. So I'll send you this article anyway, sister, because I'm not going to read all of it. And you can just use that for whenever you want. But I wanted this, but you can see here, look, you've got here, just, I only read brief parts of it. So you've got here, so it was arranged that Mary, Queen of Scots, to be married Edward, the son of a British king, Henry VIII. In response to Mary's mother, the daughter of the Duke of Guise, or a Catholic, condemned the arrangement, and the Queen of Scots had to decline the marriage. This is the key here. From then on, Italy, France, and England began battling of influence for the Scottish kingdom. So there, that shows you what were happening. They were going across, like you've proven, sister, they were going back and forth.
Wow. I'm so glad you brought up that map because that puts it in perspective on how close it is. Although I was just having this conversation with a cousin, because she's like, yeah, I want to go to London. I said, well, while you're over there, you need to do France also. You're right there. I mean, if you're going to go to London, you might as well go to France, because I just remember it was close when I was there to visit, but I didn't realize that backside, how close it was, that you can literally stand in a certain spot and see it. I did not realize it was that close.
Yes, we've known that for years. We taught that here when it's in our school systems. We taught that here due to the fact that they talk about the Roman invasions. So you taught that here. So we learn this stuff here automatically. I say our education system's different over here because this give you a certain amount of truth over here. Do you know what I mean? There's a certain amount you get over here because the people have always passed it down. So we get a certain amount over here. They just try to put it from the slavery point of view, but we still get the truth. But people get taught the slavery side of it. They don't get taught this side of it that I'm just mentioning you now. So it's easy for me to flip it because we get taught the real stuff, but we just talk from a slavery point of view. So when you flip it like when I do, it's much easier. Whereas the programming over there in the States is totally different.
It's
because
totally different. So many piled on lies, because even the gentleman's video that was talking about Kent, we were still able to piece together what the truth was, although they were still throwing that African stuff in there. So in other words, it's a lot easier for us to piece together the truth with what you all are being taught than what we're being taught. This is really, really interesting. So just to be clear, fam, King James is a steward, all right? So that colored woman was a steward.
Correct.
So when we talk about that steward bloodline, that's coming from King James them. So that means Harriet Tubman Ross Stewart is of the bloodline of King James. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Odel.
Like Diana Ross,
and like Diana Ross as well. Miss Ross Boss, hey, Auntie Diana, yep, I peep game on that. That's what I say now. I apologize if I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Odel.
So I was watching this. So in 1565, Queen Mary was married by her cousin, a black Scottish man of royal family who was called Darnay. Darnay was killed in 15 67 by white, so-called white. But I can't do this.
Yeah,
I don't know.
probably black,
Well, was
but
of the
anyway,
Queen.
yeah.
But he had left the Queen Mary male hair of their own lineage. So that's just showing you. So, like I said, King James VI was therefore the son of a so-called black man and a descent and so-called colored woman. So that's basically that's copper. There's this copper period, but that's just showing you. Black man's gene is dominant to listen to this. The black man's gene is dominant to the white man's gene because the latter is recessive.
Oh, I'm surprised they admitted that, but go ahead.
when the two races meet, though, misintegrate.
Yeah, we know what you mean.
Yeah, it is the white side which is forced to die recessive. However, the offspring loses some black characteristics such as kinkiness of the hair and darkness of the skin, but only to a small extent. Now, the reason why I want to put this, I'm going to make sure you get this anyway, sister, was because it says here, it even mentions this, the Caucasians were known as barbarians. Remember, the Saracens are barbarians, and had history with the Catholic Church and had been exploited as treated as less than humans by the Romans. Remember I talked about the history of corporations, sister, popes and priests for over 1,000 years. So that just shows you that there was mistreated. So the first Slavs were known. I've made it here.
So basically, and correct me if I'm up in the wrong, whites didn't have the power. They didn't have it over here in the Americas, and they didn't have it over in Europe, right?
Nope. There was used
okay, I won't allow upon this documentation.
Yeah, that's right. And that's the case because the term slave or Slav comes from Slovakia or Slav, which over here, Slovakia, Slovenia. Those countries are over here. They're over here in Europe. And it was exploited by the Catholic Church. And I told you this when I talked about the history of corporations and explained it all, didn't I? Remember I went out back and showed about this all to do to the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, when the church became a body politic and they corporatized everything and they made slaves of their own people. Made that very clear. And so this is there. So that was one thing which I sent to you. You like that? But
yeah, they did a good job.
Not that one.
That's a good picture, King James. You look good, bruh.
Not that one. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. No. Where's the one that I had for you? There's that one. There was another one I had. Yeah, this was the other one as well. And even on here, and it's got the issues of the books that people need to buy. It's if people get this book to find about the Scottish Highlanders, which is we're all melanated. The dark eyes are melanated. So this is the footnote here. So you've got the books here. A guy called Joseph Ritson. So that's one you need to look at. And this is another article talks about the melanated kings of Scotland and the British Isles.
Oh yeah, I went over that. Because I need to get back on that series when we talk about the pits.
Yeah, David McRitchie. So that's another good one, and that's another good one. Yeah, and that shows. Then that's another good one in Scotland, and they lived there for over 500 years. So we've been there for years. The thing is, so I'll send you this anyway, sister. I'll send you both these articles. I'll email you them shortly.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just to talk about that briefly. I'll get those to you, and then I wanted to cover something else in a little while, but I'll stop there and just let you say.
No, absolutely excellent information. Chow. Let me give you your bomb, and then you can definitely continue. How far you want to go into stuff this morning? Because
well, sorry, go on, sister. Go ahead.
No. I'm just leaving it up to you. I want to be respectful of your time on how much more you want to cover.
We agreed last week, correct, that I was going to do I wanted to talk about remember the asset stuff, the assets and stuff.
The financial stuff. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just because it's relevant to what's going on right now with all the
Yep. It's up to chaos. You. If you're up for it, I'm up for it. We can let you share your screen again. All right, fam. You already know we going into overtime. It is what it is. So are you up to it? You want to do it, or you want to table it?
Yeah, I'll do it with you brief because it's I wanted to get on it just because we were speaking on it, and I think it's
I
think it's important because
everything is jumping off, but you know, I want to be respectful of your time. So well, I'll wait till you pull up the next article, and then I'll display your information, and then I'll display the screen.
Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna quickly put this. I'm just about to send you an email with this stuff in, so I'm gonna just quickly do that while I'm here. So I'll let you just finish up. I'll send this email to you. Hopefully, it's got all the links in there and everything like that, and nothing's missing.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, thank you for coming in, giving us that perspective of where Kent is. So you literally could just jump on into English. Wait a minute. Having people set world records swinging across that English Channel, or
they have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, swimming and boating.
And y'all know what? I'm so ghetto. I only remember that from the Benjamin Button movie. Remember, he was messing with that old lady who was attempting to swim across the English Channel. That's the only way I remember that. But now I truly understand that. But yeah, thank you for putting that in perspective on how close that is.
Yeah. A lot of people don't realize it. They just think that it's you're there by absolute you're there by by luck. People just think that you're playing a joke on somebody. Like, well, no, is that actually close? They're all that close together. That's why we've always had the issue with France, because we've always been close. We've always been close to France. I don't know why people make a big deal. Don't realize how actually close they are. They're actually very close.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was that close. So now I'm finna make a joke. I don't know why friends just didn't throw y'all some of them pastries.
Mm-hmm.
And some of their little food, because y'all need some help in that area. But nonetheless, we ready whenever you ready, brother, to get into the financial.
Yeah, we'll tie it into the Ascension stuff. But yeah, I'm pretty much good to go.
Okay. So what else I'm trying to say? Let me see. While he's doing that, I'm gonna bring up my notes. See anything else I missed. I know we covered a lot tonight, y'all. We're still covering a lot. Yep, we talked about the Facebook stuff. Talked about the Twitter stuff. All right, I'll pick back up on this next time. Sis Rachel, I got your article about the Cold Town. We just didn't have time this week, so we'll pick it back up next time we meet again. We're not gonna have a show next week. I'll be out of town, but we'll pick back up on the 17th.
All right.
But nonetheless, okay, we pretty much got almost through everything but that. Okay, all right,
Yeah, ready.
Okay, you got the Zoom meeting thingy up.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, okay. Let me get to my thing then. I'm sorry. Let me get to the display. Hold on. And then real quick, I'm gonna get up, Brother Odel, and I gotta take a health break. So you go ahead on and do your thing. Okay, so you're displaying. I'll be right back. Go right
All
ahead.
right, that's fine. Okay. So obviously we've been covering obviously what's happened recently. So we'll kind of I'll probably get Sister Sandra still there, but Rhonda's been covering this. So obviously the Fed recently raised interest rates. I think it might have even been today or yesterday. They raised interest
0.75%.
Yeah, that's right. They're raising interest rates. It's also this new world order, economic forum, global currency reset. We've been covering all this in this issue of Ascension. So we've also covered the Bank of England with this, what happened over here recently, they've also raised interest rates the same as the Fed did by same 75 basis points. And obviously Liz Truss got the sack over here. She's no longer the Prime Minister. We've got
Sunak.
I
heard about her.
Yeah. And Jeremy Hunt's the Chancellor. And that's because the international bankers did a run on the pension funds over here because they know that that you can't be slashing taxes, and they've got no way of getting their funds back from the taxpayer. Wow. So
they're doing the 401. They're doing the 401s over here.
Yeah, so it started here, but they're going to start doing it to you over there. So we started it over here first, and the banks did the run of their pension funds over here, so they couldn't fund the liabilities. So the Bank of England had to pour 65 billion, and we can cover that at some point. 65 billion in to cover the pensions because the banks did a run on the pension funds. Because of what the government did, and the bankers, international bankers said, if we don't get our money, we're going to run up your pension funds. So the people don't get their pension funds. If they don't pay their pension funds, they're going to kick off at you lot. So that's how the international bankers slapped the government over the head, because Liz Truss thought she could come in, slash taxes for the super rich, support all their buddies, and then slash taxes for the little people at the bottom as well. And the bankers are saying, hang on a minute, no. You can't do that because we don't get paid. You can't slash taxes when we don't get paid. Okay. Yeah, because the taxpayers, because the most people that pay tax are all the people that are working normal jobs. It's not the super rich. They don't pay tax. They avoid it. So the bankers are saying, hang on a minute, you can give tax breaks to the super rich, but you can't give it to the little people because they can't have tax breaks because that means we don't get paid. And we want to make our rent meet, which is all crock of frog, because there is no money anyway. It's just statutory AKB. It's an illusion anyway. We already exposed that. But my point here is the fact that they know that that they've got to find some way of making the taxpayers pay out, the IMF and the international bankers. So they did a run on the pension funds, because if the pension fund can't fund the liabilities, then the pensioners don't get paid. They kick off. And obviously, most of the baby boomers, this is due to geopolitics, which we have covered in this series. Due to the geopolitics issue, that the baby boomers, most of them are retiring, and the generation under that, Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, all the generations of that are all smaller generations than boomers. So they know if the biggest ones who have got taking all the money out with the pensions are kicking off at the government can't survive. So Liz Truss had to go because the pensioners would have kicked a stink if the Bank of England didn't step in and they didn't get paid. So that shows the power's really with the people, but they don't realise it. So the Bank of England stepped in, put in 65 billion, did some more quantitative easing. Kwasi Kwarteng got the sack. Liz Truss got moved out. Sunak came in. Jeremy Hunt came in. The taxpayers going to have to pay out, and the rich and all the tax cuts that Jeremy Hunt put in, that Kwasi Kwarteng did. All the tax cuts have gone. No one's going to get any tax cuts. And Jeremy Hunt's also announced that he's going to raise tax rises. Everything's going up. Everything's going up. Tax rises are coming in. Everything's going up.
So that's what's his name? Sunak. He's the prime minister.
Correct. That's right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Rishi Sunak. Yeah, the poor Asian man in front of it. So he's now the prime minister, and Jeremy Hunt's his chancellor.
Oh, wow.
So, and I'm just getting back. So, did I hear you say that they pretty much, what happened with people's pension funds? Because now you have the boomers drawing down their pensions.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's what I said. Yeah, so this is because I want you back as well, Rhonda, because we were covering the issue of all the assets being going to the Vatican. We're going to cover this. There's a reason why. So the reason why the international, so basically, Kwasi Kwarteng and Liz Truss was obviously, we covered Liz Truss and what she did in the previous show. You need to go back, people, and look. Me and Rhonda did a show with Sandra. She was on there. It had been, it was in September. It was in September. We did a show. Mm-hmm. I did the numerology on Liz Truss, and I would talk about the moon arch and the monarch dying, the moon arch. Dying, and that was representative of the crown or the financial assets being passed back to the Vatican because of the death. and this is why we're covering this, because a couple of the 19th, the Queen had her so-called funeral where she passed off. The acts went back to the Vatican. And keep in mind, on the 23rd, Kwasi Kwarteng, melanated man, announced all the tax cuts. And then shortly after that, we all know that the international bankers deliberately did a hit on the pension funds. They called a hit out on the pension funds because they couldn't have the liabilities funded. And then the Bank of England had to step in and pour so-called fiat currency, 65 billion, into covering the pension funds. Wow. And that's because all the assets are being moved. This is why we're getting into what we're going to be covering. Because
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, and keep in mind that the Bank of England have raised the basis points today, 75
so
basis
y'all
points,
got
and the
y'all's
Fed
raised today. Ours was
and the Fed did
yesterday.
theirs as well, didn't they? So it's all part of this new world order, global currency reset, World Economic Forum. We're covering it all. The reason why we're mentioning all this is because the assets, there is no assets. The reason why they're imposing everything on everybody and scaring everybody with all this fear-mongering is because there's no assets. This is why the pension funds are collapsing and everything else, because all the assets have gone. There is no assets.
Wow.
Yeah. Now we're going to get into that. What do you want to say, Ron, before I get into this?
I guess only thing I'm struggling with, because typically when I think of pensions, it's, you work for a corporation, and even if it's government, we all know, us over here, we know that the governments are really still corporations.
Correct.
They're supposed to be setting aside a certain amount of money for your retirement.
Correct.
So are we saying they telling people, go F yourself, you ain't finna get your pension?
I'm saying that the assets are being managed not by the so-called government. The assets are being managed by somebody else, and I'm going to share the evidence.
Woo, child, it's some tea. I'm ready, Brother Odel, when you ready. And I'm assuming this is just not only in Europe, right?
This is across the board.
Okay, I thought so. Okay, I didn't want to lie upon your documentation. I'm ready when you ready.
All right, that's good. So Pope imposes a deadline for the Vatican to transfer assets to the bank. Pope Francis on Tuesday imposed a deadline of October the 1st deadline for all the Holy See offices and Vatican-linked institutions to deposit their assets with the Vatican Bank. Francis' decree follows a decision earlier this year to entrust management of all Vatican assets to one office. The patrimony, remember the patriarch system, the patrimony office known as the APSA, in a bid to end decades of mismanagement that's accumulated with a scandal of over €350 million investment in a London property. 10 people, including former Vatican officials and external brokers, are on trial in the Vatican Tribunal on finance-related charges related to the deal. The Vatican's economy ministry in July issued a new investment policy requiring all Vatican departments to transfer their assets and investment to the APSA by their accounts at the Vatican Bank. This is key, known as the Institute for Religious Works. I'm going to kill that later on. Don't worry, I'm going to get in on what that is. No specific deadline was given, but the decree published on Tuesday says that all assets must be transferred by September the 30th. Remember what I said?
Yeah, I remember that, because it's already done happened. So, okay.
Yes. The need for the new decree imposing fixed deadline and stressing there were no exceptions to the regulation suggests that some offices or institutions were hoping to keep external accounts or investments. The Vatican Bank has long been mired in scandal, but has spent the past decade, this is a more appropriate, which we'll read at some point, cleaning up its books. This is key. Remember I talked about censorship and trust, right? But the last decade, clearing up its books and ridding itself of its reputation as an offshore tax haven.
I can't with these people.
Years of reform have slimmed down its client list to the Vatican offices, employees, religious congregation, and embassies. I'm going to say that bit again. This is key. Vatican offices, employees, religious congregation, and embassies. Now, you know what an embassy is, not your sister. That's international.
Yeah, sure is.
It currently has some 5.1 billion euro in assets under management and reported 18 million euros a year in profits. The bank had previously donated 50 million euros a year of its profits to the Pope to pay for Vatican bureaucracy, but profits have fallen in recent years. I'm just going to say that. So we'll get in on this, but there's a reason why I'm reading it from this project. So that's one aspect of it.
50 million?
Yeah, 50 million. This is just the Vatican's assets, but I'm going to get into a point because this is where we're going to get into the history of the World Bank, because I'm going to cover it from a full perspective.
Yeah, but I'm confused, Brother Odel, because even that what did they say? It was, how many billion was it? That seemed kind of low to me.
Yeah, that's the point, because they're only transferring at the moment the assets within inside the Vatican.
Oh,
right. But the Pope, this issue with the Pope is to keep in mind that remember the Queen of Monarchs died,
right?
Keep in mind that when she passed away, that all the assets, right, the assets from a world perspective are being transferred. That's what they're not. That's what they're hiding. That's what they're not telling everybody. They just think it's just inside the Vatican.
You're saying. Yeah, because we talked about that because Queen Lizzie was the Vatican, the Pope's right-hand person, and she was in charge of managing pretty much the estates, right?
Correct. Yes,
the worldwide estate.
Yes, through Censorship AKB. And then she passed on, the stuff got passed back to the Vatican. That's why the Pope the Pope knew she was going, because remember, it's a divine. I'm trying to get you to look at it from a cosmological, divine feminine perspective, because remember, the Queen represents the feminine.
Exactly.
So they're right, and remember they talked about the patrimony in that article. Remember, but keep in mind, you already know the Vatican. You know it's the divine feminine. So they're taking the assets back because they know that they have to be managed by them, not by the monarch. So when she passed on, and this is why they keep showing the death of the woman. And remember what happens when somebody dies, somebody else has to manage the finance. That's why Liz Truss got the sack. If he's not, just trying to put men in charge. It's a patriarch. Can you not see this is Sunak's not in charge here?
They could forget it. But
I
see what they're trying to do. They're trying to override the feminine energy that's coming through.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to show. Yes, that's what I'm showing.
Pope go. It's not finna happen. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
But she went to visit the King Charles, and he said, "Oh, well." When she walked through the door. So I knew then it was going to be toast for her, because he didn't like it was her.
But I want to get into people to look at the symbology of them keeping to try and take down the divine feminine.
Because they know the energy is the return of the divine feminine. So y'all think y'all finna get away with this? Oh, okay then.
That's what I want to get people to see. Because, they're transferring assets to the Vatican, fair enough, but I want people to see the fact that the moon arch or the monarch or the moon arch died, then the assets get managed by the Vatican, and what happens, Liz Truss comes in, another woman, what did they do? And she can't manage finance, she can't manage it, but it's done deliberately, because again, what happens? And the woman's left leadership role, and what's happened? They put another man in the place.
Right, just like with Queen Lizzie transitioning, because rumor on the street that she had been transitioned, but nonetheless, now it's in the hands of her son.
Yes.
And even if he stepped down or whatever, it's still gonna be in the hand of another man. They think they slick, and I'm telling y'all, it ain't finna work. You're out of here.
That's what I'm trying to show. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to show symbolically, because that's important. Because although we've got the assets managed, it's symbolic because they're trying to take down the natural realm issue with this divine feminine advent of a quest that's coming in, which we will get in on
they're trying to stop it. Because
they're trying to reset the clock and reset themselves back in.
They're trying to reset that astrological clock to set it up for another 26,000 years and some change. I think it's 26,960. That's what they're trying to do. Because once the divine feminine steps totally back into her role, that's game over.
Yes. This is why I keep showing them trying to take down the feminine symbolically, because that's what they're trying to program people into. I'm looking from a cosmological perspective. You know me, right. So I always go to the highest perspective of it, right, not the lowest. Because the symbology here is key. It's not the fact that they're using managing their assets, it's the symbology of them trying to keep taking down the woman. Wow. That's what I wanted to explain.
Which would also make sense why they are panicking, because I had this conversation earlier when we opened the show with Sis Sandra about this total control of women's reproductive system over here with the abortions, and then around the world, they realized that they messed up by not having enough women babies birthed into some of these different nations, and China, now there's negative birth rates.
Correct. China's got the one negative policy. That's right, because they try to have male heirs, and you can't. No nation can never rise above its woman, because male heirs cannot produce. They have to have a woman. You have to go for the divine feminine. You can't do that. So they're trying to subconvent. That's why I keep saying it. That's why I keep saying it. So China's one-child policy, because of its male heirs lineage, they try to stop having women children and to have boys, because boys would inherit the dad's name. That's one-child policy, and it's killing China right now. Yeah. Because there's not enough women. That's correct. Yep.
And I don't feel sorry for him. Die out, far as I'm concerned. You that stupid?
You know, I think that's why they're doing this, gender changing of people, to get the feminine energy out, you know, or, you know, using a man to pretend he's a girl, because they want the real feminine energy gone.
Correct.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think they do. Look at that picture.
Oh,
they right in front of a womb.
That's
correct. That's true.
That is correct.
But they just want to use the symbolism. They don't want the
and it's deeper than the symbolism. They cipher the power of the
feminine. They're ciphering that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what the control of the womb is about. And why I always get on me, and you don't worry about what my hoo-ha is doing, because it's deeper. It's the control of the woman's womb.
Yes.
Okay, I need you to exist in this realm.
Correct.
But
That's what
dare you try to step into your divine power. I dare you. I am going to control your divine feminine power. That's what that's about. The real power behind this realm is the feminine, but me as a patriarch male, I'm going to control it.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what they're trying to do. That's what they said. Yes, that's what I'm getting at. Because they have to, this is what we've just been on about, sister, with the negative birth rates. Because again, no nation can ever rise above its woman. Otherwise, the nation can't exist. If you're coming into this realm, you have to come through the womb.
Exist. And do you all understand how sick that is? Now, you need my hoo-ha, but I'm supposed to bow down to you, and I'm supposed to look through a God, through a man. Do you all understand how sick this shit is? And why everything in this realm is upside down and reversed?
Well, Jesus was supposed to be your God. Remember, that's a substitute
Hey,
for your
sis,
sins.
Yes, sir.
the messed up part about it is the consent to it.
Come on
All
with it
they
now.
can do is place the thought there.
Yep.
They just planted a seed.
Come on,
It
tell
was
it.
up to us to nurture that seed, to
That is
give it
right.
energy,
So
to
we have
give
to
it
get
life.
rid. Yeah, that's truth.
The subconscious is the divine feminine. That's why they don't want you to go within.
That's right.
The consciousness, so-called conscious community.
Mm-hmm.
That's the patriarchy.
Yeah, because that conscious community, I'm talking from a melanated Black perspective, is riddled with the patriarch.
Look at how the so-called woke movement was stolen. That goes to show you that they're paying attention to everything we do.
Absolutely.
They've perverted it in such a way when research is done on quote unquote wokeness in the future, it's going to go to that political party. It's not going to go to the true awakening of us as indigenous people, because that's where the true subconsciousness that's been perverted into consciousness, everything turned upside down.
Yep.
That's where it lies. It's that divine feminine energy.
Right.
That can't be accepted by most because they're stuck in that toxic patriarchal male energy,
which is correct.
which is low vibrational.
Yeah.
Low vibration holds plenty of titles, nationalities,
come on with it now,
religions, etc. If something you claim happens to be in that category, who you gonna blame? You accepted all this low vibrational shit.
Bullshit, absolutely.
They still worship and praise the divine feminine.
Yeah, the Pope them behind the scenes, absolutely.
That's how they continue to be in power.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Their whole thing is, if they consent, they're the gods. They have powers to create the reality that they want.
Come on with it, brother.
If they decided that our reality or our version of reality is better for them, how are we at fault? We offered them something. You already been giving them everything, and they showed you that they're not worthy of you. They showed you that they are not the gods and goddesses they claim to be. They show no signs of divinity, feminine or masculine.
Yep.
They are animals. They're humans. They're born in sin. They're slaves. They're debtors. I digress.
And it is so deep because at the fundamental, because we can do all of the recanting of history, colonization, and people don't understand why I can't get off of the basics of the divine feminine being overthrown. And I can't get off of it because that's the root of where everything went wrong. These indigenous cultures across the planet that accepted this patriarch stuff, that's where your fall came in.
Yep.
And that's why indigenous men across the planet, that's why you on the bottom. And you gonna stay on the bottom. Because you don't understand what the role of the feminine is supposed to be.
Yep.
You don't understand the true power of what the feminine is supposed to be. You don't utilize it the way that it should be utilized. Now they're utilizing it for their advantage. You're still not getting it.
Exactly.
Because you want to rule and control. They know that. They have conditioned you, educated you, colonized you to accept this patriarch. And it's not to your benefit. You don't get it. And that is why you continue to be on the bottom. You're not getting it. For you to be of the oldest bloodline in this realm, bloodlines, plural, of this realm, across the same said realm, you are on the bottom. You don't get it. You don't get it. And women, until you get your head out of your ass and recognize who you are and respect yourself for who you are, you're going to keep being mistreated, abused, and used, and birthing these souls into slavery. Because you're not serving your role. You all are continuously breaking universal laws. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, continue.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're right, and I concur, agree. And this is, and although they use their symbology, I've always shown in the Vatican the melanated Madonna. You saw me, sister, when I showed you some of the imagery. I've seen you in the background. You've seen me. You know, I know all this, sister.
Yeah.
In the background, that's what they're doing. But in the forefront, they're showing this. But in the background, if you look at the symbology, it's showing you. You can see even here the womb.
Yeah, you can see
it's in gold. Yeah, you can see it. I know how these people think, but most people don't do this. But we'll continue this, and I want you take on it. So perhaps more than any other, the Vatican Bank should be expected to maintain the highest moral standards in a way that conducts its business. However, despite this certainly links, the bank that acts on behalf of the Catholic Church has developed a reputation for corruption, scandal, mismanagement, let's keep the mismanagement, over the last few decades. Murder, bribery, suspicious deaths, money laundering, and many other nefarious acts have been linked to the bank. That is that is officially known as the Institute for Religious Works. This is going to be clear. Let me keep going, so you're going to enjoy this, sister. However, when Pope Francis began his term as leader of the Catholic Church, keep in mind the motu proprio in 2013, July, and it came out on September the 1st, 2013. There's a reason for that. It's because of what the stuff we've been talking about. He made it clear that one of his goals was to reform the way the Vatican Bank is run, bringing about their series, keep in mind of what we've been talking about with all this stuff that's been coming in, because they know universal law. A series of reforms that would restore confidence and trust in the financial arm of the church. But seeing through the changes to such a secretive institution was always going to be proved to be a difficult task, and one that has been unsuccessful attempted previously. Like the Catholic Church, the Vatican Bank has been steeped in mystery for much of the time it has been in operation. Founded in 1942, keep in mind that was Second World War, as a means to, this is key, as a means to manage money on behalf of the Catholic Church. Its main purpose was to provide for the safekeeping and administration of movable and immovable property. Birth certificates, wink, wink, I'm dropping it in, transferred or entrusted to a physical or judicial persons. Keep in mind what we've been covering all this time, and intended for works of religion and or charity. It was plunged into dispute in the late 1970s after many years of rumors about money laundering on behalf of the mafia.
So, child, I can't with these people. I can't.
But they showed that in The Godfather 3.
Because child, I went to The Godfather in my mind, because The Godfather, my shit, child. I like 2 out of all of them. I recently went back and watched 3 because I used to run 3 in the ground, but I just watched 3 about a month ago again, and I'm like, God damn. They really putting a lot of stuff in 3. You're absolutely right, Brother Sean. That's what they were showing you in 3.
Because they assassinated him.
Yep.
Correct.
Wow. So, Brother Odel, this is also telling you, just like Brother Sean said, Godfather 3, how the mob and the church work together.
Correct.
So the mob is just the arm of the black market, the dirty money per se, right?
Yes.
And now correct me if I'm wrong, the strong old money banking families, don't they come up out of Italy?
Correct. That's right. The banking houses. That's correct.
Okay, so one, child, let me tell you something. They a bunch of dope runners. I can't with these people. So they got it covered both ways, all right?
Correct.
So all of the stuff they tell you don't do, don't sling dope, don't gamble, don't be buying prostitutes, this, that, and the third. They getting their money that way, and then they got their banks to wash some of the money, and then them same said banks create money out of thin air and fleece the money from the people.
Correct.
But ultimately, it all rolls up to the Vatican.
Correct. And they're controlling it all. So when Pope John Paul I died in 1978, in apparent mysterious circumstances, Sean's right, many conspiracy theories suggest it might have been something to do with his desire to clean up the affairs of the Vatican Bank. The scandal intensified a few years later when in the early 1980s, a bank that had a majority stake in called Banco Ambrosio hit the news for all the wrong reasons. Its leaders were accused of transferring money out of the country into shady overseas banks, as well as being linked to illegal Masonic lodge known as the Propaganda P2, which is actually in the Vatican, but I'm going to leave that for now, which had ties to the mafia. Banco Ambrosio was investigated and its chairman, Roberto Calvi, was arrested, trialed, and sentenced to 4 years in prison. After being released on appeal, Calvi fled Italy before being discovered hanging under London's Blackfriars Bridge.
So they bumped them off.
After, it marked a dark period in history to the Catholic Church, leading to the scandal forming the basis
of the installment of the third of Godfather trilogy. Damn, Brother Sean, you picked that up. Whoa! Now I'm gonna go watch that again. I'm gonna have to go watch 3 again. Wow. Because I'm wondering, do either one of y'all, any of y'all remember if Godfather 3, was that set up in the 70s? Because I know what one was set in the 50s.
Yeah.
Yep. It was in the 70s.
So 3 was in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's definitely the story then. Child. They a mess, honey. They are a hot mess. So these the people that want you to believe in Jesus, aka Jesus, Buddha, Allah, and them. And you ain't supposed to be smoking your weed. You ain't supposed to be running your dope. You ain't supposed to be gambling. You ain't supposed to be being a lady of the night or purchasing the services of ladies of the night. But they doing all of it, baby. Running dope, getting paid on all of it. So the Vatican is the biggest dope dealer out there.
Yep. Warlords.
Child.
That's their nickname, right? Warlords. They do everything.
Oh, I see J.P. Morgan Chase up in there. Oh, Brother Odel, we gonna have to go back over there.
What you want to do, sister? This is the bomb. What you want to do, sister?
Dang, it's 1 o'clock. We're gonna have to wrap it up. This deserves another covering. Plus, it'll give me a chance to go on and rewatch 3 with my legs recrossed. So we could come back and revisit this, because these people are a hot mess.
Yeah, I've got some more stuff. I've got the official. So what I'll do then, because I'm mindful of your time. I've got the actual registered instance works here. I've got the official one here. I've got the stuff for it. So I can always, because it's gonna take me a while to go over it, but I've got the governance. I've got everything you need. This is Vatican's website. I've got it all up. I've got it all here. I've got everything we need. So I'm fully covered. I ain't playing, fam. Like, I'm not playing. When I do my stuff, you know me, sister, I do my thing proper, fam.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna have to come back and do it, cause and plus that'll give me a chance. And fam, that's your homework. That's some good homework.
Yeah, I mean, I've got all the issues.
Go on and watch Godfather 3 again.
You funny.
Cause I need to have my legs crossed and redocument. So be ready for when we pick back up on this drop. These people are true. And somebody has said that whole Godfather story was true.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
It tells you how they infiltrated everything.
Yeah, the Vatican's got a control over everything. I've said, and the thing about the reason why I want to cover this angle was because I was going to cover it tight to Ascension, and with the Divine Feminine coming in, and they're trying to get their house in order. And it's to do to what Nisi Poo sent with that article that Sister Rhonda's read through when they're talking about do no harm, because they know the real law and they know what's coming, and they're about to get their asses handed to them. They know what's coming.
Get it handed to them.
Exactly. And this is what they're trying to get themselves cleaned up before all this stuff starts coming. Yeah, this is why we're talking about the Age of Revelation and this issue of September this year, 2 years left of what I call the end of Revelation, and I'm trying to get things in place before this realm starts to shift. You get me? So
that's the 2024 you talking about, right?
Yeah.
Sandra, that's what, because Sandra wanted to confirm. I'm like, no, wait till Brother Odel get up.
No, actually, I actually thought that too, Brother Odel. Not only that, I think that's their rapture.
I know, and I'm going to cover it. I'm going to use the alignments from the alignments.
We got to cover the alignments next week. We can't rush it because folks got to get this.
Yeah, they do. They have to get this.
So we'll leave. I'll send. What I'm going to do, sister, anyway, I'm going to email you this anyway. So even if you want to go over it yourself before I'll send. I'll
because
you know I'm like, I'll get you the stuff.
Yeah, because even when we come back to the next show, I can start off with going over reading through that document that you just went over, and then once you're ready to come up to drop add the other layers to it, we can definitely do it that way, because they think they slick. We definitely got to go over there. You ain't out slicking us, baby, and we still don't consent to it. I don't give a damn what you trying to clean up. We don't consent to that a damn thing. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The time is the old script say your time is short. and he's going to and fro, go to devour all he can. But that's the way it is.
Nah, they got an attitude. They think that they slick.
Yeah, they try to take everything they can take. But I never found out you can take money with you. So
I can't with them. And to be honest, it's really not about the money.
It's about the control.
It's about the control.
It's the divine feminine. It's them trying to control the minds of the souls here. Exactly. I've always agreed with Sean on this. I've got to agree with Sean on this, definitely.
I agree. Yeah. I agree. Wow, Brother Odell. Let me get the explosion. So we got a preview. Wow. Thank you so much for coming up and getting us started on this financial stuff. I ain't gonna lie, I didn't expect that. I wasn't ready. So we ain't finna rush to that. We going through all of the dirty details so folks can get clear. They ain't slick. You're not gonna get away with it. It's over. It's done. So, but thank you so much, Brother Odell. You have any last words for the fam?
I just stick with what the sister said. You do the Godfather 3. We'll cover. Sister, by the way, I've just emailed you, so you'll have they've got the stuff. So it's there. If you have any trouble with any of it, just let me know. But I have emailed you straight away. So you've got that. The stuff's there. You know me. I'll do it straight away. I do it in real time because the only time that is real is now. The only thing we're doing is real is now. You get me? So past and present don't exist. It's just past and future don't exist. It's only now that exists.
Yeah, it's only the now.
So I've emailed you anyway. So you've got the stuff that you need. I've sent it across. So if you want to go over it and you've got that and go over Godfather 3. So when you're ready for next week, because we'll cover it, and then what I'll do once I've done that, I'm going to cover some of I'll cover the last aspects of what the original works with. I'm going to then cover motor proprio. I'm going to cover the time that motor proprio came out, and then I'm going to cover the 5-year. I think I have show some of it. I'll show some of the imagery from the when we left what the age of Pisces was to the age of Aquarius, September 2017. I'm going to show the alignments on the stellarium. I'll show the lunar on the 20th of December, and I'll explain the times and half a time. I'll talk about the stuff in the Revelation, and then I'll tie it to what's going on and what's relevant. So we'll do that next week. That's fine. And I'll show it.
And actually, we're gonna be off next week.
Oh, sorry, not next week. The week after. Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, we'll come. No worries. Just reminding you so you can, have your time back accordingly. Quote time. Accordingly, so we'll be back on the 17th.
Yeah, sorry, sister.
No worry. No need to apologize. I just wanted to be clear so you didn't block off your schedule and we weren't going to be here. So, thank you again, Brother Odell.
Yes,
man. Thanks, brother, for coming through. Much love and respect to you. It's always a pleasure. Brother Odell is our brother, our cousin from the UK. So thanks for coming through, giving us the input on Kent, setting it straight, letting us know the proximity of France, and then bringing this extra layer of the financial situation. I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't expecting this angle. So thank you so much, Brother Odell. We truly appreciate it. And I know you're getting your day started as well. So we appreciate you, brother.
No, it's fine. Yeah, thanks, Brother Sean. Yeah, absolutely. No, we're all here on the same. We're seeing the illusion for what it is. Like I said, I just want to make sure it gets exposed so that others that that don't have that insight, we can provide them that insight with this platform. We can give them an insight into things that are not in the mainstream media, where we're giving out the real information here. That's like, we're going to give you an insight into things that basically people don't understand why the Fed is raising interest rate. Well, stuff that we show,
we get it.
We know why it's happening, but we'll better share that with others. Why Bank of England has raised its interest rates, and that the assets have been moved. And everything's been transferred. That's due to what happened with motor proprio, which I'll cover next week. and explain that. And so it's very clear that there's this shift, like you said, sister. This is why the Fed's moving the way it's moving, and people don't understand why. Yeah, but you get that, and we want to tie all that stuff into this global currency reset and explain what's happening. So people, but we don't do it just from a global perspective. What I want people to get is the ascension cycle, and then that divine feminine that's coming in, and that's the biggest aspect of this whole series. Is what we've been doing is to show it from the fact that they're trying to control that natural feminine aspect of it. And it's more about that control, that is that side of it that we want to make people aware of, that whatever they're going to offer you, because they're going to have to offer us something, whatever they're going to offer you, because they want consent in order to control the realm. Right. They're going to need us to agree to it. And if we show them the truth, we'll be able to expose that so that people can make an informed choice, so that they can say, no, we don't want to get involved in this nonsense because we know you a lot of crock of fraud, and we know there's something that is bigger that's happening in this entire realm that's coming, that's kicking you lot's asses, even though you're not showing us it. We know that, Rhonda. We can understand that, and we're already aware that that's what's coming.
Exactly. So, and let me give Brother Odel his salute again. Much love and respect and salute. So just to reiterate, we've done 29 shows on this, so you all can truly understand what this Age of Aquarius and Ascension is really about. What they're trying to get you to do is that astrological clock that we talk about, okay? With each one of those ages lasting, how many thousands of years is it?
2,600.
2,163 years, and then the bigger cycle is 25,000 years.
Okay, so what Brother Odel just said, each age lasts 2,163 years. So that means the age of Pisces, which we just came out of, which was really it was a very repressive age. Yeah. It was like the Dark Ages, to be honest. Very highly religious age, hence why Jesus/Jesus is identified with the fish. It really represents that Pisces age. We were in that, according to their calculations of time via their astrological clock, for 2,163 years. This is why also in the Bible, they talk about things in 1,000-year cycle, 2,000-year cycles. They're lining it up with that astrological clock. So what they're telling you is we done already spun around that entire astrological wheel. And I had the exact number. I would have to go back on just the time that the realm was taken over, how many times around that astrological clock we've gone, which the total, if you add the 2,163 years across all of the astrological signs or ages, that's when we get the number, the 25,960. What they're trying to get you to do is to reset that motherfucker. Yes. That's what they're trying to get you to agree to. So when I talk about colonization and I talk about it on a cosmic scale, that's what I'm talking to you about.
Yes.
So if you sit up and you make these agreements, you thinking on and some people don't even have the foresight to think beyond one generation. Some think they up on game and they think, a couple of generations, hundreds of years. What I am telling you, this shit is so deep. This is in thousands of years.
Yes.
Re-enslaving. You ready to sign up for a cosmic colonization for a minimum of 25,960 years of fuckery? That's what we're talking to you about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's where your mindset really needs to be when you're talking about higher realms, higher vibrations, to blow that motherfucker up. We don't consent to it. Get the fuck on. We don't need it. We're not your children. We can create our own shit. We
Your
don't
own realm,
need
your own time.
you.
Yeah. Nothing from what they're offering is nothing that you don't already have within
that
your own
you
soul,
already
within
don't
yourself.
have within you.
And then you can't create something that's completely new. Even that as a construct of time of light and dark and the numbers, that as a concept.
It's a concept.
You need to go to something completely different, a new experience. It can create a new experience. You can't do that when you're restricted. The clock on the Black Saturn is a restrictor. It's restrictive. Where if you go beyond the realm, you're not in that point. You're doing things. You're creating having new opportunities, creating new things. Being down here, working a job, just over broke.
Yeah,
it's nonsense, fam. It makes no sense. It's nonsense.
It's crazy, and that's why when I talk to you all about creating the world you want to live in, I fucking literally mean that. I mean it. That's the level you need to be at, because if you're not at that level, you're always going to be following somebody else's program. Mm-hmm. So the shit is deep, okay? It's when we talk about breaking generational curses and all of that, it's all really a part of that. You have to really, really, really come into your own and willing to stand on it. Okay? Because if you're looking for someone to prop you up and help you do that work, you're gonna trap yourself again and fall under somebody's program. All right? You're supposed to be at the point where you understand I'm responsible for self, I'm responsible for my bloodline, and linking up with other like-minded people who feel the same. Okay, so let me thank Brother Odel again, child. I ain't finna hold down no longer. Brother Odel needs to start his day. So thank you, Brother Odel. We truly, truly appreciate you.
I enjoy being here. Thank you, sister. Both sisters and Brother Shan and Noah. I enjoy being here. We can have a constructive conversation about our future, the now time jurisdiction, about creating something that's going to be completely different. The fact that we've got the vision to share and discuss this, and hopefully others pick up the energy and vibrations, and they share and they run with it as well. That we're a unique standpoint. I've always said this: we're a unique standpoint as it stands right now, where this cycle it can be completely broken. They know that. That's why they're running around screaming. They know that. They know we're a unique, vital point. Now towards 2025, they know that we're a unique standpoint that they need to get their stuff in order, because when this thing starts to really hit and that starts to shift, they know that their time is done, fam. So if they don't have their stuff on point soon enough, this thing is done. It's a wrap.
Yeah, it's
they're
a wrap.
They're desperately trying right now to get consent, to get this, to get that. They're desperate, fam.
Yeah, they are, and we're not going. We're not doing it. And shout out to even the people that don't know it to this extent that we know it, but they're so desperate and it's so fucked up. That whole hoochie coochie stuff, I'm gonna tell you something that shook them motherfuckers to the core. Mm-hmm. That they had this small amount of people saying fuck you and the horse you rode in on, baby, I'm not doing it. That shook them to the fucking core.
Yeah. Even over here, sister, I mean, I went to a rally, I think it was June last year. There's over 1 million people there refusing to take the pork blood. Well over 1 million people refusing.
Yeah, that terrifies them. Because that's telling them we're not consenting to your bullshit. Shout out to those people. Okay? So thank you, Brother Odel. We appreciate you. And you have a great day, brother.
Yeah, same to you as well, and we'll speak. We'll catch up, man.
Absolutely,
but it's great.
Absolutely.
I'm just glad you're all right. Everybody's fine and doing well. I'm looking forward to like being a part of this. It's gonna be, you know, we're a fascinating standpoint. I'm like you. I'm optimistic. When I see what the chaos, I'm like, yeah, that's because you lot are threatened because of what's really coming. When you know what's really coming and you're dealing with stuff from a different perspective, which I spoke to you about privately. You looking forward to the battles. We're gonna have to battle. Don't get me wrong. There is gonna be a battle for the truth. The truth's gonna have to. It's gonna be battle, but that's a battle we're already winning.
Right. Absolutely. So, thank you so much, Brother Odel.
Thank you, sister.
We appreciate you, brother. So we look forward to chopping it up with you in a couple of weeks. So.
All right. Thank you, sister.
Okay. Peace and love, brother. Have a great day.
Peace and love.
Thank you.
Good day.
Yeah, that's our Brother Odel from the UK. Always coming with that fire. So, child, I can't wait. I'm going to be ready. Go on and watch this Godfather 3 with my homework. Child, they not going to worry me. The biggest dope pushers in the game and going to tell somebody they can't put one in the motherfucking air if you don't...
And listen, you remember the Jesuits always gonna be the ones that cause the wars, remember?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Child,
they always been in crime.
Somewhere with the fuckery.
And as Don said that the nurses were the prostitutes, you know, for the, the men.
Oh, you know what? Shout out. She's transitioned now. My aunt, Auntie B. She was a nurse. And she told me that. Yeah. And I looked at her. I was like, ain't he what? She said, yeah, you know, they was whoring back in the day. I said, child.
Well, you know, they have all those graves with little babies, right? I would imagine most of them is the nuns' little babies. Because they didn't keep them.
All I'm trying to say, women, you got to get your shit together. You just really, really got to get your shit together and just really understand who you are. Because for folks, the patriarch to want you to bow down to somebody, they sure do need that hoo-ha.
They needed some clean hands, too. But they weren't clean. Their hands were very dirty. I learned that a long time ago.
Well, I understand what you're saying on that, but women, you gotta get it together. You gotta get it together. Some of you are catching up. Shout out to the women that get it. You not going for that bullshit. You don't give a fuck about who don't like it. Shout out to you. Keep doing what you're doing. You're doing the right thing. Not only are you doing it for yourself, but you're setting an example for the young girls coming behind you. Right. You got to end this sick ass shit. And we have to understand as women that you're participating in your suppression. You're participating in it. Okay? Just like, Oprah said in The Color Purple, you told Harpo to beat me. Now that's me ad-libbing. Because I would have whooped that bitch's ass. I would have whooped Whoopi's ass in that cornfield. We would have tussled in that bitch. You gonna tell somebody to put hands and feet on me? Whore, now I'm finna put my hands and feet upon you. Okay? So women, you need to get it together. And get it together fast. Okay? And shout out to the women that do get it. All right? Okay. So with that said, Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Well, yeah. This has been a great show. I appreciate it. I enjoyed it as usual. And I thank the family for all their input and for being here. You guys have been great. I think I found some cousins in the chat.
I saw y'all chopping it up. I'm like, child, they sitting up here doing genealogy in the chat, and Brother Odel sitting up here talking about the Pope is the biggest motherfucking dope boy on the goddamn planet, and My allergies acting up, child. It's been a show.
I wasn't surprised about it. So we were talking. I said, "Oh yeah, I know that."
I'm done. Just stick me with a fork. I'm done.
But see, the Queen had a lot to do with it as well, because she also gave them the go ahead orders to do all that.
And she didn't give them the orders to do shit. What she did, but remember, she got her orders from the Pope, because she was the collection lady.
Yeah, she was the collection lady, but she was
the collection lady. But I mean, shit, she was
the head of the masonry. The spell giver. Say, hey, go out there. I'm the head of the Masons. I'm your representative.
You mean mother and son? Women are you getting the theme? Mason, mother, and son. See, they know. You letting these niggas run circles around you.
Yep.
That's why I can stand on what I say. Don't worry about what my hoo-ha is doing. Matter of fact, if you ain't a part of my hoo-ha situation, that's none of your motherfucking business, nigga. I'll cut your throat. Stay in your place now. Go ahead on about your business.
Yeah. So I thought her death was really kind of relieving, because it cut one of the little links to the puzzle, that she was one of the major links to the puzzle. So
she was big boss in there.
She was big boss. So the thing is, the puzzle is broken. They can't find the piece no more, you see. So that's why I said, yeah. But she did her thing. Her purpose was here to do that, and so she did it, and she has a reward. But good night, everybody. I'm not going to talk anymore.
Okay, thank you, Thanks so much.
Thank you, Brother Sean, for bringing the fire.
Yes, and let me give a hand clap to the doggy. I don't know what he was putting something on tonight, but he was rough.
He's a schnauzer.
Yeah, I was like, okay, is he? Because usually he is in sync with the bill in his little defense. He do be in sync. I'm like, see, even a dog understand. He feeling what we saying.
I have to go in there and get the computer out of there, because I took it in there to do some work, and then I didn't realize what.
Oh, okay. Too cute. That's too cute. All right, sis. So thank you so much, sis. Thanks, sis Sandra. We love you.
Love you too.
Thanks, sis.
Have a good night. Feel better. Perk up.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it together. I'm
knowing your business, Brother Nuwa, whoever. I forget everybody, but okay. You guys have a beautiful weekend.
All right, sis. Okay.
You too, sis.
Yeah, so remember, we won't be on next week, but the following week. But I'll remind y'all. Yeah.
I hate missing people's names. Forgive me if I missed you. But everybody in the chat.
Yeah. And shout out to Nephew Nuwa. For coming up.
I thought Scotty started.
He was in there briefly. He said peace and love to the fam. So shout out to son Scotty. Shout out to him. He's around behind the scenes. He got work and stuff to do. So he's being a responsible young man, as he should be, to handle his business. So shout out to son Scotty. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well,
our work is almost done.
Who are you? I understand your genealogy, but being looked upon as an ancestor, who are you? What are your accomplishments? What our ancestors did was an entirely different era. We're bridging eras. We're seeing one end and another begin.
Mm-hmm.
What foundation are you laying down for your bloodline
Come on with
that
it now.
you're responsible for? If you can go back and learn from your ancestors and empower yourself, what is it that your descendants are going to be able to look back to you and be empowered by? Contracts, thottery, child abandonment.
Yeah.
What is your legacy going to be? You keep talking about your ancestors and what they did and what they left you. What are you leaving for your descendants? Wholeness and power. Love y'all.
Power, brother.
Wow, that's very powerful, Brother Sean. Thank you so much, Brother Sean. Let me get your hand claps. You wow, that last part. That's something to think about. And I hope the fam takes that and really, really think about it. I know most people, not most, all that really rock with us, I know y'all understand it. I know you all get it. But for the rest, and specifically the collective Black, quote, quote, community, you really need to go back and re-listen to that. You really do. Because don't think for one bit you're going to get away with the lack of accountability, the lack of responsibility, and the fuckery. You're not going to get away with it. So thank you for that, Brother Sean. Very, very deep. Very, very deep. What are you leaving your babies behind? You fucking over them while they here, and you're leaving them nothing but really hell, poverty, and you're enslaving them. And you think that you gonna sit on your rusty ass comfortably in some motherfucking afterlife and get to kick it? It don't work that way. So thank you, Brother Sean, for that. Thanks so much. So I just want to say thank you to the fam in the chat. Okay. And also shout out to Knowledge of Self. Knowledge of Self, you laid it out on the whole Ford situation. We appreciate it. We appreciate your body of work. You all can go to Facebook and get Knowledge of Self's information. He's been putting stuff out for years. The drop I just read through tonight, that's just one of years worth of information excuse me, that he puts out. And he's supposed to be writing a book. So hopefully he'll be done with it soon. So shout out to Knowledge of Self, and shout out to Miss Wright for the Kanye stuff. Woo, child. Very, very powerful stuff. So we appreciate that information as well. Shout out to Brother Deshaun for bringing the receipts again on Harriet Tubman, Ross Stewart. We appreciate that on you as well. So shout out to the YouTube family in the chat. You all have, I haven't had a chance to look at it all the way tonight, but shout out to you. The parts that I did see, you all were dropping those gems. It's truly, truly, truly appreciated. Okay. Shout out. Love you all much. Yes, Miss Dawn. Let me see if I can put your comment up here. Shoot, I don't know why my comment thing keep dropping off, so I'll have to read it. Miss Dawn says, yes, at breaking generational curses, one day at a time. Absolutely. Absolutely, Miss Dawn. Absolutely. And shout out to the BCU fam that was in the chat, giving their support. Shout out to you all. Love you all very much. Okay. All right, fam. So, child, we done said what we said, and we meant what we said, and we did what we did. So, we'll be back. We won't be here next week. We'll be back the following week. Really, it ain't much more to say, fam. We done set up and said it all. But I do want to thank you all. Thank you to the YouTube audience that's tuned in. A lot more of you tuned in tonight. I know this was a lot of information that we dropped on you all tonight. So thank you all so much for your support. So, fam, that's it. We love you all very much. We will be back on, the 17th. Woo! Ciao. We'll be back on the 17th. Okay? And we'll pick back up where we left off. So between now and the 17th, go on and rewatch God 5 of 3, baby, so we can be ready when we come back on the 17th to talk about these motherfucking drug lords. So we can be ready. So thank you all, fam, very much. We appreciate you. We love you. We are Truth Uncompromised, and we are going to rock out with our closing music. Peace and love, fam.